people I interact with, and the joy of my pursuit, nourishing my soul throughout the day. I take break to recharge myself. This includes running, working out, spending time in nature, meditation, bath, and so on and so forth. Family role. My purpose in my family is to support my family member in their dreams, have fun with them, create lasting memories, be open and truthful, and be a good example. I will conduct myself in the family life in a manner that enrich our home by my presence. My family will be happy when I'm home. I will be a leader to my extended family. I will conduct myself in a way that makes my future children and wife proud. I will be loving, giving, and supportive to my family. My presence will always uplift, but I will have the backbone to speak the truth in a kind but direct way, even if it is sometimes uncomfortable. In my workplace, I will influence people with example in my work. In working my thought, the principle center living, my focus will be on God's will and having fun. I will influence people with my example, have great integrity in all that I do. I will be guided by intuition and know that there is always a solution to any obstacle. When I commit to something, I will give it all my attention and endeavor to deliver the highest quality possible. If I know that I cannot devote my time, heart, and soul to an endeavor, I will pass on it. I will encourage and uplift others. My role as a citizen of the world, I hold the following principle. By the grace of God, forgiveness, empowering others, growing a garden of empowerment, diversity of race and culture is a gift. I will sustain life in physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual areas. To forgive myself more and get on with doing good work. I will strive to uplift those around me and take action that benefit my community. I will use my skill and talent to serve. My focus will be on empowerment or bringing out the light in others, helping them recognize and expand their ability and see their interest, value. Health. I will move every day. I will eat food that nourish my body, mind, and soul. I will refrain from alcohol, drugs, and other harmful substances. I will not be too uptight. I will enjoy life. I will eat an unprocessed diet focused on vegetable, healthy fats, proteins, moderate fruit, and limited carbohydrates. Every day I move my body, expend enough energy to feel healthy, balanced, in good shape. Now my social role. I focus on finding and cultivate deep friendship with people who have similar value and whom I admire and trust. I admire and trust. My career role. My career role, I'm responsible and pay my bill, but focus on work that energizes me. My vision and calling is more important to me than simply earning a high wage. When working with clients, I endeavor to do what is best for them and at the very least, do no harm. My community role, every year I review what I'm doing to help others to be sure I'm on track. I make an effort to meet new people from different backgrounds and learn from everyone I come in contact with. Sharing my legacy, I make an effort to document important life moments as they happen and store this documentation in a safe place. I write letters to those who inspire me, either as it happens or once a year when I review the happiness of my life. I make consistent effort to tell others how grateful I am to have them in my life. And I'm specific about what I appreciate about them. To leave a legacy for our family and the world. Our action can exert a positive influence far into the future. The choice that we make between now and the day that we depart this world have power to leave a lasting legacy. Our legacy might impact our family, our community, or even the world. Choosing to build a legacy will bring purpose to our life. We can upgrade our motivations beyond meeting daily needs and direct our attention towards fixing problems, helping others and support our descendants. Next slide. The legacy of life that I will leave to be remembered in future. Number one, funding a trust for my children. Funding a trust for my children. One of the most common ways for leaving behind a legacy is to bequeath an inheritance to my peers and the benefactors of my loved one to spare them hardship and stress. 2, to restore historical building. I found my passion in physical place, bringing an old home back to its former glory, and stimulate the renewal of a whole neighborhood. My legacy is to establish the place as a tourist destination, or at the very least, brighten the day of someone walking by the building. 3, fund a scholarship. Education is expensive, and all students appreciate anything that lightens their financial burden. Even if I can't set up a huge scholarship fund, anything that I will contribute will make a difference for people who want to improve themselves and contribute to society. From my elementary school to tertiary education has been a tough experience for me. Struggle to finance my education, and this has motivated me. As God bless me, I'm going to contribute to other people's education, especially less privileged. Support medical research. At any time, any day, I will support individual donations, fundraising activities, or the contribution of my own scientific expertise could reduce human suffering. Therapies, cures of terrible disease require long and concerted effort to overcome, and this can play an important part in other people's lives. Create a family archive. I will try as possible to create family archives. You know, children naturally want to know more about their ancestors, but that information slips away in the demand of daily life. A family archive could take the shape of a book that I write, a collection of family recipes, a scrapbook of photos, or genealogical research. My descendants will treasure the record that I assembled. The archives might be even held up in a museum. Start a tree planting program. Some communities are defined by their tree or their lack of them. Tree can bear fruit, hold down hot urban streets, create habitat for animals, and cleansing pollution from the air. Imagine how the tree that are planted will keep growing when I might have gone. Set a good example. I will leave a mark on the world by how I live my life. People have been known to leave a lasting legacy because their actions inspire or encourage others. Parents, of course, build legacies with the example that they set for their kids. But our example as a professional artist or activist can draw others towards more fulfilling life. Live an authentic life. How we live an authentic life, we ought to conform, run strong within human society. But those who stand out often have the most compelling legacies, living life aligned with our values, dreams. We give others the courage to stay true to themselves, which can be a priceless gift. Write or record a journal. The detail of my day-to-day life will fascinate my descendants. My journal entries or video messages can build a connection between me and my descendants that will be made strong when I have gone. Commitment to my family enthusiastically, I will continue to maintain a relationship with my spouse or meeting the needs of our children challenges. The self-esteem of family members will stay strong when they know that we serve them because I want to, and not because I view it as an unavoidable duty. What do we value in life? Is it the family, integrity, hard work, the environment, or something else? Let us take some time to identify what's most important to us. We may even want to write our core value to help clarify them for ourselves. And others then talk about those values when it is appropriate. Tell our children and grandchildren what matters in life. Share our insight with younger co-workers. These are the words people will quote when they say, my mom, my dad always said, make those words count. Prepare legacy letter. With legacy letter, people communicate message of pride, encouragement, personal belief, and advice to loved ones. When we arrange for the letter to be distributed upon my death, and the recipients will feel valued because I care to send them a final message of love and support. Do good deeds. Not everyone can make a memorable splash with multi-million dollars donation, but a life filled with small acts of kindness will leave mark on the world. Ranking leaves for an elderly neighbor, rescue a pet, emergency babysitting for a single parent, including look after the widows, render helping hands to orphans, an orphanage home, tossing the life of the prisoners, or helping someone get a job are all things that will add up to our legacy. To support a charity, many organizations already exist where we can build a legacy. Our financial gifts and volunteer labor can help charitable organizations achieve its mission. Volunteer for causes of community service. When you decided to make a room in our schedule for volunteering, will nurture the gratitude and appreciation of those who benefit from our efforts. All communities have ongoing volunteering opportunity. Build a legacy by being someone who always shows up. Continue to develop my career. The pursuit of new credentials and knowledge could help me attain a higher position. I will eventually influence my field by improving techniques and standards and mentoring new talents. Improve my workplace. People like to complain about their jobs, but I could focus on solving problems instead. ISA spearhead is leadership program address safety hazards, or develop efficient alternatives to wasteful practices. One way to leave a legacy at work is to become a mentor to younger team members. You can also mentor people in other organizations, such as charities, where you volunteer, passing on your knowledge and wisdom to the next generation. Is rewarding in itself, and it's also ensure you will leave a lasting impact on the organization you care about. Organize family reunion. Our relatives, we value the effort that we put into organizing annual gatherings. We can foster new family traditions and provide a venue that helps aunts, uncles, cousins forge lifelong bonds. Give someone a job. We could give someone a chance and extend a job offer that could pave the way for that person to build a better life. Even that first job you gave to a teenager, to mow our lawn, could put a person on the path to a responsible life. By God's grace, I have established a construction company where many artisans can be engaged and be able to take care of their family. Donation to a domestic violence center. Those who suffer abuse behind closed doors often have nobody to turn to. Our donation of money, time, supply, or even real estate to a charity that helps people escape domestic violence will serve a hand up to those living in fear. Respect others whenever possible. For most people, the world is an unbearable for them, insensitive place. Our willingness to meet others on an equal footing will nurture kindness and gratitude to them. This is how to leave a legacy when we lack financial means. Fight an injustice. Fight an injustice. Our greatest legacy might emerge when we differ, despair, and apathy, and demand justice, although campaigning against pollution, discrimination, or a wrongful conviction might feel hopeless. So many, our determination could correct an injustice inflicted on a person or community. Imparting knowledge. As a lecturer, I will endeavor to work hard through research and to impart the knowledge gained to my students at all levels. Also to be punctual to my lecture period. The influences an individual has on others is also an important aspect of legacy. People who set positive example for others through their actions and words can leave a powerful legacy of good deeds and appropriate behavior. Parents and grandparents greatly impact their children, helping to mold their beliefs about family values and love from an early age that will impact them and future generations. Those who exhibit greatly leave a legacy of selflessness and encourage everyone. Impact and influences other people in some way, including friends, acquaintances, co-workers, and neighbors. People can also leave an impact on the larger community. In conclusion, when a person dies, the mark the individual left on the wall represents that individual's legacy. While a person's legacy can involve money, the concept of legacy is much larger than the value of an individual's estate. It is about the richness of the individual's life, including what that person accomplished and the impact he or she had on people and places. Ultimately, the story of a person life reflects that individual's legacy. Thank you for listening, and God bless you. I'm through. If there's any question, can you hear me? God bless you.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for such a comprehensive presentation. Everybody in chat is wondering if they can get a copy of your presentation.
Yeah, I think it's with you there. I send you, I can resend it.
I could actually upload it into chat and people can download it. Would you approve of that?
Yes. And also, I would like, if you can help me publish it, I will be grateful. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you can help me publish it.
Hearing you talk about the presentation is much better than just having the presentation. So we have some of the participants are recording your presentation. We are recording your presentation. Your presentation is going to be having a legacy because we are recording it.
Thank you, sir.
And if anybody has any questions or comments, please write them into chat. And now is the time for questions and answers. A lot of ideas were presented. Elijah says the world needs an undisputed truths that will turn the world upside down. How do you respond to that idea?
Well then,
the world needs undisputed truths that will turn the world upside down. How do you respond?
It is only the truth that can sustain the world. But today, we see in the world, truth is very scarce. Even the family, some of the members of the family, some of them are, you can't depend on them. In the government, you see when they are campaigning, they will tell you a lot of things. When they got the power, they divert from what they have said. We say the trouble we have in the world today is lack of the truth, lack of sincerity. When we begin to operate in truth and sincerity, the world will be a place to live, a place to stay. But the problem we have in the world today is lack of the truth. Let individual in our little corner sustain the truth. Let our yea be yea. Even according to the words of God, he said, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. So if you want to really hold and have the life integrity, the legacy is one of the legacy I desire, and I will continue to uphold, to leave behind for my people. Truth must be found in my mouth, in my dealing. Thank you. Hello? Oh. Okay. Your microphone. Hello? Do you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We're hearing you.
Okay. I think I've responded to that question. Any other question?
Please ask questions.
Excuse me. Good morning, everybody from Brazil. Can you hear me? Oh,
We
good.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Good
Can
morning,
hear you.
Pastor Joshua Babatundi. Good morning, friends from AIU. Congratulations, Pastor Joshua. Your presentation was very, very inspirational. You shared with us very inspirational words about family, about values, about integrity. Congratulations. It was very inspirational. Please let me know if you could choose a single legacy to which we would share with our children, which one you would choose? One single legacy to the future, to our children. Which one would we choose, please?
I will leave a legacy of integrity for my children. Integrity in all what I do. I will show them a sample of integrity, and I will teach them to live the life of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask.
I am Charles Ifobu from Nigeria. We are in a world today where the younger generation prefers money and materialism over and above integrity. And they, in considering the type of legacy to leave behind for your family or admirers, I think consideration should be given to the type of legacy that they would appreciate. So in this wise, you really have to make efforts towards leaving a legacy of materialism or integrity. That's my question.
Your question, I'm not getting you clear. You are saying, are you talking about money?
Yes, I said
legacy?
that in today's world, like my question comes as follows. When you are leaving a legacy for your children, it should be something that they should cherish.
Yes.
Then, considering the fact that in today's world, the younger generation prefers materialism over and above some other considerations. So, in the side for you, between materialism and integrity, what do you think you should strive more as legacy they are going to leave behind for your children?
Yeah. The integrity is most important, but nevertheless, you know that not everybody are blessed at the same level. You know, you can still leave some material things for your children so that they will not suffer after you might have left. But integrity, you must teach them, because integrity will sustain the materials you leave for them. They will be able to manage that materials and serve them. But if you do not leave legacy of integrity life for them, they will squander all those money, those houses, estate, even within few years, and they will come back to zero level, that they will suffer. But when you have taught them integrity life, you will see them, they will be building on it. And the little inheritance you left behind for them, they will be able to maintain it and sustain it. Thereby, they will grow and establish themselves and be able to stand on their own and live integrity and more blessing for their own children. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor.
Thank
You
you. You're
hear me?
welcome. I can hear you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. From Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. I very appreciate truly the impartation I received. But as an African, in terms of legacy, we have the problem of our culture. Now, how are we going to do with our culture? Because when we want to leave some legacy, we need to reduce the culture and be more practical in the environment, and the Western culture sometimes impact more and many things. So I need your answer and your idea. How are we going to do with our culture as an African? Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. Now, still, yes, we will still go back to integrity. You know, as Africa, our culture differs. There are some culture draw us closer to God. There are some culture that leads to some kind of life that do not edify. So the life you lead, integrity you lead, you teach your children, they will be able, you know, to manage their life, to live their life without negative influences of our culture. There's culture that is positive, have positive impact in our life. There are some culture that have negative impact. Teach your children your culture that have positive impact, that will benefit them, that will make them to live a legacy of integrity, of good living, of good behavior. That is what we need to do. Even if you are in position to train others, to teach others, so to then train them by example. The exemplary life you live will last long in their life. So, as you and Africa, I believe you will agree with me. Some of our culture is not edified, and some of our culture is edified. Some of our culture taught us how to respect others. But there are some culture that draw us away from God, that lead to immorality, uncleanness, that can cut life short. So you should identify them and let your children know the impact those culture can play in their life. And so then the right one to disuse, you can't force them, but by God's grace and prayer, they will live and scale. If God can help us, God will help them. Thank you. Did I answer you? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Question.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I am Michelle Haman from Nigeria.
I cannot see your face. face your screen very well. Let us see your face.
Yeah. Can you see my face now?
Not quite. Bend your screen a little. Okay. Aha, good.
I am
Okay,
Michelle
okay,
from
okay.
Nigeria. Yeah.
You are welcome.
Pastor, thank you for your presentation. It's a very enriching presentation. But I have a little concern. You talked about integrity, legacy, but you have not made mention of life of selflessness. What governs the world today is selfishness. Everyone or most people think about themselves and their families. That is why, as you have made mention of leaders who make
a lot of promises.
Promises. They make promises. Once they get to power, to the position of leadership, they only accumulate for themselves, for their friends and family members. The most important thing today we have to lay emphasis on is the life of selflessness. Living for others. Living for others. We live for this generation and we think about the next generation. When budgets are set aside for hospitals, for roads, for education, and these budgets are diverted, and children don't go to school because they don't have infrastructure, people cannot move and trade because they don't have roads to move their goods, we have a problem of selfishness. Integrity, for the sake of integrity, does not mean anything. Because somebody can be a man of integrity just for selfishness. I want to see myself, I want to make people see me as a man of integrity in the society so that I can be respected. But if that integrity does not have selflessness as foundation, it is not integrity. So what we should teach our children is a life of selflessness. Whatever I do I do it for the whole community, or I am doing it just for my selfish purpose? So life of integrity. You were talking about African cultures. We used to know that in Africa, a child in the community is the child for everyone. Everyone can send him, everyone can educate him, everyone can scold him if he misbehaves, if he goes against the norms of the community. So we didn't know this life of selfishness, everybody for his own. So, Pastor, as a man of God, I know that you have many people you are leading, people who are under you. Try to lay emphasis on the life of selflessness, living for others, living for today and living for tomorrow. Those who are coming after us, let us make them come and find the foundation, the conducive environment prepared for them so that the trouble we are going through today, they won't face it. Thank you very much.
God bless you. When you get this paper, you will see a lot there. You know, we cannot say all at this moment because of the time. I'm so grateful for your contribution, and God bless you. We have seen a lot of things happening around us all over the world, not only in Africa. Serviceness is in operation. People always, we see a lot of politicians, what they turn our money to. For example, you know, ETF gives scholarship. They applied even for my PhD, but I couldn't get. And some people, you know, they hold it to themselves. So, well, your point is very good, and I believe maybe other people will still touch that area when they present their own paper. So what you have just said is taken, and I believe the message has gone around. People will take note of that. Then when you get my paper, you will see a lot of things there that even I was unable to say out. God bless you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor Dr. Joshua Babatunde. We are running out of time now, and you have done an excellent, comprehensive presentation. I did make the presentation available into chat. So if anybody wants it, they can click on it and download it. There's so many ideas there to inspire, giving a legacy, a positive legacy, a constructive legacy to future generations. This is just an excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Creating trees, giving somebody a job, going to see a widow, making someone who's alone happy. There's so many ideas, so many wonderful ideas in your presentation that I would suggest going back and listening to this recording again, just to get more ideas, because there's so many ideas in this presentation. Thank you so much. We're going to move on now to the next presenter. Pastor Dr. Joshua Babatunde, do you have anything more to say before we finish?
Well, I was supposed to do my graduation since March last year, but till now I'm still struggle to clear my tuition fees. That is the problem, and I'm trusting God. Maybe before October run out, I'll be able to clear the money. I was denied scholarship from end year, so even I have to appeal if they can let me do the graduation and hold on with my certificate. When I get money, I clear, then they can send my certificate, because the time I took from my working place in the university here almost run out. And also, if you can help me to publish my paper, I would be glad to add it to my CV. God bless you. Thank you.
Doctor, one thing you can do is you can do a webinar and teach courses at AIU. That will give you extra scholarship. So okay, we can talk about that and set you up with something. So you have a lot to say, you have a lot to teach, and so you can do that and create value for your situation.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
So you can write to me and we can further discuss how to go about doing that.
Okay, I will. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we are now going to move on to our next presenter. 1 second.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the 9th Symposium of Atlantic International University. This is the 9th online symposium. And my name is Dr. Edward Lambert, and we're now going to move on to our next presenter, Professor Gabriel Cabanda. And the theme of this symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. So welcome, Professor Gabriel Cabanda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edward Lambert. It's a great pleasure to be sharing my presentation with you. I've learned quite a lot even from the previous presenter, Pastor Babatunde. I don't know if you could allow me to share my screen.
Yes, let me see if I can get that permission in here.
If I can get the permission, I can load that, then I can present that. Once we are putting that across, I want to thank you, Dr. Edward Lambert, for organizing this conference. It's really quite a great thing, and we are learning quite a lot of things. So,
Well, it was not only me. We were a team working on this at the university.
Yeah.
We received 100 presentations.
That's great.
So there was a committee that went through and selected that.
Mhm.
So it's,
Right.
are you able to share your screen now? Do you see?
Yes, I am. I'm now putting that across. It's coming up shortly, and I will be presenting that.
And anybody who wants to record the meeting, you are free to record the meeting. You can do a
Okay.
screen capture, you can do audio capture, you can do a video capture. It is fine.
Okay. Right. I think it's ready now. I'm not quite sure whether everyone can see it now. Then I can proceed with the presentation once it comes out clearly. Right. Shall I proceed now?
Yes, that looks perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edward Lambert and the great team at AIU. I am an alumni of Atlantic International University. I graduated with a postdoctorate, Doctor of Science in Computer Science in February this year. So it's a great pleasure for me to be sharing with you my paper on the legacy of my life that I will leave to future generations. This presentation is going to cover a number of areas. I may not necessarily spend much time on the principles. I think those have been adequately covered by the presentation done by Pastor Dr. Babatunde. But in my presentation, I will share with you what I have done, the accomplishments and achievements I've actually made in terms of research, some of the specific projects I've worked on within Africa, and some of the work that I do also with the family and also on the international scene, the presentations that I continue to make as a keynote speaker in various international conferences. These are some of the areas that I thought I would share with you. And then at the very end, I will then also be sharing with you some of the great innovations and scientific accomplishments that I have made over the years. Let me start off with about myself. It's important to just share with you that right from the very beginning, I am a distinguished professor of computer science. I'm also currently a fellow in the Secretary General of Zimbabwe Academy of Sciences. This is a body within Zimbabwe that coordinates, spearheads, and gives policy direction with regards to scientific innovations throughout the country, and also working with other bodies of our academies throughout the continent and the rest of the world. I also am the Secretary General of the Africa-Asia Dialogue Network. This is a network of academics and researchers from Asia, linking them across to Africa for the purpose of sharing research work, innovations, and other things that are important for business. I am recognized also as a fellow of the African Scientific Institute. At the moment, I am the chairman of the Leadership Advisory Board of the IT Governance and Cybersecurity Institute, which is based in the US. And this is an institution that whose business is on cybersecurity. It provides advice and gives solutions to various companies in the US. And so I am the vice chairman of the advisory board of that group. I am also a professor of applied business informatics at the University of Zimbabwe Business School, where I've been teaching since 2000. I do also adjunct professor work at California State University, Chico, as well as also Ithaca College in New York. There are other activities that I do as an editor of some of these reputable journals that we have all over the world. And I do also work and do, assist other universities as an external examiner of various universities, including some of these local ones that we see. As you can see on these photos, I'll probably just share one or two photos on that. This IT governance and cybersecurity institute is really, it's an organization that works also with universities, coming up with a model to come up with skills and competencies on cybersecurity. And it works with industries and other practitioners, so that practical solutions are given to make sure that organizations are well prepared and they get assistance in every way that is possible. This is just a photo of some of the work that I've been doing in the past year at California State University, where we are have been training cybersecurity for executives, which is essentially like a postgraduate program that empowers people in terms of skills and competencies to assist their organizations on what they can do in that area. The Africa-Asia dialogue I mentioned earlier on is based in China. And so we coordinate and do a lot of work working with other people within China to do many other things. In the process, I have received international awards. Some of these international awards date back to Who is Who of Professionals in 1997, where I was selected as one of the best professionals and academics at that time. I've since then received other awards that include the Golden Academic Excellence and Professional Achievement Award, which was like a contest made worldwide where they were looking for the best academic or someone who has made contributions in the field of education. And this particular event took place in Malaysia, and I got that international award as the person who was selected. South African Department of Science and Technology also recognized my skills and competencies and identified me as one of the most distinguished African scientists and outstanding researchers. And then of late, this year, I got this recognition from the International Chartered World Learned Society, which works closely with UNESCO as a top distinguished professor of the century. And I've since been working also on the Global Leadership and Organizational Behavior Effectiveness Project as the country co-investigator for Zimbabwe and Zambia. It's a project where we look at leadership practices and cultures all over the world. And I was focusing on Africa and specifically with responsibilities in Zimbabwe and Zambia. With regards to my educational qualifications, I'm pleased to share with you that I've gone through all the tracks from the bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD, then in the US, and then lastly, my postdoctorate of science degree in computer science at the Atlantic International University. There are other qualifications I've attained, but these are some of the marks that I see as part of the legacy that I would like to be sharing with family, colleagues, and others in the world, that perhaps they may learn something from it, particularly with young people. They probably may get inspired if they want to pursue that. With regards to research, I have accomplished quite a number of things. I have published in refereed international journals, 78 publications. I've also published 8 book chapters. I've written and published 11 books. I've also written and edited another 8 books, making it altogether 105 publications in refereed sources. In addition to all this, I've also been presenting papers at international conferences. So these are some of the accomplishments I've made with respect to research. At a national and international level, I'll probably cite also the fact that in the past, I conducted a commissioned research for Southern Africa through the SADC Secretariat. This was a project where I was looking at the need to come up with centers of specialization within Southern Africa and East Africa. And it's a project that covered all the 10 countries from East to Southern Africa, and it came up with recommendations that were then used by the World Bank to support some of the institutions involved. I have also worked in the past as a leader for research capacity building of a technical committee of the African Council for Distance Education. The African Council for Distance Education is a continental body that covers more than 70 African institutions that are interested in distance education. And so I have in the past worked as a leader, training people on research capacity building, working with the vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors and other researchers to share experiences and practices on how we can strengthen our own institutions and reduce the gap between the institutions and the regulatory authority. I've been a consultant for Microsoft International and United Nations Institute of Training and University of Southern California in the past, where they commissioned me to do a project that covered 5 countries in East and Southern Africa. And it was a wonderful project in which they were trying to look at ways and getting guidance coming from an African, how they can invest, especially with Microsoft, how they can invest further into the communities. So my paper was then used by Microsoft in plowing back into the communities within Africa using the research that I've done. I've done, I am a strategist, so I develop and come up with strategic plans for various organizations. Some of them I've done for the various units, departments, and ministries of the government of Zimbabwe, and also others that are outside. I have supervised to PhD level 11 candidates from various universities, most of them from within Zimbabwe. I am a former pro vice chancellor of Zimbabwe Open University, I was responsible for research, innovation, enterprise development, and I continue to assist others in different areas. I've been an external examiner also in South Africa, in Mauritius, in Zimbabwe, and other institutions in Kenya, and also in the US. So I continue to share and help other universities as an external examiner with regards to, especially with regards to conforming to international standards. But I'm mostly pleased with one particular assignment that I'm very much excited about, which I did in 2019, was the appointment by the International Science Council and the World Federation of Engineering Organizations to develop and write the 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report. I really like this particular recognition, and the report was taken seriously by UNESCO and other organizations that made use of that. I have in the past also been advisor on information and communication and others for an organization based in California. We were focusing on linking science, technology, engineering, mathematics, education to sustainable development, not only in California, but also in other parts of the world. So there's been a link between African countries and the groups that were there. And I've been a reviewer of various journals as well. So these are some of the scientific accomplishments that I've made. I've worked in Africa on specific projects and assignments and research work. So here I've just listed a number of just some of the selected countries where I've done active work all the way from Southern Africa, East Africa, and then West Africa. And I always, learned quite a lot in all these African countries, how to work with them, interact, and make contributions in different areas. And I continue to work across the continent. I could also add that at this point in time, I am a member of the African Scientific Innovation and Research Council, which is part of the African Union body whose secretariat is based in Nigeria. And so as part of that group, we work closely with the African Union Secretariat and advise the continental body on scientific and innovation research issues that may be required by the politicians and policymakers. I will then take you to the level where I also can be sharing with you some of the major consultants projects. I am a consultant, I've done consultants work. And so what I'm just listing here, a few of those kinds of projects that I've done. Some of them include working with the Pan-African Institute for Basic Sciences in Kenya. I worked with them in those areas. I've done also some work with another university in Zimbabwe. And I enjoyed doing great work also in a research project, consultant work for the African Council for Decent Education, which I did in Kenya. Then with the government of Zimbabwe, a number of assignments and projects which I have done. Some of the organizations that I've done consultants with include the Broadcasting Authorities of Zimbabwe, the SADC Secretariat, Microsoft International, University of Southern California, and other institutions within Southern Africa, including Malawi. I did a number of projects in Malawi. I also did quite a number of a few projects in Nigeria, which I have not listed here. And in the 90s, I also did consultants work in Ghana for almost like 2 years, hopping between Ghana and Zimbabwe. Now, when it comes to family, I thought I would just share with you a few photographs. I think the one that is most important is one at the center. This is my beautiful wife at the center. I have, so that's my wife, and they were together also there, and then my mother, and then my brother. There wasn't enough space to leave to put other photos of the children, but it's important to work with family. It's important to do many things with family, create events, do memorable things, support children, and so on. Just like what Pastor Dr. Babatunda was talking about, family is really quite important in all the things that we do. In addition to family, I also do community work, doing pastoral work in the outskirts of Harare. And so I'm always, involved in a lot of community work, in addition to working with family. I have a very active website, and this is what my website looks like. I use this website for a number of reasons, a number of things. Some of the material that I put in there, I use it for various programs and courses that I teach at different universities. As you can see on my website, I do assist various organizations. I assist also researchers, research students, PhD students in particular, and others who want assistance. And I use this particular website for my lecturing material and my lectures that I give at the University of Zimbabwe, University of Technology, NASA, National University of Science and Technology, and other institutions that I work with and that have assisted. I put this material on the website for the public to access and making it also convenient and easy for students to do. And so you find for some of my students at the University of Zimbabwe, this is just an example of what the page looks like. So they can be able to access learning materials or interact with that on such a platform. This is over and above what is available as a learning management system at the university. You find students prefer to use my website more than anything else. And so on my website are also some video clips, and as well as also some of the selected papers that I've presented and that I continue to present in different fora in different areas. I would like then to take you now to the next level where I talk of international conferences. I'm always presenting keynote papers at different international conferences within Africa and outside Africa. And so I just selected a few, like here on the top left hand. This was a postgraduate research supervision training. So I'm into supervision training. for various institutions, universities. I've conducted a number of such webinars and training programs in India. India is very active these days in webinars, and I've always been one of the keynote speakers. And then also with Africa Asia Dialogue Network, where the Secretary General, I also promote and work with different countries in promoting science and technology and research generally in those areas. So I continue to be presenting, and this last month I was a keynote speaker at an international conference in China, which was the first computer and innovation and information science international conference, and a lot of other organizations and scholars and academics we're also presenting in the fora. So I'm always, I always thank God for the privilege, and that I'm invited from time to time to be presenting. And next week I'll be presenting. I've been invited to come and present as keynote speaker at the 6th African Council for Decent Education Triennial General Conference. So I also work with such organizations, sharing knowledge, doing many other things. So I'm very much actively involved in international conferences as a speaker or a contributor, sharing knowledge in education. I work closely with various international journals, and this is one of the journals where I am an editor. This is a journal which is based in the US. This is a reputable journal which really has quite a high impact factor, and a very prestigious journal where I'm an editor. And the other journals that are like that where I'm also an editor. And the other one is STEM, which is based in Pakistan, where I'm an editor. And so we are always sharing knowledge and helping, even with upcoming researchers, how they can come up with better research papers in different areas. So this is just meant to share with you that I'm actively involved in working closely with international journals in their work to publish various research articles all over the world. This particular project, the GLOBE project, is another one that I was doing this year from March up to July, actively involved in Zambia and Zimbabwe, and sharing with us in the US, and doing and in Canada, coming up with various issues and ways in which we could learn cultural experiences as well as leadership cultures. The purpose of the project was to come up with research to understand the leadership cultures that we get in different countries, from Africa, North Africa, and North America, West, in Asia, and so on. So we're comparing continent by continent, and as part of an international project. Then I am pleased to be sharing with you also that I have accomplished a number of things in terms of research publications in my area, in my field. I have come up with quite outstanding innovations, which have been documented as publications in the field of cybersecurity. I specialize in cybersecurity, even in my postdoctorate doctoral science degree at AIU. I specialize in cybersecurity. So I work closely, and I've had a number of publications in the field of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and machine learning. There are a number of publications that I've come up with, and that I continue to research in these areas, in these fields, and also work collaboratively with others that are researching in these areas that may want to share and work together in the field of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. I have also published extensively in the information technology for development areas, where we look at application of information technology to different areas of life, different spaces, and especially when it comes to sustainable development and linking it with the effective ways of teaching and learning. And these are some of the papers that I assemble, papers that I'm sharing with you. I've conducted also research in the field of management of higher education institutions, and also general development. I have come up with a number of publications, the research in those areas, and I continue to work with others in informing policy, working with other organizations in the area of development generally and management of higher education institutions. So this is also strengthened by my experience of having worked for many years in the senior management of university. And so that some of these things are not just theoretical, but very practical in every way. I have also researched and continue to research on the foundations, and particularly the theoretical foundations of computer science, the actual theory that informs the practice. I'm actively involved in research in those areas, and these are just a few of the publications that I'm just sharing with you. As much as we look at applications and developments in technology, we also need some time to go back onto the framework and the founding principles to interrogate them and come up with the new concepts, new theories, and the new foundations. And this is an area that I'm also very much actively involved. So here are some of the few sample publications that I've published, and one of them is in my area of machine learning, big data analytics, and it covers both cybersecurity and other related issues. These are just samples of papers that I published. And others I've also done in coming up with a new model. This is a model that I advocate, a model which, if you want to put a cybersecurity system in any organization, sometimes you need to be informed and guided by a model that works, that takes into consideration the framework that is applicable in the context of that particular country or continent, so that will come up with real solutions. So these are some of the things that I've done. So basically, with regards to the legacy that I'm sharing with you, I've just shared with you the international awards, the academic achievements and accomplishments I've made, the research publications I have produced over the years in different fields, and also working collaboratively in many other areas. And I was also sharing with you that at a national and international level, I've also made accomplishments working with different bodies from the US, in Europe, and various bodies in Africa and also Asia. As a consultant, as also as a seasoned academic, sharing research with you. And I work in the communities. I do also work with students and upcoming researchers, inspiring, mentoring, and helping others in doing many other things. So this is what my legacy is all about. And I want to thank you so much for that. And I can be able to take any questions or any issues that require clarification for my presentation. Thank you, Dr. Edward Lambert. I hand over this to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gabriel Gabanda. Any questions? There's a question here from Domingos in chat, is what can education do with the family and for the family?
Right. Wow, that's a very good question. I can respond to that. You see, education is at the centerpiece of sustainable development in a community. And most importantly, also in a family, at a family level, education brings in a foundation of many things. It informs the family members, the children, on how to get prepared for the future, and also to become aware of the issues that are important in different areas. For example, if you look at a field like agriculture, if the family is interested in agriculture or they've got a farm, you find education that is relevant in that area can equip the family to take agriculture more seriously, to sustain themselves and sustain their family and do many other things with the nations. If it is in another field of business, it also equips and helps them to be able to grow and become serious entrepreneurs, how they can become successful as entrepreneurs in business. So education does prepare a foundation for development of individuals or family members, and gives direction in many other ways to the people that are coming in society. But one of the things that I find which is very important, particularly at the family level, is to train and raise the children and family members to develop specific skills, competencies, and attitudes. Yeah, because the skills, competence, and attitude can easily come out of education. And a few years later on, you find the family members begin to excel, they begin to do well, they become recognized as engineers, as medical doctors, as lawyers, and so on. But for one to become a lawyer, it starts right from the very beginning, get inspired at the lowest level, so that they identify specific profession, specific route to come, and they polish themselves up, building up on the talents and many things which they would want to develop. So that's basically what I see as the major contribution of education to the family and as well as the communities that are around them. It is the centerpiece for sustainable development and ability to develop skills, competencies, and attitude. Thank you.
We have another question.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, please, Dr. Lorenzo.
I have not a question, but I'd like just to thank you very much, Professor Gabriel Cabanda, because your very great and very important curricula, your very great and very important CV. You already worked in different companies in the past, and you are a very hard student. You are a very hard student. You are an example for us. Every us that are students here at Atlantic International University, you have a very great, your words and your CV is a very great incentive for us. So, Professor Gabriel Cabanda, thank you so much for your CV. Thank you so much to share with us your history. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Dr. Eduardo Viana. All I can say really that from what I was sharing with you is particularly when you look at students, for one to come up and achieve excellence, you need three things. Number one, there's the need for focus. The focus is important. And then number two, there's need for discipline, where one must be very disciplined and how to manage time for the studies and even the work that needs to be done. And then number three, there's need work has no shortcuts. You have to deliver what is expected of you. If you are given an assignment, put an extra effort to do that assignment. If it is a research paper, work very hard until you finish it. So these three ingredients of focus, discipline, and hard work can produce excellence for students, for business people, and generally in life, because that is a formula for excellence that can work everywhere and anywhere in the world. Thank you for that good comment, Dr. Viana.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Dr. Lambert, can I ask a question?
Please, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, Michelle Haban. I would like to thank the professor for this wonderful presentation. He's a pride of Africa, I can say, and a pride of AIU also, because we are really happy to have you in our midst. I would like to ask a question, if you have an advice in Africa today.
I think your sound is not coming out well. Michael, I've lost your sound.
Can I ask a question?
I think you can go ahead, then Michael can come back. Michael was asking a question. I think we lost him.
Yes. Yeah, Charles, go ahead and ask your question while Michael figures out his sound.
Okay, thank you. I'm Reverend Father Charles Nyame. originally from Nigeria, but currently working in the Republic of Ireland. I would like to thank the professor for a beautiful presentation. That goes to show that education is one of the most important legacies we'll leave for the future generation. But what are some of the practical ways or things that the professor would like to recommend, especially for areas whereby poverty is a big stumbling block for people who wish to study or go higher in their academic qualifications or desires or pursuits? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Charles Nyame, for that good question. There are practical ways which we can take, which we can pursue along the lines of education to empower, to help and assist individuals. There are a number of people who want to get into business, and others are adversely affected by poverty. Now, the way to come out of poverty requires is a process that requires a change of mindset. A change of mindset at the very beginning helps people to realize that regardless of their own circumstances and the levels in which they come out of it, they can still become somebody, they can achieve greater things in life. Most of the successful academics and business people, they've come up and come from very poor families in many ways. So sometimes it may look like it's a disadvantage, but even you know, in a very poor setup, one can be able to come up with those. What is important is to have that specific inspiration and focus and discipline and hard work. And so going back now to say the practical ways we can look at now to help people come out of this poverty, it's important to work on education and awareness programs, inspiring young people. Even if the money for school fees is not there, but as we inspire them and help them, we can assist them to get small little scholarships. We can assist them with community leaders. We can organize and work with community leaders so that some bursaries or some other assistance, particularly some of the talented children, particularly with some of the girl children, you may find some of them want to do well, but they've got these limitations. And so we can, in a practical way, go at school levels, talk to the children, inspire them, encourage them, and work with certain systems that we may have in different institutions or nations to be able to assist those kind of children. But for those that are already grown up and those that are rising up, you can still, it's not too late to go to school. There are a number of facilities. In open and distance learning, you always get an opportunity to learn. I've seen and I've learned with people that are fairly old, even with a university like Atlantic International University. It's one of the universities that, among others, but one of the best universities that, you can even learn when you are in the 60s or 70s and get a degree which you never had in your life. So open and distance learning is an approach which is available to everyone, where you can start at the primary school level, go through secondary, through distance education until you get to university and get all the way. So the practical thing to do is to work with those people, help them, encourage them, inspire them. And then lastly, also, I've seen that even at the university level, that assistance must continue going up, because you get people who struggle, who want to be encouraged, who want to be inspired on how to come up with research publications. So the key thing is for the professors to work with their students, doing joint research work, doing various things together, and until you pass on the baton stick to them. And as you do certain work together with students, you find later on they mature, they begin to do certain things on their own, they begin to do more discoveries and more innovations, more than yourself. So the key thing is teamwork. It's always important to work with families and people at community level to identify skills, help those that are disadvantaged in particular, and push them up in many other ways, and continue to train people in many ways. And I would also not, not forget to mention that sometimes it's wiser to work with the governments to assist in poverty alleviation, where you avail yourself as part of national duty, not necessarily for monetary purposes, but monetary duty to say, look, I understand you want to do a policy in this area, but I can come in as an academic, I can work with your people and do this, this, and that. So when you do that, now you begin to influence policy formulation processes. And you then get involved also in influencing and how the policy itself can benefit the disadvantaged people and poor people in many ways. And in the process, you find even resources then can become channeled for the benefit of the people in communities in many other areas. So these are some of the things that, let me just conclude by saying there's one example I did in Zimbabwe, where we introduced the information kiosks deep in the villages away from towns and cities. So I worked closely with the government, developed the ICT policies, then went on to say, let's go into the communities, identify areas where we can put up computer labs for the benefit of the school children and those that are in those areas. With time, you find people started using those information kiosks and centers almost more or less in the same way as it is that in communities. So that transformed the communities and it helped people, and it continues to assist them in many other ways. Thank you so much for that good question. Okay.
Great, Professor Gabriel. We have more questions here.
Sure, that's all right.
There's a question here from Boniface, who asks about today's youth and whose interest in education is being gradually drowned in the quest for quick money provided by the entertainment industry. How do you respond to this?
Yeah, yes, this is a very interesting question. It's a challenge we face in our communities where as educators, you want to encourage people to pursue education, to go through and complete their studies. But there is always competition of attention. And you find that most of the students and the younger people, sometimes they then easily get attracted to the entertainment industry and the ways of making money very easily. And so it's a struggle that we always get. And so the approach that is required, that is effective, is an education and awareness process where you have to sell the need for skills and competencies in certain professions, where you want to inspire the young people, not necessarily to make easy and quick monies in the streets after 2-3 days and then many things change, but you want to encourage them to look at the long-term development and long-term careers in a way. So there's always a need to, to be talking to the other younger people, talking to the groups, and particularly if they're already organized as groups and so on. It's important to talk to their communities and leadership to encourage them so that they don't get overtaken and get the attention taken by entertainment and quick ways of making money. Because some of the children that have, young people that have fallen victim of such things, in the end, in the negative side, they end up now taking drugs and taking advantage of in the street. So street life is always rough and it's not always safe. And so we always want to encourage our children, we talk to them, encourage young people to say, let's develop something that can create a legacy. Let's establish businesses. Let's go to school. Let's have something in the long term. So it's an educational awareness program that you want to look at. Even those who are interested in earning a living in the entertainment business, you still can visit them and help them and encourage them that even in entertainment, there are certain formal ways of developing their career, developing these things in the long term. So education becomes important in polishing whatever skills and abilities they have. Others are very good musicians, but even in that process, in the musical industry, you want them to look at even taking music in a bigger way so that they get broadened in terms of knowledge of that area. And so that you move them back into the line so that they begin to understand the importance of the framework of education in every other area. But it's always a battle we are facing from time to time, most of our communities, where some of the youths are particularly interested in making quick monies in the streets, rise for entertainment, which has no future. And or whose future is always unpredictable. And this is why we always want to sell education, to say, in all these things, in the long term, education becomes important because there are certain drastic changes that can happen in nations, in countries, and so on. So if people are empowered, they're equipped, they can still redefine, they can see, they're able to come up with a new course of action in certain ways. Because the purpose of education is to teach people to think, to come up with new solutions, to be very original in many situations. And these are some of the things we have to sell and encourage our young people to move away from the streets and get back into the formal ways of doing things. Thank you very much for that very good question.
The next question comes from Asafi Nuruddin, who talks about what was the legacy that you received from your parents, and is it good to change the legacy for the children, for the next generations?
Right. Wow, this is a fascinating question you're asking. From my parents, there are two things that I learned. I grew up in a blessed family where both my parents were always, talking so much of the importance of education. In our communities where we grew up, where I grew up in Harare, particularly well before independence, these were communities that were generally very poor communities, disadvantaged in many ways. And so my parents would see the difficulties they went through in their life, that if they'd been educated, then they could have lived a better life. So to them, education was a way of opening up the minds and opening up capabilities. And so that's why they kept on talking about that. And I thank God that I took that, and I took education more seriously than anything else in the family, to provide that leadership and run with it, and so that we be able to. So I learned a lot from my parents, the need to take education seriously. And then number two, the second issue that goes into legacy that I also picked up from my parents was the issue of integrity and love. Just that you need to be yourself. You need to be a person of integrity in everything that you do. Stand on your word and do many things. And that taught me a lot of things that in communities that we grew up, especially in big cities like Harare, they're just like, like Nairobi and Lagos and so on. If you're growing in such communities as a young child, there has to be something inside you, certain ways of learning to separate yourself from street lives. Because a lot of young people are roaming in the streets. Some of them don't want to go to school and so on. So it's always important then to look at yourself to say, but I'm not of this personality. So the legacy that I learned from the parents was that it's important then also to preserve your own integrity, preserve certain values we have. There are certain African values that we grew up with, which I would want to continue also to pass on to the next generations. That there are certain values in which you care so much about people in your own communities. It's not just, life is not just about yourself and yourself and yourself, but there's always needed to love the people that are around you, make a contribution, help others. It's more satisfying. And these are the things I learned from the parents, that which I want to pass on to the next generation to have an impact. If you can assist someone in a given day, you will make life different. If you can assist a student to go through a particular difficult phase in life, that assistance is of great significance, not only for yourself, but for the life you are preparing. So helping others is always a good thing. And I always look back that even in myself, as I grew up in school and so on, I was always helping other classmates with assignments. I was in fact, from primary school, I was essentially like a teacher, teach others. And throughout universities, everywhere I went, I always, whenever there are difficult assignments, I'll talk to the colleagues and say, let's discuss. I've got some ideas. So I always volunteered to help others, always volunteered to solve the problems for them. And so this is a legacy I think we should be able to create also, where we avail ourselves, whatever skills, capabilities, and other things we have. When we step out our way to help people around us, we can make the world very different. So some of these lessons come from my background, and others I've learned also to be able to assist and pass on to say, no, I think even for our own children, I think let them work very hard, let them learn to care for other people so that we don't have problems of selfishness or selflessness, as we were discussing a little earlier on, which is always a problem in our modern generations. But we want to open them up and encourage them to look at the world in a positive way so that they make a contribution quickly, and so that we can solve the problems around us and not wait for someone from far away. Thank you for that very good question.
Professor Gabriel Gabanda,
Yeah.
with everything that you've done and all the organizations you've been a part of, how does somebody get involved in organizations?
All right. It's a good question. You see, with organizations, most organizations have certain needs. They have certain things they want to solve, certain problems they want to solve, get solved. And so the approach to take most of the time is to orient your skills, your capabilities in a manner which can be able to solve a problem for an organization or a system. And so when you then approach them to say, I know you want to do this, but I can make a contribution, and my contribution may come in this way. So by offering and availing yourself, not just about your background, but going an extra mile to say, I can work with your team, I can help, we can work together to develop this and that. If you sell the end product, the end result, the achievement, the accomplishment which the organization would achieve, you find most organizations are very open. They can gladly accept you as an advisor or to assist them develop strategic plans. Like some of the organizations that I've assisted, you find I can approach them to say, you are a new university, a new this, I can be able to assist you to come up with a strategic plan and do this other thing. So sometimes then they compare you with other reputable companies. And I said, look, my approach is different. So you then have to sell yourself, you have to demonstrate now and work hard. Even the proposal that you submit and the proposal that you give in all those areas, you need to get into the organization by selling the solutions which they are looking for. And when they've given you an opportunity, then you must deliver. Once you deliver for the first time, you are now already inside the organization. You now have an eyesight now that enables you to see other problems that were around. And then when you've delivered the first time, you can then take it another level to say, now we've done this thing, can we go to stage number 2? I've noticed this, and you sell the idea and the help men other things. So this is how we get into organizations. I've done, and I've always seen it working well for various organizations and even other group of companies. I've been a consultant to big groups of companies, and so you start penetrating at a lower level. You sell yourself, particularly at the board level. If you can get access to that, do a wonderful presentation, sell yourself, promise real solutions that are practical, and then demonstrate that this works. And if you then get the opportunity, you don't have to do the work yourself on your own. If it is a business problem or consulting work, you can assemble a team, come up with a team. There are certain areas you are not very strong at. And so in your team now, you can get some people who are sharpshooters in certain areas, and your team now can win. And when you move in now to offer a solution, you find your solution will now be a very complete and comprehensive solution because we are able to harness all these skills and contributions from different areas. So this is where you always position ourselves. So I would also say that we must also continue building up our profile. Most organizations want to be associated with people that have got an acceptable profile, a profile they can take seriously. So we have to take some years, we have to take a couple of months building up the profile, demonstrate this. And when you've done certain good things, certain areas, keep on adding these things onto your profile. And with time, doors can be opened and you demonstrate and you continue to prove many ways. Thank you, Dr. Edward Lam.
Matthew Tutkol, you can activate your microphone.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Edward Lambert, for giving me the floor. And I would like also to thank Dr. Kabanda for the nice experience sharing. My name is Matthew. I'm a student at the AIU pursuing my PhD in public health, and originally from South Sudan. So I have two questions, or comment rather. The first thing is, since we are now adapting and we are in a 21st century where the internet era and the distant learning is trying to take shape, how can we make sure that we utilize the distant learning to achieve one's potential? So some areas you may find, for example, the connectivity is not that strong for you to get connected to the online learning. How can such a people try to benefit from the distant learning? That's one question. The second aspect is for Dr. Kabanda, you have done a very tremendous job on sharing your experience and doing a lot of publication. And for you to connect actually with the outside world, you need to show or share what you have learned. So for those who are just trying to take the baby steps on how they can do the publications, what advice could you give them so that they can be able to do a lot of research and share their knowledge with the outside world? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that very good question, Matthew. The very first question concerning distance education in the internet era, this is an area I'm very much experienced in, having, because of my experience in working and managing a university for many years in this area. But one of the things that you see and we learn to do is to encourage people to learn, to study for degree programs, particularly with the distance education, because the convenience of distance education is convenience in terms of time, in your own space, and many other things, regardless of the technology or facilities that may be around. And so the way to do it then would be in certain communities. There's always a need to have access to internet connectivity, if you can have access to it. But where it's not available, there are also approaches we can take which are offline. And the offline mode allows us to access and have access to and be able to get learning materials or resources in the form of physical books or other things that have been accessed by others, which you can have. And what you always encourage those who are doing distance education is that, particularly in environments where the internet connectivity is always a challenge, particularly in certain parts in Africa, as you go outside the big cities, internet access is always a problem. And so for those who are learning in those communities outside big cities and so on, we always encourage them, and I always encourage them to get access to, if they can have access to learning materials as hard copies, wherever they can, or any other backups which are offline, that even wherever they are, whether they are CDs or many other things, they can learn and continue to read and research using whatever they've accessed offline. And whenever they get an opportunity later on of connecting whenever they get an opportunity to connect with the internet, then they can catch up and do the many rest. So distance education can be done in both synchronous and asynchronous mode. You can be able to do it online and also when you're not online. And the good thing also, even if you take an example like Atlantic International University, they've got this model already well defined and polished. But there are sometimes when you are not able to do a lot of online interaction most of the time because of the internet challenges and so on, but you can prepare your assignments offline and so on, then load them and send them more or less like the way you put emails. And that particular route and approach is common and is an approach which we encourage, particularly in environments where people are not always online all the time. So the encouragement is to assemble, to gather as much of the learning materials as possible offline, which you can study and research and do that. And distance education is the way to go. The future of education is in distance education. You can even see after COVID-19, the way it disrupted the formal face-to-face interaction. Face-to-face interaction was totally disrupted by COVID-19. And people now had to revert back. They started now looking at ways of now looking for how they can proceed to learn using e-learning. where they are not very, in close contact with the lecturer or the teacher. The teacher is now at a distance, and that is distance education. And so, and the future is going to be dominated more, by that. What you've gone through COVID-19 is shaping the future of education in terms of making sure that e-learning and online learning becomes the de facto mode of delivery in learning institutions. So this is the way to go and encourage people, regardless of wherever they are. Those that are in disadvantaged communities, you want to help them to have access to physical materials in libraries that have got some stocks, and others who can download for them in big cities. They can always bring them to them as a way of helping them. So I think that really can be able to. I have been, been privileged to assist a few people in Sudan. I've worked through the African Council of Decent Education and worked with 2 or 3 universities in Sudan, and understand the picture that is there, which is quite common in most African countries. We can reach out to people that are deep in communities, even in farm, in rural areas. They can study and do a degree, even if they don't have hardly, access to internet. Then I can go on to the next question you asked. The next question was
Professor Gabriel
yes.
Kabanda.
Yes,
we've actually run out of time.
Oh, all right.
So we're ready to go on to the next presenter.
All right. Okay. That's my last comment on this one concerning the second question. That to assist those who are doing publications, who want to do research, the best way would be to join and work with other established researchers, work with the professors, attend conferences. And I think attending conferences, symposium, and then other areas where papers are being presented opens up people's mind. And they begin now, after that, they are challenged to go and research and come up with papers similar to those that have been presented very well. And so it's always important to work with upcoming researchers by teaming up with them, encouraging them, getting them involved in symposia and so on. Thank you so much, Dr. Edward Lambert, for the opportunity to respond to the questions.
And thank you so much, Professor Gabriel Kabanda. Please stay in chat and continue to speak with people in chat.
Yeah.
So Professor Gabriel Kabanda will be in chat. You can ask questions and continue the conversation there. Thank you so much. I think for one way to understand your presentation is get involved, get moving. And like you say, find solutions to the problems that organizations have. And that way you can grow into organizations. Wonderful insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I will share my presentation with you right now. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, let's move on to our next presenter. Where are you, Jean? Jean, where are you? You were there a second ago.
Yes, thank you very much.
There you are.
I'm
looking for you.
Yes, it's me, I think.
Do you have a presentation? Do you want me to? Can you share your
Yes, I
screen?
have
Or
it now.
do you want me to share your
Allow me
presentation?
to share my screen. Yeah.
Okay, you have. Do you see below the
Yes.
ability to share your screen?
Okay, thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the 9th online symposium of Atlantic International University. The theme of this symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. And my name is Dr. Edward Lambert. I'm hosting the event. And we're now moving on to our next presenter, who is Jean Damour Niyi Tanginge.
Yes, thank you
Who is
very
getting
much.
the presentation ready. How are you today, Jean Damour?
I'm very fine. How are you? I greet every audience and participants from this presentation. And I think my name is Jean Damour Niyi Tanginge. Maybe I'm sorry that I don't have more history to say, but focusing on the topic. Actually, I'm Rwandan. I have born in 1990, and I'm married now. Presently, I am a teacher. I'm a teacher in secondary school. So just before continuing, I wanted to play this. I'm very sorry. Host can help me to make a slide.
Yeah, I see that your presentation is not appearing.
And I note that I have not a strong network. It is like unstable.
I will go ahead and share your presentation then. So go ahead and stop sharing. And I will bring up your presentation.
Yes, a host, please can you help me to present as I see there is. Oh my God.
Yes, I'm finding your presentation now.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened for this presentation. Oh my God. Yes, I'm sorry I don't see the slide show. Maybe a host can help me so that my presentation can move. Okay, so let me restart this so that I can see if it will work.
Just 1 second, we're having a little difficulty in bringing up the presentation. There we go. Okay, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, can see the presentation. Figures usually.
Jean Damour, your presentation is up. You can give your presentation now. It looks as though Jean Damour has lost connection to the internet.
Yes, I think we can hear him.
Yes, I do not see him on the list now. Oh, that's what happened. His connection was lost.
Yes.
This happens on the internet, so that's what was happening. So we will wait a second for him to come back. Renato. Yes. Renato is the tutor that is with. Renato, do you see that Jean Damour has come back?
No, I don't see him at the moment now, Dr. Edward, but definitely we'll be in the lookout so that once he does come back, we can get him back to do his presentation.
Yes. So in the meantime, it may just be a minute or two for Jean Damour to come back, to reconnect. In the meantime, let's open up the floor to whoever wants to make a comment. Go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll wait for Jean Damour to come back. We're talking about your legacy for future generations. We've heard from Dr. Joshua Babatunde and Professor Gabriel Cabanda. Does anybody else want to make a comment? State a question.
Dr. Mukuru, I see maybe Dr. Mukuru.
Here, Angel Che, you have the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you very well. Does anybody else hear very well?
I don't know.
A little better.
Good morning, everyone. This is Angel from Belize in Central America.
Our connection is not good.
Yeah, your connection is not good. When you talk, there's a lot of static. But try to go.
All right. As I was saying, this is Angel from Belize in Central America. I just want to give thanks to AIU for this invitation to participate in this first symposium.
The voice is not clear.
Yeah. Angel Che, I would suggest writing your question or comment in chat because we cannot hear your sound very well.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Mukuru, would you like to say something, Dr. Mukuru?
Yes. I'm happy to join this conference, and I greet all colleagues and doctors who are present. Really, it is a time of technology whereby our youth, the college students and universities, they have to see how they can use the availability of the technology usage in developing actually the solutions. Whether we are in education or whether we are in business, now we are shifting to the establishment of new solutions developed from the availability technology which we have around us. For example, now our youth, they should think about how they can join the electronic businesses or e-commerce, whereby people, they have platforms where they can advertise and even they can sell their products when they are far away on a low cost. On the side of our technology world, now people, they are sitting very far, but they can actually have a market around the globe. Take a case, Amazon, they have made a lot of dollars just selling the products of others using their platforms and their websites. So I think as to advise the youth, whether you are not taking the courses in computer science and IT, but even people who are in business, they approach those people who have such skills and they develop for them the platforms, all the systems which they use to sell and market their products. That's why nowadays universities and colleges, they're trying to shift from actually having 100% face-to-face, but they're trying to develop more solutions to see that they make learning online interactive, and even developing more models which they can use in science to demonstrate what was supposed to be done in the laboratories, other than buying equipments and piling them in rooms and chambers. But people, they are trying to see a go ahead, how they can develop solutions from the side of technology, and mainly now IT leading the field. So I think as we talk of the legacy of our time, we are not working the traditional way, but we are shifting from tradition to the new, I can say the new world of technology, where now we are trying to apply more solutions, developing solutions, innovations, to make sure that we make our world smart and the way how we are working smart. So on my side, I'm actually enjoying the way how now universities are trying to shift, delivering their lessons and lectures online using the available apps like Microsoft Teams, like the Zoom, and so many others are coming. So, which means our universities and colleges, they should have more interactive platforms where students are supposed to interact while when they are still at home, to avoid movements and even cutting down the costs. Thank you, Dr. Edward.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to Ibrahim Muhammad Koroma. Please, do you have something to say? Ibrahim? Ibrahim Muhammad, do you have something to say? You have the floor. Aaron Boma? Aaron Boma, do you have a comment, question? You have the floor. Go ahead and unmute your microphone. Unmute your microphone. Here, let me try.
Can you share something to us about the legacy? That is Dr. Edwin from AIU. You know, they're in a conference.
Ibrahim Muhammad, are you able to talk? No, we cannot hear you. Let's go to Bayo Olajide. Are you able to talk? Bayo Olajide?
Dr. Lambert.
Hello, please.
Yes, Dr. Lambert.
Talk with us.
Good afternoon. And yes, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. On this side of the, I'm speaking from Uganda, though I am in Nigeria, but I live in Uganda. And I'm a student of AIU, studying civil engineering. You know, I have already sent you a private question regarding the online studying, especially when you are studying engineering related courses that requires you to go to the field and do some practical work. Then after getting the certificate online, in this part of the world, this Africa, my concern is how tenable is this certificate using it in this part of the world to secure good jobs. That's my question. And this is the question that I've been bothering me since I started, and I almost finished my degree course. Thank you. That question goes to Dr. Lambert, if you could please.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much for your words. Jean Damour is now back with us.
Yes, I face the challenge of low connectivity, which is unstable.
Yes, let me bring your presentation back up.
Yes.
Okay, please continue. When you need to change the slide, just let me know.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I actually have your presentation. Oh, can you do your presentation?
Yes, I have it now.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Are you getting me?
Yes, Mr. Jean, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I think you understand me and you listen to me well.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Jean. And your presentation
Okay,
is
thank
open.
you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm Jean Amour Nitangihe. I'm an AIU student, master degree in higher education management. I'm Rwandan. Yes, after hearing the topic to present, I have been incited concerning rigas. Rigas, the next. Rigas is a big philosophy that you can make a detail, but in this presentation, I think it is as a peer learning. I will present you what rigas just in my profession or my career as an educator. Actually, I'm a teacher, secondary teacher in Rwanda. I'm a bachelor, graduated, but master's not yet now. And at my level, I think I have rigas and its meaning. There are many things that I have done for next generation. Continuing this, Hosta, you will help me to just to
Hello,
go
Jean de
next.
Moore.
I don't know.
I think
Yes.
I will do your presentation. I'll share your presentation from my screen.
Okay, you go.
I got this. So you can tell me when to change the slide.
Yes, after 3 minutes only.
Okay.
About 2 minutes. Yes, slide number 2. Yes. Slide number 2. Slide 2. The second slide. Second slide.
Definitely.
The second slide. Yes.
And this is the first time you
Which slide are you looking for?
I see this is a slide.
Right
it
here.
Goes to slide number 1.
This is slide number 1.
Yes.
Slide number 2.
Yes. Yes.
What do you want?
Do you want to? Is this the slide that you need?
The previous one.
The previous one. This is slide number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Just as I told the audience, I'm a secondary teacher and educator. Actually, I don't have more histories to say, but to concern about legacy that I will leave for the future generation. As you see,
How are you?
yes, yes. As you see, as a secondary teacher, just I live. I'm together with the learners, youth that develop their skills. I help them to develop their skills. We know that we have been challenged by COVID-19, and from that one, by using face-to-face teaching and learning activities, it comes problems. Then from that, we tried to integrate technology in education. As an educator, you go next. You go next slide, sir. Yes. As an educator, just my legacy lie in education, where I tried to train more than 10,000 of teachers about integrating ICT in education by using online tools, those of Google, and the tools that we find in Microsoft, where they are Microsoft Teams, they are Microsoft Forms, and so on. You go next. Yes, next. Yes. When we say legacy, just we understand the vision that we can make. And this one, I'd like to share my capital. This is because of our legacy participation, contribution, and being responsive citizen. You go next. Yes, with this presentation concerning legacy, I would like to share you this short video so that we can understand more what is the legacy.
How government functions and how we can engage it. In this video, we explain the concept of responsive citizenship. What do we mean by responsive citizenship? To be responsive means to react, to answer, or to respond to matters that are of interest. People are responsive when they are actively participating in matters that affect them. While citizenship is often linked to legally recognized nationality, in this context, citizenship refers to an individual who is a member of society in a particular community. Responsive citizenship, therefore, refers to members of the community who actively participate in the realization of their rights and the fulfillment of their duties. What does the right to public participation mean for government? When South Africa became a constitutional democracy, its governance framework changed from one that was racially exclusive to one that is broadly representative, in the sense that all South African citizens have the right to vote and to participate in democratic decision-making processes. South Africa's constitution requires public administration to foster participatory democracy on the basis of informed and empowered citizenship. Thus, participatory democracy means that citizens have not only the right to vote in national, provincial, or local government elections, but also to ongoing and regular interaction with the institutions and the elected people that represent them. This is reflected in the preamble of our Constitution, which states that our Constitution lays the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people. Especially local government plays a very important role in participatory democracy. Our municipalities are focused on providing infrastructure and services which influence our day-to-day lives directly. Our Constitution therefore requires municipalities to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations and respond to people's needs. According to local government legislation, municipalities must develop a culture of community participation by creating mechanisms, processes, and procedures for community participation, communicating information to the community, giving notice of meetings of the municipal council to the public, allowing admission of the public to these meetings, making certain documents available to the public, establishing a website and place information thereon. What does the right to public participation mean for community members?
Then next.
Citizenship does not only require the government to provide opportunities.
Yes, from this video, I would like to focus on the meaning to me, legacy. Legacy just is to think or is to contribute, is to be responsive, is to construct a future generation. From that video, we have seen how can people be responsive. So from that, I can say everyone has a career or professional where just from the experience of this pandemic, we have to work hard. We have to work hard so that we contribute, we satisfy our future generation. So, me as an educator, a teacher, I just try to, by integrating technology in education, so that we mitigate the effect of pandemics, so that we enable learners to adapt it to the 21st century learning design and develop skills like collaboration skills, skilled communication, self-learning, problem solving, real problem solving and innovation, the use of ICT in learning and so on. Then I have done more to my concern according to my profession. You go next. Yes. Good. As you see, I have been on this picture by using face-to-face education and online education, which is blended learning, just in our secondary schools. I tried also to be a trainer for my fellows teachers so that they can gain skills to integrate ICT in education, as you see in that picture. And from 2019, just I trained more than 10,000 teachers to how integrate ICT in education for empowering quality education and improving performance. You go next.
¿Y esos otros?
Y estos, hay otros que son de tecnología láser, que prácticamente no dispersan.
Yes, as I told them, by integrating teaching and learning, just in our country, we were still using face-to-face learning, where it was a hard work just to evaluate learners, to assess learners, but now we try to contribute, we try to train all teachers and even learners so that we can adapt to the change, that we can also access inclusive education by integrating ICT in education. You go next. Go next. Yes. Sometimes there are some ones that think that technology can make a bad change to the education but by integrating technology in education, we can improve quality education.
Apple ahora está teniendo los nuevos años.
I think we lost him, Dr. Edward.
Yes, it appears we have lost Jean Damour.
Yes.
Again. I do not see him in the list. Do you see him, Renato?
No, I don't see him either.
Yeah, this is common. So if anybody's writing and drawing on the presentation, please do not do this. It is not respectful. It is not very good. So if you, whoever did that, if you can clear your screen, that will be removed.
Hello, you are able, the host, you are able to disable the person who is doing it. All you have to do is go in more and then you disable the person who is doing the writing on the screen. That is the host.
Okay, so hello, Dr. Renee, I hear you. So you go into more and then what does it see there? Disable annotation for others, is that it?
Good, disabled, right? And then it can also show the name of the person who is messing the screen. So you can hit that button as well.
Yeah, I did not catch the name of the annotator. So
what you can do now, you can go in reactions and you can look for the button that says clear screen, and it will clear the marking.
hey, thank you so much.
Welcome.
We learned something.
Always
new.
good to have you around, Dr. Renee Level.
Oh, that was Jennifer.
Is that Jennifer?
Jennifer Anderson.
Okay. I can't see you, I can only hear. So your name is Jennifer?
Jennifer.
Okay, thank you so much. Where are you from?
Hereby.
Okay, thank you. Renato, has Jean Demour come back yet?
No, Dr. Edward, I still have not seen him. So unless you want to open up the floor just for a couple of questions, we'll give him a couple of minutes to see if he comes back.
Yes. I have to get back to the screen. I can't see everybody. There. So while Jean Demour is coming back, does anybody have, we have a hand raised from iPhone. If anybody has some comments to make, we are having some technical difficulties during this presentation. Jean Demour is losing his connection. So that happens. As you know, when you live, wherever you live, the internet has good days and bad days. Lula Mile, Given, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Doc, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't have to start the video, eh? Or should I?
No. Don't start the
Okay,
video.
no, that's fine. Okay, no, that's fine. Great. I think I am very impressed with Jean's contribution or presentation thus far. Especially with respect to a decision or an aspiration, to be a responsible citizen. Because I believe basically the fundamental responsibility of a teacher or of an educator is that of growing, developing, nourishing, and schooling these young ones towards responsible adulthood so that they are able to fill their rightful positions in society and be of essence to the society, which therefore implies that if he aspires to be a responsible citizen, then he's setting a good precedent for others to follow suit, including generations to come. For me, I think that's a very positive contribution for future generations. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you so much. Let's go now to iPhone. Are you ready to talk? Give you a chance. Obadiah, can you talk?
Juliet? Juliet, can you hear us? Anyone else would like to speak, like to ask a question?
Yeah, this is Mercy from Nigeria.
Okay, please, Mercy, the stage is all yours.
Thanks. I just want to commend the presenter. Actually, it's a good idea. It's a great achievement he has made. Training about 1,000 teachers, giving them the necessary skills to be expert.
Mercy, can you hear us? We lost your audio. Mercy? I believe we lost Mercy. Your audio, Dr. Edward. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, Mercy. Please continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, my dear. Please continue.
Okay, just a brief commendation to the last presenter. Like I said, that is a great achievement. At least making 1,000 teachers to leverage skills that could make them expert teachers. It's a great win. So, like I said, the challenge could be some of us who are not in the secular school. That avenue of assessing teachers may be a bit difficult, but that was a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy, for sharing that with us. We really appreciate it. Dr. Edward, would you like to ask somebody in Spanish? I know we have a couple of Spanish students.
Do we have somebody here who has a question in Spanish?
Héctor Rivera, señor Héctor Rivera, ¿tiene una pregunta?
Sí, gracias. Puede ser en inglés, lo puedo hacer en inglés, en español. First, I want to congratulate the previous professor for his achievements. And also, I want to thank you, AIU, for giving us the opportunity to know what people from other countries are doing. So I think that's a great opportunity for all of us to learn something different. Okay, right now I'm working with gifted children here in Puerto Rico. So being as an educator, it's a great, not only a pleasure, but it's a great responsibility to form those kids in matter that they can do something more for their country. So finally, I want to thank all of you for having this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Héctor. ¿Alguien más en español quisiera hablar, quisiera hacer una pregunta en español? Nadie.
Okay, let's move on to Grace Simba.
Hello.
Hello, Grace Simba. Do you have a comment, question? Yes.
Just to contribute on what my colleague has presented. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate what AIU is doing and for really bringing this such good idea on legacy. Coming back to what my colleague was presenting, actually, I like the person. He has got a very brilliant idea on responsive citizen by transferring the technology. So, and integrating technology to the future generation. So I just looked at the first presenter actually was talking about e-business and the advancement of the technology, which actually it's now the global agenda or topic that even now we're just reaching each other because of technology. So I'm sure this was a legacy by someone as well. And now we are able to really work or study virtually, although we don't meet physically, but I guess this was a legacy by someone. So
sí. Por las empresas que le dio el viejo, le
Sorry?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So what my colleague was really bringing here is the output of what he's doing actually physically from the field. So as we are learning, I think this one, it has been a very good example to learn on the output because what we said about 10,000 teacher is not 10,000 student or community is not a joke. He has got a long journey to go, and he's still making up. And we are assuming he will win a huge community, and the essence of legacy will be realized. So I really appreciate on what he has presented, and together with the comment from the other colleagues on e-business and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for sharing that with us. Dr. Edward,
let's go on to
else?
Jennifer Anusim. Jennifer, can you activate your microphone?
I'm very sorry. That was an error. I'm very sorry. I didn't even realize it was.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Miriam Abukalaf.
Yes, sir.
Please, do you have a question, comment?
Hello. No, hello, everybody. Nice to meet you.
You can't do this one as well. Because they need to tell you the capital. And in particular equipment power by that you use. I don't think this is working.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you.
Hello, please.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Miriam. I'm Miriam Abu Khalaf, and I'm Jordanian, but I'm working in Egypt.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, and nice to meet you all. And I'm one of the students of the AIU. I finished my master's degree in education some years ago, and I'm preparing my PhD also in the same university, in the AIU too. I would like to share my experience with teaching online in Egypt with the whole group, if it is possible.
How much time do you need for that?
5 minutes.
Actually, we don't have 5 minutes. We only have a minute or two.
1 minute, it's okay. I'm just want to tell you what experience I faced in Egypt with the students, and just sharing my opinion and my experience with you.
Yeah, keep it to about
Okay.
1 minute so we can get everybody
No problem.
else in here. We have about, just 1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Okay, that's it. I started teaching in Egypt in 16 years ago. I got married in here, and I started my job in schools, and then teaching children were not that easy job, but it was really fantastic and amazing with me. Then we started last year because of the COVID-19. Students sat home, and we started our online teaching, and it was not easy for these students for lots of reasons. Reason number one, internet was not that, the possibility of having internet in several places was not good. Some teachers were not able to know what is teaching online, and some other technical problems with the schools and so on. But in my school, my colleagues and I, we just sat and we said that we have to continue teaching the children, because actually, if they sat home for more than 1 month, all our efforts and job is gonna be like starting from zero. So we created some programs and some kinds of sheets, games, and excuse me.
Please, I just try and keep it a little shorter, because we got another person to talk, and then we have to go to our next presenter.
Okay, that's it. I just want to tell you that it's the whole process.
So, but what we are saying is this minor work that we are even fighting for.
What I'm trying to tell you that the whole process is going. The whole process and the challenge is going to teachers, because they are the ones who are gonna create a new generation who can learn with online or offline. That's all what I'm want to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping this theme of education alive. because our presenter was going to talk about education. So
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Khurshid Akhtar.
Yes,
Please.
doctor, I'm very thankful to you and very happy to see you. You are my advisor in doing PhD. I did the PhD in computer science, you remember? I enrolled in 2004 and I cleared in 2017. And you was my advisor, and I am very happy, and I am working here since 32 years in the education in King Abdul Aziz University, Saudi Arabia. And I trained more than 30,000 students. And it's going on you also, because you are my advisor. And you helped me to clear my PhD because there was some problem on the submissions also, but you told no, you have sufficient credit and you can get the certification also. And I got the PhD certificate. And I did in India also. This is my second certificate.
So as we help each other, we're helping the future generations. Do you agree?
Yeah, but doctor, there is the one thing I want to help AIU. If you are interested to start the branch here in Saudi Arabia, I can help you because I joined one institution and I am dean of that institution. And Saudi Arabia, they open the possibility to open the branches. And if you are interested, we can send you some proposals. If you are accepted, then we can go ahead.
Please send us your proposals.
Yeah, because a lot of PhD students, they need the PhD online, because now before the Saudi, they are not accepting the online certifications. But now because of the COVID pandemic, it is, you can say it is the privilege also. It is like a curse, a boon also, both. It means no, online they are accepting. It means you have good chance to open the branch here and I can help you, doctor. I'm very happy and thankful to you.
Please.
And actually, I prepared the, doctor, one thing more. I prepared the presentations for the legacy, but because of the National Day, I'm very busy. I could not join. But inshallah, next time when anything happens, I will join, inshallah, your presentation also.
Thank you. Thank you for talking and sharing with us. Please send your proposals. We now have to move on to our next presenter. So Jean Demour was not able to finish his presentation. And so we will make his presentation available in chat so that you can see what he was going to present. Okay?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hello. Welcome to the 9th online symposium from AIU, Atlantic International University. My name is Dr. Edward Lambert, hosting this event, and we have the theme of My Legacy to Future Generations. We are now going to move to our next presenter, Dr. Carol Tillman, who is now becoming available to talk. Dr. Tillman, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we have a little echo in your sound.
There. Hi.
Hi. Maybe what I need to do is I'm going to mute my microphone and see if there's still an echo.
I don't know. Is there an echo from me?
Yeah, there's an echo. It's okay. We can still understand what you're saying. Are you on the screen showing?
I am on the screen. I would like to put my presentation up.
Go ahead and share your screen.
Hey, there we go.
There it goes.
There it goes. It worked.
How are you today, by the way?
I'm quite well. I'm actually sitting in an apartment in New York City. As you can see behind me, I am returning to Israel later this evening. The semester starts in 2 weeks, so I have to go back and prepare some lesson plans and see my family. So there you have it. I'm just going to go ahead and start talking. I was very interested in one of the previous speakers who commented on teaching on Zoom. I believe she's in Jordan now. She's Egyptian, she's in Jordan now. but we also taught last year on Zoom, and I teach the college level, more college level than I do younger children at the moment. And it was an experience. There were internet outages, there were videos, yes, and voice, no, but somehow we managed to get through the entire semester. And it was fascinating. It was a lot of learning, a lot of coordinating amongst teachers and students in as to how to present the material, and then also to give them final exams. It was fascinating. It really was, and I'll just leave it at fascinating. Okay, creating a legacy through teaching. Yes, I teach. I enjoy teaching. I've been teaching probably close to 40 years. There's always ups and downs in teaching, and you always want to, no, I missed too many. You always want to do the best you possibly can. So I'm going to start with my own childhood and what I saw from my parents and my family as far as educating and creating a legacy. When I was growing up, I saw that every time my father sat down, it was with a book in one hand and a cup of coffee on the table next to a cigarette. Let's forget the cigarette because I don't smoke and nobody else in the family did. But he always had a book and he had a cup of coffee and he crossed his legs and he sat down and he read a book. That's what I heard from a lot of my father's years when I was a child. If he had a chance to take a nap on the weekends in between work and whatever, and I was sent to wake him, he'd have a book open like this and his glasses on. Okay? Why did this make an impression upon me? I was a child growing up, and we always learn from our surroundings. This is part of our legacy. My dad was always with books. My brother was always reading. And it made me think, maybe this is a good thing. So I started reading. And I continued reading, and then I picked up music later in my life. All right, but that's a different point. Talking about the history of reading and how it's important. I was doing my usual thing in 4th grade. What does that mean? I had a textbook, and inside the textbook was a library book. That's how I went through elementary school, except one teacher was not so happy about me reading so much. What I wanted, and wanted me to pay attention to what she wanted. She walked around the classroom, took the library book, closed it, and left it on my desk. Fine. What happened after that? I went back to reading the book. Why is this not going up? It should go on the next slide. Oh, wait, maybe it's over here. There it is. Okay, why is this important? She came back because I continued to read. Not only did she close the book, she took it to her desk. And I had to go up after school and explain to her, I'm reading. She says, pay attention in class, read at home. Okay. My feeling is, the trials and tribulations of trying to read whenever I want, but I can't do it, obviously, in school. All of this just shows that not only my father's generation taught us to read, but I read. My siblings read. We had bookshelves, libraries of books in the house. I think one particular summer I walked up to our library and read almost everything in that branch library, except for science fiction. I'm not so crazy about science fiction, but my brother was. All right? Talking about family and legacy, what am I leaving my children? As a child, we didn't watch so much television at home. All right? We watched music events. That was about it. Concerts. I can remember listening to concerts from New York City on the TV, on the radio. Wonderful. My children also never watched so much TV. There were sports. There was reading books. I introduced them to reading. I used to sit and read to them at night. One of their favorite books years ago was Good Night Moon. It's just about a child going to sleep at night and saying good night to the moon, good night to the flowers, good night to the stars, and everything else around the child. My children, in turn, have grown up, gotten married. The grandchildren now have books of their own. And on the occasions when they come to visit, I have enough children's books that the beds are covered with the books, and sometimes you can't even find the child for the number of books that are covering the beds. The legacy goes on, reading, education. I even wrote a book about my grandchildren because it's part of the legacy. What do we do? When I think of my legacy, I continue to think of education. I've had the honor and privilege of teaching many students, both college level, elementary school level, as well as adults from various parts of the world, including Peru, Argentina, Brazil, Holland, England, France, Germany, Kenya, and America. I live in Israel. It's an international country. There are people from all over the world not only come to visit, but also to work, and then they need English. They need education. Their children need education in English. I've had a wonderful time teaching them. Yes, it's sometimes difficult in comprehension, but we do it. I've been teaching children and adults from around the world for over 30 years. And I've been teaching them both in English as a second language and also music. With your permission, I will start with my legacy in teaching music to children. These are all like little stories. Did I miss? No, I didn't. I didn't, Chef. I grew up in a household full of music. We were very fortunate. My parents learned music. We were all involved, both my siblings and myself were involved in musical groups, in performing. We were very, very, very fortunate. Our parents taught us that diligence, the work, and the hard work of preparing for concerts, recitals, and contests were always worthwhile. I continued with my musical career until I married and had a family and then put aside to raise our children. As our children grew older, they were introduced into the world of music lessons, regular practice, rehearsals, and concerts. Again, very fortunate that this is something our parents loved to grow up with in their house from their parents, my grandparents, to my parents, to our generation, to my children. There were various instruments, including drums, musicals, which was song and dance, and local folk dancing groups. They enjoyed it, they enjoyed and learned to appreciate the music, and that continued on in the next generation, again continuing the legacy of music and how to appreciate it and how to learn it. Okay, that next generation are actually my grandchildren. We have keyboards, we have recorders, we have mandolins, we have violins, a whole collection that comes and goes. And they love it. And they play for me, they play for their friends, they play for their school programs. It's another generation. The legacy goes on. One of my oldest grandchildren has recently married and took her instruments into her home. The ones that she had played and learned how to play, so that her daughter will eventually learn music. She already loves to dance, sing, and it's wonderful. Slide 3. Wait, I need to change slides. No. Oh, where did it go? Introduction. How does this go down? I'm sorry, I want to change. Ah, there it is. A music legacy. Now, being an English teacher as well as a music teacher gives me, I don't know, two different things to do in my life. My love of music is in my soul. English is what I do every day, but my music is with me all the time. It's something I pass on to my students, and for one particular student who I taught for 4 years, moved to another country with her family. They tried to find another piano teacher for this student. Very difficult. Why? I'm not sure. All I do is teach. But I put energy, fun, work, laughter, history into the lessons so that not only will the student remember what they've learned musically, but they will remember they had a great teacher and hopefully pass it on to more students as they become teachers. This particular student also sang. Since they could not find a piano teacher to suit their needs, i.e. someone that was similar to my teaching, she went back to singing in a choir, okay? No more piano lessons. But in addition to that, I've also been able to travel and visit some of my former students and see how they've improved, see what they're doing. The legacy just keeps in music in this instance. I have another student who played an instrument and wanted to join a national group, orchestra. She worked and worked and worked, extremely intelligent, extremely diligent. But rhythm and playing in rhythm was not the easiest thing for her. We worked and we worked, and she was finally accepted as she played clarinet and still plays clarinet, but they took 18 clarinet students for this orchestra, very big student, international in Europe. She was accepted as the 18th student. Easy. She worked on the music and went to the festival. They re-auditioned the clarinet students. She did so well at the second auditions that she moved up 7 chairs. She became a second clarinetist. What does this show? It just shows how much she wanted it, how much she learned, her hard work. She continued to play. Her children now play music. It's a legacy that goes on. This particular student was from Holland. She has a degree in engineering, and she lives in America. So she's all over the world. The music is all over the world. It's a wonderful thing. Another student who has continued on, not only in music, but also in dance. Very diligent. She advanced in her learning very rapidly because she wanted to achieve and she loved music. For high school, she moved away from home, which I thought would be the end of her music lessons. Not so much. Her parents arranged for me to go to her boarding school once a week, and I would give her a lesson. And on the weekends, she would come home. I would go to their house and teach. So there was no end to it. The music came and continued and continued. All right. She auditioned again for a music grade in her last year of high school and received a grade of 97. Quite good. Today, what does this person do to continue the legacy of music education and education in general? She is in charge, she's a band director in charge of a citywide music program. I've heard the bands that she teaches with. They are amazing. Her work is unbelievable. And watching her teach another generation to appreciate music is just a lot of music and a lot of education going on through another generation and another generation. Teaching students in any educational system always has additional and unusual students. I've taught students with disabilities, both in English and in music. In music, I taught her piano. The girl has cerebral palsy. She can walk, okay. Her left hand plays piano beautifully. Her right hand doesn't play as well. Not all the fingers work the way we want them to. I taught her how to play with the left hand and the fingers she could on the right hand. A lot of research. I'm also in the process of writing up this research in how I did it so that other people can learn from it. She continues to play, she continues to sing, and she enjoys it very, very, very much. We are on Zoom, we are on emails, we are in constant touch. But these are students with challenges. Let me go to this one. It's a lot of fun, it's a big challenge, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of research, but it's a lot of fun because at the end of it, you see what's been accomplished and then go on to continue in their teaching needs or in their musical needs. Students' challenges. We talked about music just now with that particular piano student. And now I would like to go over to talk about teaching English as a second language in college level or at college level. I teach English as a second language at a sports college, which means these are students who are either professional professional sports people, or they are going to become teachers of sport in schools, any level. All right. The requirement that we have now in our country is that every student at college level must have a certain proficiency of English. Therefore, all the colleges do teach English at different levels so that when you do graduate, you have a certain proficiency, you are able to communicate, you're able to read, to write, to understand, to do research on a computer in English, and to be able to go into different school systems and teach in English if the need arises. I think I started teaching in universities about almost 15 years ago. And I switched from one university to a different college. So now I'm in this sports college. And teaching English as a second language is an experience unto itself. It comes with great knowledge or it comes with very little knowledge. I have taught all the different levels. I consider myself able to do this from students who barely know the alphabet to students who are almost completely fluent in English as a second language, not as a first language. It's fascinating, it's challenging. Sometimes it's also frustrating, as I will talk about later. Along with teaching English, you also have in colleges students with disabilities, okay? Mostly physical disabilities at this point. So when you're on campus, you have students who are in wheelchairs, you have students on crutches, maybe after surgery of some sort. You have students that come with a sling from arm surgery. It's a sports college. They play every sport there is, I think. And as well as these, you also have students with different levels of hearing or sight limitations. You will have students who are deaf, who sight read, who lip read rather, okay? Or have hearing aids that help them hear just a little bit. Or you have students with sight limitations. I had one student this past semester who came with a seeing eye dog. The most beautiful, gentle dog ever. Would walk in with a student, sit down at his feet. The student had perfect hearing, he listened. His exams were given to him orally, and he did quite well. There are other students who, I had one student I had to do individual testing for. Again, he had seeing problems. So I take his exam, I take my exam, we go into a private room, and I start to read to him. He says, "You don't have to read the exam to me." I'm like, "But I thought that's what I was here for." He says, "No, I can see it." And he had glasses. But I have to show you exactly how far the paper was from his face. It was like this. Okay, like maybe 2 or 3 inches, less than 10 centimeters away from his face, but he could read it. He read the whole exam. He wrote his own answers. Albeit again, the page was on the table and he was doing this, but he wrote. And I gave the exam back to my boss, the department chair. She graded it, showed me he did it very well. I'm like, well, I just sat there and watched. Nothing else for me to do. But he did so well. Now, one semester, not so long ago, there were, my classes had mixed levels, mixed students. I had hearing disabilities, seeing disabilities, and one who came on crutches for post-surgery. But not only were these disabilities incorporated into the classes, we were teaching on Zoom. Teaching on Zoom that's into something completely different. Okay? It's, do you have internet? Why don't you have internet? I do have internet. Why is your screen so small? Oh, I'm driving home from work and the Zoom is in front of me. All right? Or walking home and Zoom is in front of me on the phone. Or they're in somebody else's house and they're using their Zoom. Or they're home with their parents and they're using the parents' Zoom. Quite often, the computer would be in the kitchen and there would be people walking behind them, both directions. All right? I finally limited and said to them, go into another room, not in the kitchen, no people, no pajamas, no phones. Let's do this. Yes, it was difficult. My department chair and I, my boss, spent a number of occasions when she was driving home and I was driving someplace on WhatsApp, talking, or on the phone in the car. What are we going to do with this? What are we going to do with this? How are we going to solve this problem? How are we going to solve that problem? Because all these students are there not only to get education, but again, to go back to become teachers, which continues the legacy. These students will go into the schools and teach. And they will be showing other students how it's done and how it can be done. With or without disabilities. They are totally capable of doing this. So that's a tremendous challenge. We continue to talk and brainstorm, get together.
Hello, Dr. Tillman?
Yes.
I think we have a question from Angela Hernandez.
Okay.
Can we ask? I'm going to ask her to unmute and see if she has a question.
Sure.
Angela? Angela Hernandez, do you have a question? Angela?
No, I don't have a question, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Dr. Tillman, please continue.
thank you. So we did a lot of brainstorming, a lot of talking, a lot of communication just between the two of us. We finished the semester. Everybody passed except one student who didn't show up for the final exam. But we still have questions as to what's the best way.
To ask for later on.
Yes. Someone has a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Unmute. Unmute. I don't hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Hello. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Alpha Kanu from Sierra Leone, West Africa. The question that I want to ask is, I want my legacy to be successful and acceptable by all. But how can I do it with my limited resources? I mean, I'm in a state where there is no one around to back me up, no facility to move on, you know, so I'm afraid.
Get creative in how you present the material.
Okay.
It can be on a blackboard, okay? It can be on a wall that you can erase. It can be drawings. It can be descriptions. It can be explanations. Get creative.
Okay.
All right, and I don't know if I can do this or not, but I'm more than willing to give you my email. If you want me to see if I can help you figure something out, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so let me have your email, please.
How do I do that on here? See? How do I do that? Can I do that? Click to add notes. Wait a minute.
Yeah, chat notes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have to find chat. Chat. Wait. Here. Type a message. Here, I'm sending it. CAROLMT3 at email.com. Enter. There's my email. If I have no problem brainstorming and seeing how I can help. Harding, you also have a question, I see.
Yes. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, I hear you.
Yeah, doctor. I was just following your presentation. I'm from Sierra Leone, by the way. I'm Harding from Sierra Leone. Yeah, your presentation is quite impactful. It's interesting. In fact, it jogged my thinking. I'm not just asking a question. I want you to guide me whether what I have thought of your presentation, if it's in place or not. In fact, it's jogged my thought of thinking legacy to start from. I'm not just asking a question. Habits, I want you to, because from what you presented, it's like you saw habits coming up, habits being demonstrated. You know, some can be demonstrated knowingly, and some unknowingly. It can just come out like that. So along that line, I see habits, and I see the building of a character, and I see it moving towards creating a legacy. Yeah, creating legacy. So hello.
I hear you, Harding. I hear you.
Yes. So I want you, Doc, to help to assist me in differentiating legacy from habits. Like, what will I see somebody's doing that can be of a better character and of a better legacy that will actually impact me, and then that will transcend, or how to build up habits and character to be able to build up a legacy. So I am in that kind of pool wherein I battle with habits, character, and legacy. So I don't know.
I think it's a combination, because I learned from my father, my parents, habits, good habits of reading.
Yeah.
I continued it. That was my parents' legacy to me. Okay. I went further, became a teacher.
Yeah.
Because my father was an engineer and my mother worked part-time. Okay. But I learned from the habits they had by reading. All right.
Okay.
My mother used to read the newspapers. My father would read books. I learned from this that reading is a good thing. I pass it to my children and to my students. I try and make reading easier for them by teaching them the basics or what to look for, so that reading does become easier for them, so that learning becomes easier for them.
Okay.
Okay. The legacy is that these students, my legacy is that my students, and I consider them my students till they graduate,
Yeah.
they are continuing to be a teacher in schools. And hopefully, because they love what they're doing, and it's not just a job, as we would say,
Yeah.
they will encourage not all students. All right, not all students will follow a legacy. We can only hope that some of them do.
Okay.
So that continues another generation, and it goes on and on. The examples I'm giving are from my personal life. There's no reason why it cannot be anybody's or in any situation that a person who is a teacher continues and shows how much they love it by the effort and the creativity, as we were talking about, goes into what we do. Their habits. Okay?
Yeah.
I have another
Yeah.
reason. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. So really, that's actually a composition of these three things: the habits, the character, that can build up a legacy. From my understanding now as to your presentation, it's like you cannot. It's like legacy is not far-fetched from heritage, or from someone being inspired by either community as a whole or an individual which you can see as a model, So models too can bring out a legacy from you, a legacy. Yeah.
Go ahead, Harding.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can see the various angles that can lead to legacy.
Yes.
You learning habits from parents, looking at build up characters from individuals that you work with every day, in the community, at your workplace, in the society at large. I think that helps to mold your legacy.
Yes,
that helps to build a legacy out of you that you can hand down to generations coming. I think I have learned a lot from the presentation, because from just the music thing you're talking about, the reading habits you're talking about, it became something huge, so much that you loved it so much that you wanted people to be like you. So the other angle, the end point of legacy, is that we should yearn of having people to look onto us in terms of either taking good things from our character, from our behavior at the workplace and all of that. That could turn out to be a legacy. Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's my understanding for now.
That's good. I like that. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So are there more questions? I have a little bit more that I'd like to share with you, if possible. Yeah, wait a minute, let me move another.
Yeah, Dr. Tillman, go ahead and please continue with your presentation. I guess we'll save some of the questions for after.
Okay, all right. Creativity in my life and as a legacy. What does this mean to be creative? Not only in teaching, but in other things as well. I'm creative, okay? I enjoy taking things and using my hands. For many years, I was a music teacher. I still am. But, you know, you watch your hands. You don't get it broken. It's not this. It's not that. Very few sports. I played basketball. And my mother made me stop when I was 16 because I fell and injured my shoulder. And she was afraid it would hurt my hands. So that was the end of my basketball career. But before we moved to Israel, the school, one of the local schools where we lived had adult education classes, not only in reading or writing or math, but also furniture repairing. So I took the furniture repairing course, not knowing where we would be, what we would have, where we'd be able to find things for the family. I took a furniture repairing course. I bought all the tools that I needed for furniture repairing. I bought hammers, I bought nails, I bought things to stretch fabric, a whole collection, and it went with us. Why is this important? Sometimes, at least what I've seen in my life, I haven't been all over the world, but I do know I've seen enough that I know that some furniture can be repaired. Some things can be corrected. I would find old furniture on the sides of the road. One particular night at 10:30 in the rain, I found a desk. I took it to the light, made sure it was steady, and it was, and I brought it home. Never mind, it almost went out back to the street the next day because my husband was not too happy. But that's a different story. I took off a lid, I took off another lid, I redid the whole table, recovered it in different paper, and it's now sitting by my front door, okay? I have found oversized chairs, circular, that needed fabric, that was torn, the fabric was torn. I rolled it home, it would not fit in a car, and I had no truck to bring it home in. Fortunately, it wasn't so far to roll it home. Turned it on its side, rolled it down, rolled it into the building, took it up the stairs and recovered it. It went out to somebody's house. When I recover, I repair, it goes. Somebody needs it, it goes. It does not stay in my house. I have found wooden chairs that the paint's been scratched. They're still good. You can still sit on them. I bring them home, repaint them, sometimes odd colors, but that's me. And they've gone out. I've made tables from old wooden picture frames, 4 legs, and some old wood on the inside, painted it, and it's wonderful. Anybody can use a table like that. It's just that taking old and renewing and then continuing to give it away. It's a hobby, it's things people need, and I enjoy doing it. Is it a legacy? My son actually has a set of tools for building in wood. His son uses more tools than I do. Okay? He's seen me, he's wanted to do it. We've done it. One of my daughters is also into fabric, curtains, bedspreads, clothing, from odds and ends, patchwork quilts. A patchwork quilt left over from fabric. It doesn't have to have a design. You just stitch it together how you think you like it, and it goes. All this I've taught my children. My grandchildren have learned from it, and also have some of those blankets and chairs. But it's just another legacy, another way of passing on what I have to other people. My neighbors know that I sew and I repair. My other people in other communities know that I've done this for my children, and they want to know if I can do it for them. Now, along with teaching and giving the tools for learning, I also hope that I tried to, and let me get to the next slide, give not only a love of learning, but also a love of laughter. Yes. Someone had something, I don't know. Also giving them a love of laughter. I firmly believe in laughing. I think it's good. I know it's healthy. I don't know who's speaking. And hopefully I've given the students a desire to learn, giving them the strength and the commitment to learn and to pass it on. Because that's basically what a legacy is. You're passing it on. Yes, I have a lot of patience. I do. Patience as in the time, okay? Not in a rush. Yes, I will go over material again and again. This is becoming a good teacher and passing it on, that you have the patience to sit with a first grader and teach them the ABC, or with a third grader or second grader who's learning multiplication, all right, or history. I firmly believe that parents need to be part of this picture of passing on a legacy. I think it's a combination of teaching with teachers and parents and how it affects the family, that it needs to be worked with. All right, I remember my teachers in elementary school, and I do remember them. They were wonderful teachers. They were kind, they were caring, and if there was an issue we had in class, they were always in touch with the parents. But the teachers loved us and took time with us, and we in turn loved our teachers. All my lower grade teachers, my high school teachers, and even some of my college ones, okay? They were good, they took care of us, they worked with us, and I in turn as a student have that, and as a teacher have that. I think I can sum up here. And the last paragraph I had, because I'm reading from what I wrote more or less, I've had the distinct pleasure of watching my children grow up, get married, and have their own children. This has given me both pleasure and an opportunity to continue my legacy in many, many different ways. I am both fortunate and very grateful to be able to have done this and to continue to do this. Legacy is something that goes on, and I see it all the way down to my family. I see it with my students, and I try and bring it out in the broader community by helping families from the international community learn English, as well as music, but definitely teaching them English. And that's all I have to say. You have questions?
Hello, do we have any questions? We have some hands up. Let's go with Ibrahim Muhammad Koroma. Please activate your microphone and let us know your question. Ibrahim Muhammad.
Yeah. Good evening, doctor. You hearing me?
I hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm Ibrahim Mohamed Kuruma, calling from Freetown, Sierra Leone. My background is I'm both a legal person, I'm a lawyer, and also a retired colonel. Thank you so much, AIU, for giving us the opportunity to share ideas online. Dr. Carol Tillman and the other speakers have done a very beautiful job by giving us exposures of their ideas and whatever. Some of us have not been able to put down something on paper, but I mean, we just want to share this first experience so that we can have the direction as to where to go. My own experience was, I mean, during or after our Civil War. Incidentally, I had just gone to the university to read law, and I came out just as the war was coming to a close when Fodi Sanko and others went into a peace deal. I mean, ECOWAS played a very great part in that. So I was one of the fortunate people that was involved in putting the army back together. You know, we had the rebels, so we have the soldiers, we have over 18,000 personnel and Kamajos and so. And there was no Sierra Leone then. Law and order was zero. I mean, we had to get these rebels out of the bush. We deconscientized them in their concentration camps before they were put together into a trained force. I was involved with IMAT, the British people, to go out to Mape. That is the first area they placed them to teach them. And it was quite a very big task. I mean, to somebody who has been living in the bush, killing at will, I mean, to tell him what is the rule of law and how to obey civilian government. I mean, it was quite a task. I mean, somebody was asking how to go about it. Well, those days we had limited resources. And what the IMAT did was they provided us with flip charts, okay? And then we were, because a lot of the people, ex-combatants were illiterate, sometimes we do not have to speak in English, we speak in the
We seem to have lost audio from Ibrahim Muhammad. Let's move on then to Sarah Omet.
Okay.
Sarah Omet Peregrino. Sarah Omet, if you can activate your microphone.
Right, thank you very much.
Excellent. Please tell us your question.
Yes, thank for IAU giving us this opportunity for this presentation. Unfortunately, some of us couldn't meet the deadline, but I'm so grateful and I love the presentation. And I congratulate Carol for this presentation. In fact, I happen to be an occupational in artist and in creative and cosmetology. And I really love his presentation. It's take all over of to mobilize this creative living a legacy. But my question is she doing it all alone in terms of resources, in terms of mobilization? Because it's not easy in teaching all these things alone. But I congratulated her because indeed he would leave a legacy in the community. And the question is, how is she mobilizing the people in terms of finances?
That's a good question. My college education, obviously I'm getting paid through, the government is paying for the salaries because it's a college through the country. It's through the Department of Education.
Yeah.
I volunteer to teach English to the international community I write my own material. I meet with them once a week for about 3 hours.
Stimulate now.
But it's volunteer. It's volunteer.
Yeah.
Any props that I need, any materials that I need, the money I get it doesn't cover 2 pencils. So it comes from me. It comes from me, from my pocket. But I enjoy teaching them. I enjoy helping them understand and making their lives better, so that when they go on, it will make somebody else's life better. When it comes to the furniture, which is a very funny story, because I have a teddy bear in a chair waiting to be repaired when I get home. A girlfriend of mine here had leftover fabric. I have this much, if you can see, fabric going home with me in a suitcase. Okay. She's cleaning out. She said, take what you want. I took almost everything, so it's donated. Okay. The chairs I find on the street. I have friends who have leftover paint. I'll go and I'll say, you don't need that color. What are you going to do with that? I take the paint from them. I take sponges, anything I can find, cloth, brushes, sponges, anything to create and use for painting. It's anything I do like that comes from me, comes from my soul, my heart, and my pocket. The only thing I really get paid for is teaching the English as a second language. The rest of it comes from me. And yes, I have couches that are third hand in my house. I have beds that are second hand in my house. I have carpets that are second hand. I have some things I've bought new, but many things in my house are second hand or bought on sale or wherever I can find them. And I get people to bring them home for me. I say, you need English lessons? I'll give you 3 English lessons. Bring that to my house tonight. It's a matter of learning how to barter, how to trade, excuse me, and just being as creative as possible. And asking other people, do you have this? Do you have that? So it's a whole combination, and just trying to be as creative as possible. It's difficult, yes. There are days I am frustrated because I cannot find what I want. I cannot use what I found. Okay, but that's part of life. That's part of legacy. That's part of moving on and finding something else.
Congratulations.
It's a struggle, but you know, it's part of me. I enjoy it. In our country, one more, and then we can go on to another question. In our question, the men do not wear ties when they wear a suit. They wear a white shirt, dark pants, but no ties. Okay, maybe once or twice in their lives. Friends of mine gave me a shoebox, a rather large box of ties that they weren't using anymore. I opened them up, flattened them out, and covered a coffee table in all different colors. I still have to do the legs, but it's just creating. I try and create from what people don't want. And it goes on. My children do this. My children, if they have boxes, or they find boxes on the street from furniture, cartons, they take them and they make storefronts. They'll make a supermarket with colors, with crayons, and anything like this is usable.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to have your email for any collaboration that we can assist to help the community to, I mean, indeed leave a legacy?
My email is on chat. See if you can see it. Open up chat.
Okay.
I'll type it again.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you, Sarah, for that question. We're going to move on to Andrew Hicks.
Carol MT3.
Andrew Hicks, if you can activate your microphone and ask a question or a comment.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Good. Hello. Are you hearing me?
Andrew, I hear you.
Yes, I am. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, bless God. First of all, I'm Andrew Hicks. I'm from Guyana, and I'm currently enrolled in the PhD program in criminology at AIU. And I'm extremely appreciative of this opportunity to participate in this symposium. And I must say that I'm very encouraged and I feel empowered by the presentations. But I want to speak especially to the last presentation from Dr. Tilleman. In addressing the issue of creating a legacy, what I take away from your presentation is really the importance of the social bond in the learning process. And what I take away, reflecting on my own readings in sociology and criminology, is that from all that you've shared, I've recognized that essentially people learn essentially in three ways. And I think this is what a lot of the social process theories about cognitive learning speaks to. They learn by way of instruction, they learn by way of modeling, and they learn by way of sanction. What is unfortunate, Guyana is a South American country, culturally located in the Caribbean, but physically on the South American continent. And we have a history of colonization. And I recognize that one of the approaches that is very common in the learning dynamic in this hemisphere is the tendency to associate learning with sanctions, but oftentimes those sanctions are punitive. Using forms, for example, using forms of corporal punishment, which to my mind serves as a disincentive to the learner. And so I would like to ask you, what are some, if you accept that learning is essentially enabled through instruction, modeling, and sanction, what type of enabling sanctions you have used? And in this context, I'm really speaking to what kind of incentives you have used in order to bring learners on board as part of your journey in teaching and educating.
I think it depends upon the age and what you're trying to teach. I know incentives, one of the greatest ones that I did not have as a child, but that I used in my teaching were just, I don't know if this answers your question, stickers, or drawing a smiley face, or using words of encouragement, or taking the group for some kind of walking trip to see something different. That takes them out of the box of regular learning and gets them to think a little more or see different things that, yes, we have this in our lives too. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I thank you, Dr. Tillman. I really do appreciate this, and it is helpful. I like the idea that you have presented that the incentives should be age specific. My challenge is, however, that if we are speaking about an adult learner, what kind of incentives you would suggest alternatively for working with adults as against working with younger children? And I ask this question particularly because of my interest in restorative criminology.
It's very funny you should mention criminology. Wait a minute. I happen to know someone who barely graduated high school. And since I was a friend of the family's, we were together a lot, and they knew that I was in education. And somehow he went for a bachelor's degree, and he spoke no English. He spoke no English whatsoever. He graduated with a bachelor's. He finished his master's, and now he is doing his doctorate in criminology. So this is very fun. It's very interesting that you happen to mention this. Restorative criminology. I think this is a lot of verbal communication. I don't know. I think it's a lot of verbal communication. Possibly some kind of reading material that would be interesting to them. Maybe in sports. I honestly don't know. You know, that's such a big field. It would have to be a little bit more specific in order to maybe help you. I honestly don't know.
Nonetheless, I must say that I really appreciate the direction in which you have taken me.
Okay.
Because I really accept that perhaps sports can be used as a form of rejuvenating, recultivating, resocializing.
Yes.
Because I can see that there's a lot of learning and there's a lot of benefits associated with sports. Because in order to my understanding here is that in order to be successful in a game of sports, you have to understand and appreciate the rules of the particular sport or game that you're playing. And I can see the connection in terms of behavior change and getting positive outcomes from a rule following perspective.
And the responsibility of working in a group.
Yes.
And the responsibility, of course, controlling emotions and everything else.
Yes.
It's different, yeah.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
You're welcome. Somebody else?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I am Susan Clare.
Hi,
I want
Susan.
to appreciate Dr. Carol for this very holistic presentation of your legacy.
Thank you.
I came in when you were sharing something about the music. That was your innate talent, but you've let it leave.
I can't. The connection. Connection, Susan, the connection.
Speaking very fast. Connection is.
It's not so good.
Hello, Susan. You'll have to write your comment and question in chat, and we can read that.
Oh yeah.
Because your sound is breaking up. Let's go to admin. Admin.
Admin.
We can see you. We don't know your name. Admin. We can see you.
Admin is Susan.
No, I think no.
No.
Admin, can you speak? We see your name as admin, but we don't know what your name is. Can you speak?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
I don't know why.
Can I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm Rosalie. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
I hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
I am Rosalie. Okay, I am Rosalie.
Yes.
I'm from Central African Republic. And I am teacher. I want to ask one question.
Yes.
In my region, there is not a college, and the college is very far away. It is 70 kilometers. It's very far away. And I want to make my legacy of teaching, and I built a college. But the problem is that the parents don't have money to pay the college fees. But I don't know how to do, because we need money to pay the teacher. And it is a real problem. What to do to resolve this problem? I hope to doctorate of andragogy in AIU. Thank you.
Thank you. What can you do? Well, there's something that you could do is wait a minute, I'll write it in chat. You can barter. Barter for the lessons. You know what that means? You know what that means? To barter. That means let's say I have a student and I have students that don't have money. I'll say to them, I want you to create something for me. I want you to, well, older students, let's go with college students. I would say to them, I need some errands done. I need someone to help me to do some work in the house or in the office, or I don't know what. I will give you free lessons for a week or 2 weeks if you will do this for me. Do you understand?
Hello, Carol.
Yes.
I am Subhadra. I did my master's at AIU. So you're talking about hiring people. You need to think of the consequences. I am from Canada. I'm just saying, like, if somebody comes and work for you, or even student, there are legal implications.
Yes.
If a person gets hurt, you have to consider all these things.
That's true. That's true. I have to say, but I'm talking
issues. If somebody get hurt, get a back problem, so it's a huge implication, right? So we need to consider this as well before we say, like, using barter system.
It depends, yes, but again, if you're talking about maybe one particular person is better in math and the other particular person is better in English, then one is helping the other. I don't know if this would be legal or illegal in the country.
No, but we have to think of an individual, whichever country it is.
Yes,
like we have to consider, globally, we have to consider we are taking somebody to do some work, right? He can't afford to pay, and we are doing a barter system. And if that person is injured, okay, we have to bear the cost.
But I'm not talking. So you know, it's a matter of what is allowed in your country. And this is something I'm not familiar with in the world. What is allowed in the country, but also it can be one educational course comparing to another educational course. It does not necessarily have to be physical work. It can be sitting and sharing the learning. Okay?
Yeah, I totally agree, but I'm coming to what you just said previously.
Yes, so then I'm taking back my words. And
Yeah.
that has to be what is according to the country. Obviously.
Sure,
Obviously.
I agree, but my comments were what you said. That's why I
Okay.
intervened.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Dr. Tillman, I think we're going to come to the end here. We've gone over time.
Yeah, we have.
But we're gonna take a break now. And during the break, we're going to have an open mic for people to talk about different issues. So I want to thank you for your presentation, the legacy of teaching, the legacy of culture, the legacy of learning from our parents as role models, and then we take that along. Do you have anything more that you want to say before we conclude?
I think the only thing I would like to add is I feel very honored to be able to participate today, and listening to other people speak, and the questions has given me more thought, and I really appreciate it. And if you do have questions, my email is on chat. I don't know what I can help, but thank you. And thank you, AIU, for being here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carol Tillman, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, good. Do I get a copy of that?
Yeah, we recorded this. So
Where can I find it? On Zoom?
it's on Zoom, yes. But I have to find the link to it, and then I can give you the link.
Okay, I would love to have a copy of that.
We're also live streaming on Facebook, the AIU Facebook page.
I don't go on Facebook unless it's absolutely necessary.
I don't either.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Zoom link. I am going to email you about that Zoom link. And right now I have to get to a flight. Have
Okay.
a wonderful day.
Safe travels.
Thank you very much.
Now, at this point, let me start the recording on this.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the 9th online AIU conference.
May I know your identity?
Hold on. Okay. And so this is Dr. Edward Lambert on behalf of the university and all the people who work at this university and all the students. We are in a symposium for My Legacy to Future Generations. What does it mean for what we do in our life and what we're giving to future generations through our lives? Now, at this point in time in the symposium, we're going to take a break, a 1-hour break. Right now, it's going to be about 45 minutes. And we're going to just have an open mic, open floor for people to come in and make comments, but try to keep your comments or your questions to 2 or 3 minutes so that a lot of people have a chance to talk. So we have a lot of hands raised. So keep in mind to talk what you want to say, and then we'll go on to the next.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's start with Lula Mile is first on the list. Lula Mile, given, are you able to activate your microphone and talk?
I've done so, Doc. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. I think the presentation by Dr. Tillman was an excellent, innovative, and informative presentation in my view, indeed. Because what impressed me so much on her part, basically, was the passion and the passion for education, teaching and learning, and as well as compassion, for the general welfare of the society. I was very much impressed with their contribution. One other thing that really impressed me was her recognition and emphasis on the transmission of these characteristics, from one generation to the other, as she has inherited, through evidence, these good values, norms, traditions, tendencies, and habits from the parents that she used to create her own legacy, and inculcating these values, norms, and traditions into the heads of the young ones, that is the students. That one for me implies concern about sustainability of the legacy. So I was also very much impressed on that contribution. But I had an idea that says, whilst we are busy creating this legacy to leave behind for future generations, it is important that when we're dealing with the current crop, we also remind them of their generational responsibility to do likewise, because all what you are doing basically is to set precedents for them to follow suit. It would therefore be proper for them to relay, these teachings and the experiences that they derive from the efforts that we're making in creating the legacy, so that there can also be sustainability, of the legacy that you are talking about. And lastly, what other point that you made mention of, which I was impressed with, is the notion of the involvement of these agents of socialization. Okay, she emphasized on the need of an integrated collaboration between the parents and agents of socialization, and as well as ourselves as teachers, as agents of socialization. But I suppose all other agents of socialization as well, like the media, like the peers, and so on, should also be integrated. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulamile, given. Let's go on to Henry Akubiro. If you can activate your microphone. Hello, Henry.
Okay, hello, Doctor. Good afternoon from Nigeria.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, same here. I actually came quite late. I attended the section quite late. So, but however, it was very innovative and inspiring section, I must confess. But however, I have this thing to say. I'm a human resource manager where I work in the hospital. And I have people, of course, would want to come over to, to learn from, from me, all right, like more like a teaching, like a practice, all right. So they come to learn and all that. But then the society here, of course, is not supportive, to render this kind of support, which I am doing here, because I render very much an open idea, of course, where people can just come in as far as you are having an open mind to learn, all right? So in such a situation, I do not know, maybe perhaps I may want to get your opinion or other people's opinion on this, where what do they think is necessary, in this kind of situation, to help these people, for them to even gain more knowledge in this, because most companies here, of course, wouldn't want to give them this, wouldn't want to give them this access to learn or to practice what they want to do. All right. So, what's your opinions on this?
Do you want my opinion on this, or do you want to ask everybody?
Of course, it's an open floor for people to want to contribute, to this. Yes, sir.
This is a question that comes down to resources. Someone brought up a question during the last presentation on what sort of resources do we have to really make changes in our lives and to move forward. So go ahead and state your question again, very clearly.
Okay, the question is, how can we help the society in which we live in, all right, to support these people who are eager to learn, all right, or who wants organization to help them to add more knowledge to what they have already practiced in school, all right? How can we support these people in this area?
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
We can invite them in making groups like volunteering, where, you know, like peers, same age, they can share the knowledge, whatever they have acquired. And sometimes, you know, put them into skills, like, you know, engage them in some sort of activities, okay, where each one will learn and we also learn. Like, you know, education is a lifelong process of learning. So engage them in activities and share their views. And this is where you can find certain aptitudes, certain skills in people, right? And it was dormant in that person. So once engaging them in volunteer activities, or like, you know, doing like activities like a potluck, bring and share stuff, people are eager, especially younger adults, they are eager to come and join. And it will attract quite a huge population, you know, the mouth to mouth, it will go from mouth to mouth. And this is how we can engage them. And we can start from there. That's my idea. I am subjective, but I'm just sharing my views.
Thank you, Subhadra.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And next, anybody else have an answer? How can we pass on education?
Hi, Doc.
Hello, who's speaking?
You're speaking to Temba Gola from South Africa.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. I've joined the session very late, but I think I've managed to capture the question. We have different approaches in South Africa. I think the first one, I think is an issue that is already highlighted, the issue of volunteers, where unemployed graduates would go and volunteer in our organization. That's the first thing. The second one, the universities or the tertiary institutions in their curriculum, before you qualify to obtain a certain qualification, there is a compulsory in-service training. It then exposes the learners to be in the field where in a working environment. Then they acquire that experience. The other one is also learnership. We've got different sitters which are classified in terms of their fields. They also sponsor the unemployed young graduates to do the learnership. And during that process as well, it is an issue of getting a stipend. It's a small amount, but I think the advantage is it exposes the young graduates to have that, because the problem that we have is that in any working environment, the prerequisite is that an experience. Now the challenge that we have people that come directly from universities who do not have that experience, much that they do have a qualification. Now to close that gap, then universities or the tertiary institutions are actually, developing their curriculum to an extent that before you qualify for a certain qualification, then it becomes compulsory for those graduates to complete. Normally, it becomes 12 months, and then it then gives them that working experience. So I think it does exist to a certain extent, but it does require a certain sacrifices, because at that point in time, you are not getting the full-time salary or wages, but it becomes an allowance. But at the end of the day, after you've completed that process, then it gives you an advantage of being employable when it comes to that experience. So I do not know in the other countries, how does it work? But I think we in South Africa have designed that particular leeway because of the actual the problem and the challenge that has been highlighted here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your response there. Let's move on to Jose Silva Belchior.
Well, hello.
Yeah,
Hello. Jose
yeah,
Silva.
good.
Yeah,
Please.
I would like to go
Sir?
ahead with the question, if you don't
Sorry,
mind.
I heard somebody at the same time. Good morning, Professor Edward Lambert.
Hello.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Great to see you today.
Okay, very good. And greetings from Angola to all colleagues, professors, and the doctors. I am José Silva, a professor of public health in the Public University of Angola. And it is very good for me to have, together with you, sharing what the future generation can have a legacy to improve the life conditions. I think that is very important, especially for African countries, to spend more money in education, especially in early child care and education. Children must receive good education, and the younger people too. We have to do this effort supported by the government. Otherwise, we'll not develop quite well. And this principle, to have early children care education, is just in sustainable developing goals. And the African governments must just engage in this principle to get a better future for the new generation. And that's kind of efforts are just ongoing here in Angola, with the building, construction of schools to have all children in schools, because this is a contribution, a great contribution to their future. And for young people who didn't have the opportunity to continue studying, the government is just now organize assessment that can just help them to be in school, in adult education. I think we in Africa, we have to do a lot. We have to spend better money, prioritizing education as a measure effort toward the development. That's what I just perceived. Although the legacy is also a contribution, not only from the schools, but also for the families and society. But as a teacher, I think more money must be spent in education from very early age to a young population. And if we do that, I think we can just reach development in the future. That's what I perceived and I feel as a professor, and I just teach the students every day. That's my contribution, Professor.
Thank you so much, Jose Silva Belchior. Some wise insights there. And we have many, many people listening to you right now. Who would like to speak next? We'll go to Ibrahim Muhammad Koroma. Are you able to speak now?
Yeah. Sorry for the last time. I think we have a communication hitch. In relation to what the previous speaker before Professor spoke, in finding avenues to assist other people to get what they've missed in school or what they're missing in their job, I think that it should not be considered as a one-off affair or a short-term project. And having regard to the situation we are in Africa, where it is difficult for government to raise money for even formal schooling with regards to primary, tertiary education, let alone informal education outside the job, or for some people who are not fortunate to go to school. I mean, it will be very difficult. So one way of addressing that is that get people who are already qualified or who are in universities or whatever, I mean, to offer their own time to teach. But that means they must be in a job or in employment where they cater for their families, because teaching by itself needs resources. And you cannot get somebody who's unemployed to come and teach for nothing. So what I would suggest in the long term is that if this thing is going to be a long-term affair, which is we want to leave a legacy, we need to set up an NGO, wherein we draw up a project proposal, we send it to donor agencies. I mean, and that should be target specific. You target a particular region or a particular age group or a particular sector or profession, and then you do that proposal, and if it is funded, then you can continue. By the time that one is going to a closure, I mean, you get another one running up, so that even with the people running the program, they'll have stipends that they'll be able to get from that particular program. Because I understand those who are running NGOs get something like 30% administration cost from the money that is budgeted for that particular project. So I think that's my contribution. It has to be a long-term affair, not just one-off incident. And it cannot be personal.
Thank you so much.
It has to be a legacy.
Everybody's adding an important aspect of this issue. And this really is an important issue.
Yeah.
From Harding, I'm gonna.
Yeah. From what my senior citizen was saying, Mr. Kuruma, a lawyer here from Sierra Leone, we have to look at the sustenance of it also. Legacy, as it is being thought of, it has to be receiving and giving. We talk about receiving and giving. That's what it's all about, legacy. What you have received and then what you give out. So if you look at the GIGO, the garbage in, garbage out scenario, we'll understand that exactly that's what legacy is all about. The proposal my senior citizen Sierra Leone citizen was proposing to have a proposal with NGOs, and I can just really take back his thoughts on the student partnership worldwide. That was an NGO per se, and now it has been reformed to selfless organization, something like that, which was there to build up students in terms of what they do, what they expect to do, engage them, in either part-time work and all of the like. But it was not sustainable, because you can have a proposal, you bring NGOs to be doing the funding. It will not be sustainable. But it will have a traditional, from my own point of view, a traditional way of having legacy as a module or as a course in our curriculum. We actually begin to prepare the minds of our little ones, of the kids, right from the beginning, that they are here to receive. That is, if we, the adults, are prepared to actually give what we have learned, the positive things that we have learned, to the younger ones. So let's think about, for example, civic education. We've been talking about civic education. He's my senior citizen here in Sierra Leone. Civic education in the 80s was viable. It was really good, but it elapsed as time went by. It just elapsed. It is only now that they are trying to resuscitate it again, wherein you try to let the younger ones coming up, even adults, even with young adults, that don't even have a clue about civic education, which has to tell you about your desire to become a patriotic citizen, to be able to impact the society that you are in, you know, that has gone away far too long. So my support to my senior citizen, that is Mr. Mohamed Kuroma, ESQ, Ibrahim Mohamed Kuroma, ESQ. I am deferring a bit to having either a net, a funding for that. We set up no, I'll defer a bit. Let's start from scratch where we build our curriculum from the schools. I respect his opinion. That's a very good one, but it's about sustenance. In order for us to tap into the raw talents of every citizen, wherever the person finds himself, at the workplace, at the community, wherever the person finds himself, that habit, that thinking to leave something which is of good, which is of use, which is good, which is a general good, it has to start right from the child's, how will I say, fresh thinking. When somebody, you have to build a curriculum in the education system, the formal education system, and not, let's don't forget, we now have informal education system. We have the adult education system in Sierra Leone running, but we should ensure we develop a curriculum that will actually enhance the passing on of education, the passing on of legacy, what it means to be either innovative, to be creative, so that can be a character of you that can be handed over to generations yet unborn. But as a way of contributing, I think I see that as the main end route to starting off in helping. I think to crown it all, that's just what we need to do as a contribution. That's just a contribution.
Brief.
But we must ensure that wherever we are, like for Carol, doctor, he's a teacher. He likes teaching. He loves music. She loves music. She loves teaching. But has he gone further to ensure? But okay, for them, probably they've got stronger curriculums. They've got well-programmed curriculums, modules that can facilitate that kind of thinking, that you have to love something and then pass it on. So for Sierra Leone, I think, together with my brother there, we can think it that way, make a recommendation to start to think about how can we be able to bring into the educational arena something which is called legacy. And in fact, if we start thinking right from there, even the corruption that we're fighting, the corruption we are fighting right now, the corruption fight that is on, would be aided a lot if we start this legacy thing, if we include the legacy thoughts into our curriculum, like the civic education we're talking about. I think that's a good headway, Dr. Lambert.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to
Thank
give
you.
a rejoinder.
Thank you, Harding. Amadou,
Dr.
thank you so much for
Lambert, I
your
just want to
thoughts.
give you a rejoinder. I don't know if you could allow me.
Please go ahead, Ibrahim.
Okay, the problem about the curriculum is okay. What my thoughts about sustainability is that who is going to take care? What's the regulatory framework? There should be a regulatory body or somebody that will be overseeing this program, year in, year out. Because of the budgetary constraints of government, it cannot be undertaken by the present Ministry of Education. Because you see what happened with the Lincoln Queen University, where the government was unable to pay their fees because it was so high, more than the normal, because these people are doing in information communication technology. The fees were so high, government could not afford those fees. Now, these people you are talking about, it could be in the informal sector. There should be a civilian organization which should take that responsibility. And government cannot budget, as things are now presently. They cannot budget any money with regards to funding that particular issue. So the only thing is that the way I see it, if you and I want to start something, we can get a camera and we'll get a laptop, and then we do some short videos and we'll post them online on YouTube, so that whosoever wants to access that particular kind of education will go to YouTube and just subscribe. And then we can use that platform now and get other interested people to develop lectures, so that we go and record them and post them online. I think that could be another suggestion also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
If we could move on to the next speaker, we got Papiya Chaudhuri. Papiya Chaudhuri, if you can, there you go.
Yeah, hi
And then
everybody.
HR, you're next.
Hello.
Hello, please.
Yeah, I hope everybody is doing well. And my name is Papia, and I'm studying Bachelor's of Psychology from AIU. So here we are talking about the legacy, right? So if I talk about the education system in India, so I think that we are moving towards the social networking sites more than the practical, because everything which was normal before, like the students can go to the school, that is not anymore normal, right? Everything is online. So when we are talking about spreading education, knowledge, so when we are in the generation of social media and we want to help people with education, children's, we can ask help from our people who are willing to help the children in our community, and we can join hands with them and ask them to teach them, whoever can help them, right? And I think that educating the children from the rural area is more important, because in the cities, there are people who will get the education more or less, they know about it, but the rural area, they know very less about education. And if I go, if I talk about parents, it is very important for us that parents should be aware of the importance of knowledge, because they should know that we should not force the children, but what is important for them is being happy and to learn. Learning is the most important thing. So this is the legacy I would like to pass, that everybody should accept people, but should be happy and should have the knowledge, and everybody should help them, each and everybody, to learn.
Thank you, Papiya Chaudhuri. Yes, with the internet now, everything you want to know about the world is available to you on the internet. Learning is unlimited like never before. Okay, let's go to HR. Thank you, Papita. HR, if you can activate your microphone. HR.
Dr. Lambert, Boniface has been raising his hand.
Hello, Jennifer Anderson. Do you want Jennifer? Can you raise your volume up a little bit?
I said Boniface has been raising his hand, literal hand, for the longest while, and I think he's been overlooked.
Who?
Boniface. Look at, you can see his picture. He's raising his literal hand.
I don't see him on the list.
What he needs to do is indicate a raise hand on the chat, but he is raising his literal hand, so I'm not sure if you're seeing him.
Boniface, I just asked you to unmute your microphone. Can you speak? I don't see you. I can't see your, there's usually like a digital hand that you can put on your screen. I don't see that. But Boniface, can you activate your microphone? I don't actually see him.
He's speaking, but he's still muted. Boniface, you need to unmute your mic.
Boniface, there you go.
You need to unmute your mic, Boniface. Okay, okay, good, good. We're still not hearing you.
HR. There was HR who wanted to speak for a long time, but I don't see HR with the hand up anymore. Juliet Onu Kwafu. Juliet? Can you speak, Juliet? Onu Kwafu? There you
Yes,
go.
I can. Yes,
Please.
I can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We hear you. Okay. I'm Juliet Onu-Kufuor from Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm so happy to be in this conference. I am a student with AIU. I'm studying bachelor's in marketing, and I'm honored to be here. I've been listening, though internet has not been fair to me, but I want to make my own contribution.
Wait.
Yes. Yes. Did you say I should wait?
Please continue, Juliet.
Okay. My contribution here will be that the legacy I'd love to drop or leave behind is that andragogy education should not end with AIU. By extension, the whole world should be practicing andragogy. I've been with AIU since August, and I know the immense contribution or exposure that I've gotten doing my own research, online, books, television programs, and what have you. I've learned a lot. AIU has opened my latent capabilities, like Paulo Ferrari, I think I'm right, the Brazilian liberationist, Paulo. He says that education doesn't have to do with the teachers, but more should be done with the students. He goes on to say that the teachers don't really have to put or teach children, but constructively should help the children develop latent capabilities or wisdom in them. And I believe that totally. Take, for example, I was on my YouTube streaming, and these local women in Kenya that, have sort of a woman nation in Kenya. There's a woman nation or a woman community in Kenya. And the founder is just a woman with little or no education, but she has the power of liberalism burning deep inside her. So it was not institutionalized education that gave her that audacity. She got that audacity wailing from latent capabilities in her, that when her husband, she was insulted by another man in marriage before her husband, and because her husband wouldn't do anything about it, so she left. And then there were other women who needed to express the same thing she felt expressing. I mean, there are other women who have been maltreated like her. They joined her, and at the end of the day, they formed a women's community. Today, they have power. That is, in their community, they tell the man or the men folk. Can I continue? Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay, they tell the men folk what they want and how they want their society to be run. Fine, they still have children, but it's not for a man to bully them and force them to go through female circumcision, which is very painful, mutilation and all that. It's a lot, especially on grown-up women. For the children who are face circumcision at childbirth, that is not very prevalent here in Nigeria anymore. But then there are some people who still do it because of culture and some beliefs that in their families, they age-long cultures they hold down in their families. To me, in Nigeria here, I am speaking from Nigeria. I live in Nigeria. I've grown in Nigeria. Now we start school from primary level, nursery level, primary level, then secondary level. Now, pedagogy is good for nursery because these children just barely know nothing, so they need to be directed. Pedagogy is good for primary. But when it comes to secondary school, I think pedagogy should stop immediately after junior secondary school. That is between the ages of 14, 15 at most. Then andragogy should be introduced. Let these children, let these students, by reasoning, by research, by cultural, by things they see around them, actually put to fore, practice, or tell their institutions, okay, this is what I'm interested in. Let me go forward to it. And then the teachers or their instructors will go ahead and actually encourage them and bring out what they have inside them. Because when I go through all the billionaires, the list of billionaires, these are people that dropped out of school. They dropped out not because they were not intelligent, because all of them are very, very successful people today. So when I look at the list, these people dropped out of school because of the institutionalized education they were receiving, which had nothing to do with what they wanted to be in life. And I see today AIU telling me the same. Juliet, what do you want to be? Juliet, what can you make out of yourself from where you are now? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? These are the things that are challenging me. These are the things that are challenging me right here in AIU. It's challenging me, but I'm also excited. I'm excited that I will have to express myself. And I think that andragogy, it's not a system of education that should end here with AIU. It should go farther than AIU and should be embraced all over the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julia.
Thank you very much.
I'll just take maybe less than a minute to say something that when I was a small child, maybe 5, 6, 7 years old, I had a hero. My hero was Martin Luther King here in the United States.
Wow.
Yeah, when he died, I cried. And if you want to understand legacy, read his I Have a Dream speech.
Wow.
And you're going to see so much legacy just in that speech of setting a vision for the future. So I just wanted to say that. Let's move on. HR, are you able to talk now? HR, are you able to unmute your microphone and speak now? There you go. Unmute your microphone so we can hear you. There you go. I think if you speak now, we can hear you.
Are you able to get me?
I'm not sure who is talking now.
This is Shadrach from Solwezi.
Ah. Go ahead. Do you have something to say? Please.
Yeah. Are you able to get me? This is Shadrach from Solwezi, Zambia.
Go ahead. You have the floor. You can speak.
Yeah, my contribution is that I wanted to support the previous speaker according to the way she described the education. Education system like the one that we are getting from AIU, that is the best, education system that the world is supposed to give to people, because it gives the people or the students the opportunity to explore on their own, rather than being given the knowledge that is limited or spoon-fed, where whenever you are alone, you cannot do it. But as it is right now, like the way we are getting it at AIU, this, I'm sure it is the best, because you are able to access it at any time and any point of your own, and also gives you the skill to be resourceful in whatever the lessons that you are achieving. So I'm sure if the world is able to adopt this mode of education, I'm sure we are going to reach very far. This is my contribution that I wanted to contribute over the motion, though I started it very late.
Thank you very much, Shadrach.
Yeah.
Fidelis Anodu.
Oh, this is great.
Welcome.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, apologies. Actually, I joined pretty late. It's been quite busy in the office today. By the way, I am from Nigeria, and I want to salute Juliet. She has said some of the things I would have said. Again, I completed a PhD in AIU in July, and Edward, you know about that. So what I want to say here is that I want to say that everybody has his destiny in his or her hands. Why do I say that? I've discovered that everybody can achieve what he or she intends to achieve or plans to achieve if it maintains some discipline and dedication. I have a background that would have discouraged me. My father died at the age of 9 when I was 9 years old. And so it was difficult for me to make progress. But I didn't allow that to deter me. But today, I am here in this community of learned men and women across the globe, opportunity provided by AIU. So what I want to say, I have what I call a mantra, is that you can do it. That can-do spirit. I want to encourage everybody to imbibe that and internalize that. Again, we need to drive home core values. Yeah, we need to drive home the core values, family core values, societal core values. Yeah, those things that will make one stand tall in the committee of people. Okay, so what I have decided to do, I'm embarking on what I call youth empowerment program, and I have a mantra that says, "Leave no one behind." Mm-hmm. I don't want people to go through what I went through, because my education was a tortuous journey. But I was not determined. I was not deterred or discouraged. But here I am today, and with a PhD from AIU. So if I can do it, I believe everybody that has the discipline and determination and focus can also do it. So we don't want to really spoon feed anybody, but again, sometimes you can provide a shoulder for somebody to stand on and reach his or her goals. So this is what I want to say, that we need to empower people, encourage them, provide shoulders for them to stand on and to be what they intend to be in life. But again, I do not encourage laxity. I do not encourage laziness. I do not encourage people to lie flat on the ground and ask them for help, because there is no free food anywhere, even in Freetown. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fidelis. Very clear insights that you gave us there. We are now going to conclude this break, this hour break, and move on to our next presenter. So thank you all for your contributions and your thoughts and your insights.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, this is the 9th AIU Atlantic International University Symposium online. And the theme of this symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. My name is Dr. Edward Lambert. I'm hosting this symposium, and we are now going to move on to our next presenter, Francis Kwame Tsidi, who, let me go ahead and make him a presenter right now. There you are. Francis Kwame Tsidi, you are able to share your screen now. You're able to talk, activate your microphone.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. It's wonderful to hear you.
Okay, and is my screen viewable?
We don't see your, are you sharing your PowerPoint?
Yes, it's available to share, but what?
If you want me to, I can share it from my screen.
Okay.
You want me to?
I hope you have the latest, right?
I have the one that you originally sent.
No, I sent you an updated version about some 24 or 30 hours ago. And I follow same with a voice calls, voice message, which I left for you, and then follow that with an email, because I had to do some few correction on the old one, please. So anyhow, if you can guide how the screen will have to be shared, no problem. I can make what I have here available.
Let me show you the one that I have. This is the one that I have available
No,
here.
I have corrected this. Even the heading is just about 5 words.
I'm looking through my email right now. I don't see your new presentation.
Please, that should be there. That should be there. Sent yesterday night or so.
Ah. Yes, I see it now.
So we can make that one available for other
Yes.
colleagues as well.
Let me go ahead and switch these up. There, does that look correct now?
Exactly so. Thank you so much.
Okay, when you need to go to the next slide, just let me know.
All right, thank you. Friends, depending on which part of the globe you are, I greet you good evening from Accra, Ghana. And as per why we are here, some of us are asked or privileged to share with you what we deem as our legacies that we would like to leave for the generations behind us, or even the generations that we are in a bracket with. So by way of introduction, I am Chidi Francis Kwame, and my student ID you can see. I'm privileged to read doctorate degree in intelligence and security studies at the AIU, and I am a police officer, and I'm Assistant Commissioner of Police serving in the Ghanaian Police Service. We can roll. I have a very short presentation, and this is my scope. I want to share few lines on my early life, my education, what I term as my childhood vision, which indeed has become the vision of my life, my career contribution, some few experiences in international peacekeeping, and then my future priorities for the Ghanaian police, and then how it will impact on Ghana and maybe beyond. Early life, I was born somewhere July 25th, 1970, so I'm a little over 50 now. And I was privileged enough to be plucked from my parents, my father and my mom, by my grandfather, to a fishing village somewhere in the southeastern corner of this country. And within that environment, the settlement is a spit, what we call in geography, we call it sand spit. It's a spit. To the south is the Atlantic Ocean, and to the north is a very big lagoon. We are told the largest lagoon in West Africa, that is a Keta Lagoon. And so if you are brought up in such an environment, you very much are likely to become a fisherman than any other profession. We move on. And indeed, I did a lot of fishing. And most times I had to choose going to the classroom, either to go to the sea or to go to lagoon to look for fish. However, nature has been kind. I progressed through the primary system, and I went to Buamposim Secondary School in the central part of the country, where I read for my O-level and the A-level certificate examinations. Now, I have the second paragraph for slide 2 as a very interesting one I want to share with you. While I was in the school, in those days, there is a train system. We have somehow a rail system that operates from Accra to Takoradi. For the benefit of those of you who don't have the geography of this country, Accra is the capital of the nation, and then we have a railway line dissecting from Accra to the central part and then Accra to the western part. So my father was a poor, low-ranking police officer living somewhere along the railway line then in a town called Chufupraso, which has no other road except the rail line. And so on one of those occasions, I was sacked from school from Dunkwa, which is almost about 100 miles to the north of that place. And I made half of the journey by rail, and then you have to make another journey by rail to where my father was. And then when I went for this school fees that I was sacked for, there was a derailment. So the train line that was supposed to connect to Takoradi for me to connect to Dunkwa was not working. And so I had to walk 30 miles from mile 0030 to mile post 000. Anyhow, I scaled through those challenges of life and finally entered the University of Cape Coast, at the time, one of the 3 leading universities in Ghana, public universities. And then I entered 1991 through to 1996, where I graduated with a bachelor degree in economics, diploma in economics and a bachelor degree in education. And those were done concurrently. We'll move on, please. And then I followed up later to read MPhil in educational planning at the same university. And then of recent 2012, I graduated with MA, Masters in Conflict, Peace and Security Studies at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administrations and the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. And here I am, I'm offering a delayed PhD now at AIU about me so far to do with education. We move on, please. Now, very interesting, when I was in the barracks, as a barracks boy, in fact, later when I had to leave my grandfather to join my parents because I was now then at the secondary school or the high school, I had an encounter with a police officer that imprinted on me throughout my life till date. My own father, who was in the police uniform, never became my role model. And then just as Dr. Lam said some few minutes ago. Growing up, he got influenced by the speeches of Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, and I believe I was also in the same situation. I had an encounter with this police officer, and I just had a serious admiration for him, trying to know more about him. And then I went straight to him after I've observed him for some time. I went to him and told him that, you know what, I want to be like you. And then he asked me, are you sure you want to be like me 10 times? And I said, yes, I want to be like you. So why? Then I mentioned all the qualities I saw in him. And the advice he gave me then was that if you want to be like me, forget about being like me today, learn hard, go to your university. If it is God's design that one day you serve this nation as a police officer, it shall truly come to pass. We move on. We move on, please. And so I got enlisted into the Ghana Police Service 2000, year 2000, as an officer with a beginning rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police. The graduation, of course, the initial enlistment, training, and then final graduation took almost about 4 years. And interestingly, I served in many roles, both in an investigation, and then finally I was brought to the Research and Planning Directorate, where I actually actualized myself, engaging and deploying all the theories and principles that I learned in planning into fruition to help the Ghanaian Police Service. And until recently, before I was brought here, I served as a Chief of Staff of the Ghana Police Service. Please move on. My contribution, the first product I worked on when I joined the Ghana Police Service as an officer corps was to put up a paper for revision of what used to be women and juvenile units, which they call WAJU at the time. When I joined the police, I tried to review what was the reason behind the establishment of WAJU, or Women and Juvenile Unit, in the service. And I realized it was so narrow scoping and not serving the broader units of the Ghanaian society. In other words, I found that unit as a tool for women shipping at recalcitrant men or disappointing men. And so I decided to have a broader reading on how to realign these very units. Fortunately for me, at the time, 2004, the Ghanaian Parliament was also debating domestic violence bill, which became Domestic Violence Act. And so I realigned this unit as Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit to enforce domestic violence laws and then children-related acts and laws in this country. And that is what has been ongoing the past maybe 19 or 18 years now. It is one unit that has nationwide coverage, all starting from me. All right. And then I also worked on establishment of a peacekeeping department of the Ghana Police Service. At the time, I became an officer of the Research and Planning Directorate. There was nothing like that. Each time a request came from the DPKO, as we call it then, that is Department for Peacekeeping Operation, which is now Department for Peace Support Operation, they do what I saw as foot soldiering. In other words, they only gather 1 or 2 or 3 people to go and then do what we call SAT test for persons who qualify to be deployed for peacekeeping. And I thought that that was not the best thing to do at the time. So I came out with a paper proposing for a whole department to be established for peacekeeping operation, and also making sure that we have quality officers that will go to serve on peacekeeping assignment wherever the United Nations will call us for. We move on, please. I also created a strategic office for regional commanders. That office has never been in existence when I joined the Ghana Police Service. However, due to one or two studies and then personal observation I made, I proposed this, and now all the regional commanders have what we call executive office, which represents their secretariat and administration of the region. Another interesting thing, at the time I was at the research and planning, we had a serious upsurge in highway robbery to a magnitude that Ghana has never seen before. And it was as if we were going to lose it to robbers on the highway. Many theories were proposed as, once again, foot soldiering approach. But I looked through the system and then I proposed to the Inspector General then that there was a need for us to establish what I call a highway patrol, dedicated highway patrols that will man the entire highways, especially the West African highways, which runs from Nigeria, running through Republic of Benin, through Togo, through Ghana, and then to Ivory Coast, and then beyond Ivory Coast, which of course is not too effective, talking about where my country is. But between us and Nigeria, I mean, it runs like one entity. So that highway patrol teams were formed, and today, as I speak, they are on the highway fighting robbery. Very interesting product also has to do with conducting research on units. And many revelations came out of that, which led to realignment and then reconfiguration of some of the units, and then proposing some capacity building packages for officers and men of the service. Maybe one of my proudest of all the product will be the Marine Police. When Ghana found oil, I mean, before 2008, we never knew of any 1 barrel of oil as credited to Ghana as oil producing country. But it so happened somewhere 2008, by then I was in the United Nations peacekeeping operation in Sudan, when we all heard that Ghana has found oil. So whilst I was in the mission, I started asking colleagues from Nigeria, colleagues from Norway, colleagues from other oil producing countries to give me an idea about how the police system fit into oil security. And I learned a lot from some of them. So by the time I came home, I had gotten a lot of notes on how oil is policed. And so when I came back and joined the service, I was privileged once again to be sent back to the research and planning department. And so I continued what I was doing. Friends, I spent almost about 8 months running from the shoreline with Ivory Coast to the west, to Togo to the east, just trying to understand the topography of our shorelines and then how the police will fit into it. And eventually I came out with a document which was equally adopted at the cabinet level, and then the government or the state decided to now establish a marine police, which once upon a time existed in from 1900 and then got defunct somewhere 1930 thereabout. So I got this established now, and I can tell you on authority that the territorial waters, in other words, the brown waters of Ghana, is now policed by the police, and we expect our naval force to go beyond territorial waters into the to the contiguous zone, and then what we call the economic and exclusive zone, that is up to 200 knots from the shoreline. We can move on. Okay. Well, God and nature has been very kind to me. I have gone out of my own jurisdiction to see life elsewhere. My first engagement was in South Sudan, or Southern Sudan, as it was then called, from 2006 to 2008. And I later also was appointed as a planning advisor for the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operation, particularly the police division, as a planning advisor for the standing police capacity, which is based in Italy. And my role Yeah. Am I lost? Hello?
You're on.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was highlighting on the second item on this slide. So eventually my appointment to the standing police capacity saw me deployed to ABA, which is a very controversial area in Sudan, for United Nations Interim Security Force for ABA, and I served there in a startup capacity. Maybe later we'll explain what a startup means. Somewhere along the line, I was also deployed to my country that I call my second country, to Sierra Leone for UNIPSIM. And over there, I was also assigned a very unique role. I went to Sierra Leone to witness the total final folding of the United Nations peacekeeping activities or peace building activities in that country. And that was 2014 thereabout. I was also deployed to Somalia as a planning advisor for ANSOM, the African Union mission in Somalia, where I was engaged in a lot of strategic planning for the two missions. We move on, please. I also provided some backup, what we call remote support for MINUSCA, that is United Nations multi-dimensional integrated stabilization force or stabilization mission in Central African Republic and then Mali. In the case of Mali, I was involved in FISMA planning, and finally we handed over to the United Nations. Once again, I left for Accra. I was involved in some other strategic behind the scene planning for RBA and Liberia, which finally also drew down some one or two years or 3 years ago. I was also involved in a lot of planning to do with Syria, which never was the small UN mission in Iraq. Please, we'll move on. Okay. Summing up all this kindness of God and then the experiences I have gone through and then my own contribution as of now, and then the chances I can perceive in front of me, this is what I want to do. I want to embark on serious professionalization of the Ghanaian Police Service. Given the chance, I want to do effective deployment of ICT to make this police service more robust and more service delivering than I have come to meet it. And then also make community policing as one of my flagship projects than I have come to meet it. And then make sure that the police and the public have a better mutual trusting than I have come to meet it. And then also to make sure that I make this police organization a lead institution in revenue generation for this country. And maybe if I have the opportunity through your questions, I will answer how I will do it. So friends, maybe you go to my last paragraph. My last paragraph, please. Yes. I saw my legacy that I want to leave, that I have started living and will leave behind, as that I want to be a reference and a source of hope for children who are disadvantaged in social and economic standing. That those children must trust in themselves and see in themselves a seed by God in each. And that when they aspire and work hard, that seed in them will germinate into the fruit that God has actually expected from them. And then the benefit will be for themselves, their own country, and to humanity. And that growing up as children, they must remain focused and identify a model as I have and aspire to be same. And I conclude, in my view, no human is useless. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much, Francis, for that inspiring presentation. The floor is now open for anybody that,
Yeah, I'm here.
the floor is now open for anybody who has questions and comments
Yeah.
about the presentation. Harding,
Yes,
Amadou, are you ready?
Yeah, it's an excellent presentation, you know, starting from early life to where he is today. It's very, very, very inspiring. Coming back to what we were discussing before his presentation, some participants brought up, asked some questions about what resources do we have to pass on an education, to pass on education or legacy, to impact society. I think my brother here, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Since I can hear you.
You are from your stripes, what you've done with your life, you've actually created an embodiment that people can feed from. Congratulations and thank you very much. Of course, I am Harding from Sierra Leone. I felt so good you mentioned Sierra Leone to be your second country. Thank you for your effort in the UNOPSIL drawdown. Thank you, all of you that helped in stabilizing Sierra Leone again to a serene environment, quiet environment from that brutality, that decadence of the war, institutional breakdown and all of that. Thank you very much. But what I am seeing, I am not just seeing a paper. I am seeing an embodiment from which society can tap from. Like I started mentioning, people were asking about resources, what it takes, what it takes to actually be able to give back to society. I think your life is all of that. You started, you know, struggling, you dreamt, and you actualized your dream. From your presentation, it's not even your father that motivated you, it's that you saw as a hero. It's somebody else, but in the force. Today, lest I forget, I used to work before working at the National Pension Scheme, that's the National Social Security and Insurance Trust. I used to work with an NGO, working with the police to ensure people get their rights, that people's rights are being observed, are being respected. We worked with the police to, you know, see how the detainees, suspects were being treated according to what is set out in the Constitution, all of that. The way I see how the passion you have, the passion you are really showing in the presentation, it touches me a lot that I wish I had these kind of people in our police. I know even in Ghana there you have lots of other police officers that cannot impact the way you have done. It is not just today. It started a long way ago, a long way back. But today, that is what you are. Once again, thank you very much. And for me, I have been inspired by your great work. And at AIU now presently, as I'm trying to expand on my horizon, on my knowledge, to tap into the ideas of other people, like I am getting it right now here as we speak, I'll actually try to ensure I go back. I'm doing public administration and I deal with the public institutions. I have been navigating public authorities. I have been making advocacies. I have been engaging in community education as to how institutions work. And as at now, I find myself still in a public institution that is there catering for pension after retirement or after when you go invalid, or for the survivors. So I hope to tap into that of your struggle. It's a huge struggle. Now I have learned that legacy cannot be achieved by just sitting on a table to make a write-up. No, it is far-fetched from it. And that legacy is not just what you have in you, it's what you take to be able to get out the things that are so specially new and to be able to bear up all of the constraints in life in order to actually get your mold that can feed, that people can feed from. I know on your journey, as I conclude, you took in lots of experiences. That's the garbage in, garbage out situation. Now you are standing tall and people are tapping from your expertise. You have helped Ghana a lot from your presentation. And it started from a single step, a single decision that you took, and the desire to pursue what you wanted to be today. Thank you so very much. It's laudable. And I hope this slide will be shared. I really want to have this presentation linked to me if Dr. Lambert can do that, because at times I engage institutions like the police that I have here in Sierra Leone. I still engage with them, even though I'm finding myself now in a bit of some kind of professional career that is not related to them, but I have passion in dealing with their own institutions in terms of justice, in terms of helping the needy, because Sierra Leone is mad. Sierra Leone is a constraint of indigents, poor people, particularly in the rural areas. So I still have that passion to interface with them. So I beg Dr. Lambert, if you can get this link, if this presentation was actually recorded, so that I will be able to use it and make some engagement.
All of the presentations are being recorded.
All right, thank you very much.
So if anybody needs the recording, I guess the best thing to do is contact your tutor and ask for the link. Okay. Thank you so much, Harding Amadou, for your thoughts, your continuing inspirational thoughts. You are inspired. You're inspiring me with your energy.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go to Charles Niame. I don't think Charles has had a chance to speak yet.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I am Reverend Father Charles Niame, originally from Nigeria, but currently working in the Republic of Ireland. And I am particularly inspired by this wonderful presentation by Officer Francis, and for the fact that it's coming from a police officer. You know, in most places in Africa, the police does not have a very good image. But there are still a lot of examples like Officer Francis that can really inspire and bring a lot of change, you know, a lot of positive change, you know, for the next generation. In the school I attended for the seminary I attended, we often have a kind of a mission statement. And that kind of mission statement says, I will leave this place better than I met it. And from the presentation of Officer Francis, that is just what he is exactly doing. He's going to leave the police force of Ghana better than he met it. And there is no legacy that is much more than that. So thank you, Officer Francis, for that inspiration. And we're all inspired. Yeah.
Thank you, Charles. And thank you, Sisi.
Let's go on to Babakir Adam Sharif. Can you activate your microphone? Babakir Adam Sharif. Babakir? No. Okay, let's try Mario Cabral.
Hearing you well. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, I'm online.
I see that you're both connected right now with your microphones.
Just I want to introduce myself, and I'm the Babakir Adam Sharif from Sudan, West Darfur. I am the as a student in the AIU University for the master degree in admin, business and administrative. So I'm not preparing myself today for sharing with you some information, but next time I can prepare myself to presentation, inshallah.
Excellent.
Yes, as now I'm not preparing all the document, but I'm busy with have to a small project with some donor in the UNICEF. For the 6 months, I'm running, but next time I can prepare and I make the presentation.
Thank you. We look forward to that. Do you have a comment about any of the presentation?
I can prepare, yes, some for a small project I can share it. Next time I can prepare.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to Mario Cabral.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning.
I'm Ibrahim.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr.
Hello.
Lambert. Hello.
Nice to see you. Let me see.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Lambert.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also greetings from Timor-Leste to my fellow students and some alumni here. This is very impressive, especially regarding to the presentation of Assistant Commissioner Police, Mr. Francis. As we all aware that as a part of AIU students, we are proud of course. So the legacy is a trigger word that's very powerful. So all of us as an entity that we transform as a champion. So in this case, in this special opportunity, I would raise questions and my appreciation to as a champion, Mr. Francis, about the worst impression or worst experience during your conduct your missions as a police peacekeeping in your career. So what is the worst, not the best one, but the worst experience that you feel as a trigger for you to transform, to share your own experience to others as a champion? I think this is my point. Thank you. Dr. Lambert?
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Lambert.
Let's move on. Let's go to Adeline.
Okay, can I say, okay.
Oh,
can I say something?
Francis, please.
Yes.
Hello.
Francis Kwame, do you want to respond?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Hold on.
I did.
Francis Kwame is going to respond.
Yes, if I did hear my colleague very well, he was trying to ask me to share with him my 2 worst experiences as a police officer. I don't know, there was some fees in whether I believe I got him right. Was that a question? Was that a question, please?
That is fine. You could go ahead, Mario.
That
okay.
two worst experiences as a police officer, right? Was that a question?
Sorry, the main question is about the worst, not the better, but the opposite
the worst,
from
okay.
the, yes, what is the worst?
Proceed.
Yes, okay, please.
I have 2 experiences I will share with my friends here. Experience 1 has to do with the United Nations not getting it right. When I was in Abyei, I'm happy a colleague is coming from Darfur region of Sudan. When I was in Abyei, I was given a United Nations Security Council resolution to go and establish the police component of UNISFA. I've already explained what UNISFA means. That is United Nations Interim Security Force in Abyei. The police component of that resolution, I would say, was bogus. Why did I say so? At the time the UN deployed into Abyei, Sudan and South Sudan or Southern Sudan had never come to any agreement, let alone to fulfill some of the key elements in the Security Council resolution that I was supposed to go and ensure that I established a police component. One, the resolution said Sudan and South Sudan will come together and establish what they call Abyei administration, Abyei judiciary, Abyei three elements, I forgot the rest, executive. So in other words, this is a territory, I want you to picture it well. This is a territory in between South Sudan and Sudan that you need two countries to establish executive wing, to establish judiciary wing, to establish legislative wing in there. And then it is these two countries that will come together and then form a police service in this entity called Abyei. I got there, South Sudan and Sudan never agreed on anything. However, there were human beings in Abyei that must be police. My worst moment, I was collecting dead bodies every day without justice. Without justice, because one, the mandate itself was hollow. The mandate did not foresee that Sudan and South Sudan will not agree to form the police. The mandate did not foresee that Sudan and South Sudan will never come together to form administrative body. The mandate did not foresee that Sudan and South Sudan will not come together to form the judiciary body. The third one, they won't come together to form a parliamentary body. So there was total vacuum in legislation, vacuum in law enforcement, vacuum in everything. However, I was there wearing the blue beret as a police officer trained to do the police work as per the United Nations mandate, but not as per how I do it in Ghana, or how the Sudanese would like to do it, or how the South Sudanese would like to do it. And so it was a mess, a mess, a mess. By the time I left Abyei, I lost my aesthetic value. I was exposed to only horrible scenes for 1 full year before I was recalled to Italy. The second one has to do with my own country here. When I joined the police about 1 year, I was then, as part of our training process, I was on the highway, I was on a patrol somewhere. And then, in fact, it's not a highway patrol, but a motor traffic law enforcement patrol. Motor traffic law enforcement patrol, where I saw a gentleman who was driving. He was driving a bus with a license for a lesser vehicle. In other words, this gentleman was driving a bus with a license only meant for license B, only meant for saloon vehicles and then low CC vehicles. So I challenged the passengers on board that I am not convinced, I wasn't convinced this guy can drive you people on this highway. I had my nightmare. I saw somebody of the age of my mother fell on her knee, begging me, let us go. He was the one who drove us from all this distance up to. I said, Madam, Mama, you are like my mother. You are making my work very difficult for me. As I see you, I'm seeing you like my mother kneeling before me, which you should not do. It will be very difficult for me to say no to you. But by my profession, I must say no. Finally, I surrendered to her call. Look, my good friends, they drove about 50 kilometers and now all of them got killed. So my worst moment, so far two. So far two. One, I could not control the situation. Two, I should have insisted on my police principle and saved life, but I didn't. Because I'm a human being. Africa, if you have another person kneeling before you, who are you? As somebody who look like the sun to say no. So I surrendered and they died.
Dr. Lombard.
Okay, let's move on.
Doctor, can I?
Adeline Magnan.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, please.
Good evening. I would like to congratulate Mr. Francis for your presentation. And my name is Etlen Maya, and I am doing a postdoctorate in economics at AIU. I have a simple question to ask you. All your research can contribute specifically to the police service in your country?
Yeah.
This is my question.
Okay, maybe you went low somewhere. All I heard was all my research. I didn't get the actual substance of the question.
All your research can contribute specifically in the police service in your country.
Please, can someone help me? I'm not getting the question. Because the background noise is just too much. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I can tell you. Hello. Acting Commissioner. Assistant Commissioner.
Yeah, carry on.
There are more feedback.
Yes. What he said, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
please.
yeah, I hear you.
Yes, you have conducted a lot of researches.
How all your research can specifically contribute to the police service in your country, the police service in your country, your research?
Oh, yes. Yes, significantly. I just told you, we have a marine police on my right here is the Atlantic Ocean. On the Atlantic Ocean now, they are enforcing the fishing law, trying to arrest guys who are doing bad, using bad fishing practices, right? They are policing the brown waters against terrorism. And the highway patrols have said, I mean, we have them now on all our highways, especially the West African highway that traverses from Nigeria through Benin Republic, through Togo to Accra here. It's a very busy highway, right? And so we have to police this highway effectively so that the ECOWAS citizens and other citizens can have free passage without becoming victim to armed robbers. The products are many. I just mentioned them. And even for my international operations, they are there. They are on the slide. They are there. For example, in Sierra Leone, I was the one who did the final compilation, final assessment of United Nations police role in Sierra Leone, and then the roles that were supposed to be passed onto the UN country team, to be specific, the United Nations Development Program. So my contribution is enormous. The slide, when you take the slide and then you are not too clear, when you ask me, I will explain into details. Everything was research-based. That's why I got it done. For example, the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit, they are here. Every division has a DINE office established to enforce domestic violence, husband and wife issues, which need a professional touch other than the normal police behavior. You know, when you are dealing with husband, children issue, you need special training to manage those situations so that you do not aggravate the problem. That approach is different from dealing with robbers, fraudsters, I mean, I led in that.
Okay, Dr. Lampard, can I contribute? Can I ask a question, Dr. Lampard? Doctor.
Yes, please go ahead. Let's hear your comment.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Francis.
Thank you.
It was excellent. Yeah. The two questions. Yeah, the first one is the person from whom you got your inspiration, the policeman. You did not tell us what he was doing. The action that got you inspired from him is one. The second one is the police issue, the relationship between the police and the ordinary citizen in the whole Africa, maybe the whole world also. I don't know what is happening in other continents, but in Africa, the relationship between police and the ordinary citizen is not always too good. I don't know if in your work, all the things you have done, the contribution you have made to the police service in your country, have you succeeded in improving the atmosphere or the friendship or the relationship between the ordinary citizen and the police? Can a citizen, a Ghanaian, feel comfortable dealing with a policeman? Thank you.
Francis, do you want to respond to that?
Your microphone.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, few times we've had low blow. In other words, low rating. For example, anytime anti-corruption institutions run a test, they claim the Ghana police is the most corrupt institution in the country. Every year, that is the rating they give us. And we have also, in fact, especially when I was at the research and planning, I had a few times to also challenge that as per our own study, that picture was not a conclusive picture that we got, that we are the #1 corrupt institution in the country, as they keep telling us. But sincerely, the police public relation is not too good and is not equally bad. But I think that we can do better.
Hello.
I think that we can do better.
Lambert, may I contribute something?
I think, do I have the floor, please?
My hands for so long.
Do I have the floor? I haven't answered the questions, please. Do I? Do I have the floor, please?
Yeah, go ahead and let Francis Kwame, the presenter, respond to a question. And then after that, the floor will be open.
Are you hearing me? So to be sincere with my friend who asked the question, our police public image is not good. And that is why I have identified that if you are providing service, the person you are providing the service to should be able to appreciate your service by you doing what is right, so that you can win the support and appreciation of the people. But if the police sees itself as an institution elsewhere and thinking that the public should accept it, that will not work. That is why I personally will champion this as one of my products. The second question has to do with what was my role model doing? I mentioned it. One, I saw him as a very disciplined officer who got everybody within the division, to do what was supposed to be right. I saw him dealing with drunk police officers, getting them to order. I saw him dealing with persons who were poorly dressed, making sure that they conform to the police standard. I saw him making sure that people observe and his resilience. And as a child or as a adolescent then, seeing him all through and his demeanor, and then his social standing, I was attracted. And then I didn't hide that admiration. I went to him and said, "Dad, I want to be like you." And he asked me 3 times, "Do you want to be like me?" Yes. 2, the 3rd. And I say yes. And then he offered his advice. Thank you.
Yes, Dr.
I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Please, thank you.
Can I contribute?
Yes, go ahead. Let's hear what is your name and where are you from? Hello?
Hello? I'm Aaron Boma.
Aaron, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Aaron Boma from Tanga, Tanzania. Yeah, I'm so happy.
In their faces.
Dr. Lambert, may I continue?
Yes, please. Let us know your question or your comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'm Aaron Boma from Tanga, Tanzania. I'm so happy to join in this live conference. I'm also a student of AIU, taking the master's degree in education. My contribution is this, that it is very important to consider the relationship between the police officers and the citizen as well, because the police officers are there to make sure that the entire citizen of the entire nation, they are all safe. And it is very worse if at all the police officers are the one who mistreats the citizen in the society or in the nation. So it is very important to consider this and to make sure that the society live in peace and harmony. May I continue, Dr. Lambert?
Actually, yes. How much more do you have to say?
Okay, so let me proceed. Yeah, so
I want to make space for everybody to speak, so try and limit it to 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that was my contribution. It is very important to make sure the police officers, they take care of the life of the local citizen and not mistreat them, because there was some issues which happened here in Tanzania about 3 or 2 weeks. The citizen shoot the police because of the police officers, they mistreat the entire citizen. So it is very important to consider this. That is my contribution. Thank you very much, Dr. Lambert.
Doctor,
Thank you so much, Aaron.
Doctor, can I contribute?
Yes,
Dr.
Remy,
Lambert,
please.
Can you hear me?
Should I ask something?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and let Remy speak now.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Let me say good evening from Nigeria. To any part of the world, I don't know the time. However, I'm trying to a bit returning the discussion back to the original concept of within the concept of
sorry. I'm sorry.
Is everybody okay? Thank you. First, I want to contribute on Mr. Francis. Thank you very much for your inspiration. What his presentation is very highly inspiring. I really gain a lot from his struggle. And he never allowed his struggle to become an obstacle, all those to become obstacles to him. So how do we connect this to what we are discussing? You know, we have seen police. You know, police is almost the same thing everywhere in the world. But let's bring it back to the education, the legacy.
Okay, this one just to
and the legacy. How do we connect his experience with the legacy from my own point of view? The subject, the discussion. His experience has shown how African, especially in Africa and some part of the Asia, struggles to become somebody in life or to move ahead, especially in terms of education, because of the financial aspect of it. You know, it's not like that in Europe and America, as it's so to speak. So how do we make it easier to send the legacy down to our the future generation? How? Some of us, we had experience. A speaker spoke some hours ago and talks about what we have gotten, the knowledge, the knowledge we've gotten, we gather through the academy, that we've passed through. How do we transmit it to the young generation? Some may say that they don't have the money, they don't have the financial capability to move on. I will say in this way, though there are a lot of, it might be a kind of obstacle also to transmit this legacy to those, to the ones we are talking about, because we have a particular goal. We want to transmit this legacy to those ones that feel like they are not eligible enough to further education, or to go and learn some work or some trade, or to just find something else in life because of they feel like they can't move on. But I want to say our motivation, the way we motivate people around us, I will give examples to that. The way we motivate people around us. Also, hi, I'm a very young person. I have achieved a bit in life also. And though Nigeria is very large, and with the little expanse, with the expanse in Nigeria, I can say I've made some landmark also. But
Remy,
how did I?
Remy, I need to say that we're concluding this presentation to move on to the next presentation. So if you could make it short.
On this presentation, yes, based on the Mr. Francis presentation, how I'm a kind of connecting it together to this legacy we are talking about, the future generation. I want to say we can motivate the young ones, even though if they feel like they don't have the capacity, we have mediums, little mediums through which they can we can help them, encourage them about the education. They felt like it's more harder to go into. Look at officer, Mr. Francis. He started at a small stage, and before you know, is where he is now today. And it's not because there's one big money somewhere. That is my own point of view. I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that fits into the discussion right now. So my home problem in my own country, that's what I'm talking about right now. Why people are not, they don't want to include themselves in this legacy we are talking about. I personally have encouraged a lot of people that have felt like they can never be someone in life, and gradually, little by little, I didn't have any money, any finance. I didn't assist them financially. I only put them through the way they can make it work. How I made it work in my own part.
Okay, with this, let's give Francis Kwame a chance to respond.
Okay.
Can I? Oh yeah. I share exactly in what he's saying. It's true. The question is, what do we do as individuals? Nature has been very kind to me. I never got into this rank before I started imparting on the Ghana Police Service. God has been very kind to me. And if you realize, somebody did a recap and then the person nearly drew tears on my face. It is a very emotional life journey. But sincerely, to God Almighty be the glory for whatever seed He has in us. I have extended same to people around me till today. I pick somebody whom I saw at age 5, cutting goose, those from Africa will understand, cutting goose on the head in the market, moving up and down, selling for somebody she has been adopted for. And when I saw the girl, then this part of the head was peeled off. She was around age 9. I took that girl, she joined my family. I have taken care of her. She has just finished her MBA just last week. Till date, I don't know the father. I only saw the mother visiting me once. To God be the glory.
Yeah, Lambert, I have a question. I don't know what I have the privilege to do that.
Well, we have to move on to the next presentation now. We're a little bit overdue. I'm not sure where that sound is coming from. Sorry, everybody.
Hello, Dr. Lambert, please, can I, a quick one?
Can we take it to
Can I
chat?
just-
Can you take your conversation to chat? So we're going to conclude this. We're going to conclude this presentation, and you can continue the conversation in chat. And so we can continue on with the next presentation, but we can also continue on with your conversation in chat. So we want to thank.
Hello. Click their link, it will take you
Sir,
to
may I ask you something?
Is that Boniface talking?
No, actually, I am Dr. Aftab Alam from Delhi, India. I just want to ask you, I have been also invited, but the thing is, I don't know whether I have to speak or not. That is the thing. Please just let me know. I am also as a speaker, I have been invited as a just listener, as a just attendee or whatever. Please.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and conclude this presentation now for Francis Kwame Tsidi, who actually created a presentation with a lot of response. And that's a very important issue that he is bringing up here. But we really appreciate his heart in his work and where he's going and the good things that he is doing.
Oh, Mr. Lambert?
He is changing. Yes?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I have already, I appreciate your things. I am listening continuously, no problem. But the thing is, I have prepared some inputs and I have submitted to ma'am as well. So in that regard, only I just want to ask.
Okay. Dr. Alam, just wait one second.
Please.
Okay, so Francis Kwame Tsidi, thank you so much for bringing in a very powerful presentation.
Please, thank you. Thank you all.
Recording stopped.
Now, our next presenter is Noel Dar Gelag Haro. Where are you? Is that you, HR?
Yes, I guess it is.
Okay, I was looking for you everywhere. I couldn't find you. I was calling you. I was sending you emails. There you are right there. I saw HR, but I didn't connect your name to HR.
I did not even know if that was my reference at this point. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. Let me get this started for your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hello, welcome to the AIU Symposium, the 9th online AIU Symposium, Atlantic International University. And the theme of this symposium is My Legacy for Future Generations. My name is Dr. Edward Lambert. I'm hosting this symposium. And our next presenter is Noel Dar Galage Haro. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Yes, you have. It could be better. It could not be better.
Now, do you want to share your presentation from your computer or do you want me to share it?
Yeah, please, can you share it for me?
Yes.
From your side. Thank you.
You can go ahead and introduce yourself while I'm getting the presentation ready.
Yes, my name is Gelaz Noelda Warou from Seychelles. Currently, a student with the AIU, doing the doctorate in human resource management, and I have over 23 years of experience working from different fields of management. I was educated from England and currently have 1 degree in executive defense management and a master in MBA and a master in theology and leadership. Currently, I'm the technical advisor to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I am very pleased indeed to have this privilege to be in these presentations. All the hard work of Dr. Edwards Lambert and his team of technician and management team, and all the presenters before this. It has been very inspiring and of course educational, and I think the legacy has been well said, because the legacy to me it's as a combination of both experience and also educations and the wisdoms from our creator that we all been see in us. I think this is what I've gathered, and I'm very impressed. And of course, it is indeed great privilege to able to speak tonight. To start with my presentations, my legacy that I would like to leave behind, as I said, I have a quite experience from the police, from the army, and also a trained intelligence officer. I am very much indeed enjoying the last presentations that Francis has presented as a police officer, and indeed all the other presenters about the education that they went through and all they are doing for to make the a difference in the world. So I will start with my first slide. My legacy that I would like to leave behind is to able to teach these young generations the essentials of strategic management, because I believe any business or any organization without a strategic plans, we are moving there and there. There's no proper directions. So this is why I chosen this subject to present tonight. From first slide, you got the introductions. I'll go briefly about it. Generally, what I'm saying here is that strategic management is a process. We can see the introduction. It's really started from the army, from the military point of view, whereby the general use this art to plan all the strategies to move to with less casualty to capture the ground and dominate the ground. So from the army, the business people have now able also use such models to apply it into the business, and it is so fascinating. It is so fascinating because by definitions, it is all about decision making, action taking, and having managers and the senior management to have a plan for the future of the organization, so any company that they are working for. So I could have the second slide, please. Can I move on to the second slide, please? Hello? 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 Can we move on to the second slide, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please tell me.
Can
you send the second slide, please?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, as you see, after this presentation, this is what we expected to achieve and know a bit. All those who are familiar with strategic management, and this objective is really after the presentation. This is what we should have as capture to have questions about it. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Hello? Hello? Can we move to the next slide, please? 43 minutes. Thank you. Here we have the contents. The contents is about all that I'm going to discuss briefly. As you see from the constant, we have the strategic management process, strategic managers, leadership. The whole thing about strategic management is that obviously we have to have the human resource, human being defined behind the plans. We need to have the technology behind the plans. We need to able to place the right person in the right place to make sure that the organization is achieve its goals, achieve its objectives. And of course, without good leadership, as we all know, we won't succeed. Without good managers in an organization, we won't succeed. Not only has to be a manager in this particular case, is you need to also be a good educator, communicator, and also you have to be a good innovator. And because it is about innovations in strategic management, it is about able to steady the course of actions of your weaknesses within your organizations, and with your strengths, your the strengths of your rivalry and the strengths of the market. It's all about a strategic move to achieve better and better products and service you are delivering. And of course, at the you will see that the Potters, one of these Harvard University professor, also add to the strategic management to as a techniques how the manager should be able to use certain models to modify the plans so that they have the competitive advantage over the competitors. The next one, we will find a relationship between technology and innovation. Obviously, we are living in this digital age. Innovation and technology is commercialize everything. As we are now in this pandemic, as we already seen the past presenters, these we're using technology to able to bring the educations that the traditional one now is unable to operate. So we have virtual. So it is the same scenario within strategic management. We have to keep innovating. We keep using the latest art of technology so that we can obviously overpower and get the best of the best for our company. And the last one is the techniques that we use, the balanced scorecard models of organizations. These are another techniques that we're going to briefly talk about. Can we move to the next slide, please? So here we are talking about strategic management process. As I mentioned before, quickly about this, there is about 5 components about process of management strategic plans. First one is the mission. The second one is the goals. The third one is strategy creations. There you see the strategic definition basically covering the internal environment and external environment, meaning we have a situation in organizations that we do have the internal customers. Internal customers is our employees that make things happen, starting from top management to the last recruitment in the organizations. And the external, you will find that there is this environment competitions taking place um, in a strategic way, because there's always a dynamic in the business world whereby political plays part of it, the environment itself play part of it, social take part of it. So we have to study those both of this internal and external environment to ensure that we can survive as a business in the strategic world. So then we will have what we call the implementation tactics. How do we implement our objective after we have completed all these implementations? Then we have the measurement that we're going to briefly talk about. Once we are able to have a strategic plan ready, we need to also put it in practice. So this is where we call performance measurements. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Here we already covered the four missions, as I said, the four missions for the top management, to make sure that once they have agreed on the mission statements of the organizations, the top management will cascade these goals that they want to achieve, so that the next level of management will be able to form the structures and forms all the strategies. For example, the goals of the first goal, the second goal, and define who's going to implement it, how we're going to implement it. So these are the four missions we are basically referring to. Can we move to the next slide, please? Strategic managers, as we all know, without a proper supervisor in a workplace, in a modern organization, there's always to have someone who's going to take the leads in the organization. So the strategic managers, basically, they are the one who can be either the general manager, who on top of all the manager, we have three level of this kind of manager within a strategic process. We have the what we call the general manager, then we call the corporate level manager, then the functional manager. And these are the people who make things happen. And the general manager oversee everything, and the corporate level, all these are the people who look for the business and work out all the plans to make sure that the services, the products, and all the employees is happy, and the customers is happy, and that's the way, that's the main job of the strategic manager. The next slide, please. We already discussed about strategic leadership. Strategic leadership role is to, as we all know about leadership, there's so many books have been written about leadership. It is the power that the manager can inspire and lead the group in a sense, in line with, obviously, with the human resource strategic plan, plus the other manager strategic plan, so that they can get the company to achieve the visions in time, as said. Thank you. Please, the next slide. Now, this is very interesting. You know, there's nothing stable in this complex city in this world. In the business world, as we know, there's always changes. There's no good strategy that has been planned, that there's no change. There will be change in progress. there will unexpected change in progress. So the management has to always look forward to see that these this kind of movement take place, so that they can take action accordingly. So we call this as an emergent process, meaning that there are some unpredictability with the strategy that they have planned accordingly, but because of some kind, maybe it is political issue, maybe there's problems in the environment, maybe there are, for example, a typical example I can use it today is this pandemics, the COVID pandemic. Everything has changed. The business changed. The way that we used to conduct our market process has changed. The school has changed. So these are the ones I'm referring to in this particular slide. Thank you. Moving on, please. Improving decision making. What we are referring to here is basically we need to know that there are some phenomenon in business that the manager need to become aware of it. It's not something that it is so obvious, is not, but it is psychologically affected your business, and these are these elements that bring down your strategic plan, because people might get discouraged, people might fall in the wrong, management may have caused some move that the workers or the staff are all unhappy. So they need to look out for these kinds of bias in the group, and it's basically called psychological phenomena or cognitive biases in the group. And there are about 5 of them that the managers in that group has to look for it and make sure that when they discover it, they take action immediately, because it impacted on your process of your business. It impacted on your delivery, impacted on your suppliers, impacted on your customers. So it will in fact impacted on your worker itself. And these are we call it bias. Actually, these been tested in the laboratory for quite a number of time, and they are what we call connective biases. These include some kind of disaccord within the management team, or some kind of laissez-faire attitude, some kind of we took it for granted that everything is moving, but we know it's not moving. The deduction is that the strategic management need to be aware of the psychological phenomena, and they need to take actions. Can we move on, please? Can we move on, please? Sorry, I think we moved too fast on that one. Can we get back the slide back? Yes, thank you. We have this one. Okay. So the stakeholders and corporate missions. I think every company have a corporate mission. I think the easiest example that I can give here is, for example, the AIU missions, which is to be learning institution committed to spreading pathways for greater cultural development using methods that are sustainable in order reach the optimal directions of the individual, the world, and environment while upholding and respecting human rights to achieve a higher level of cultural and human evolution. I think when we look at the missions of AIU, we can relate what I'm really referring to in these particular presentations. So the stakeholders, we all know that the stakeholders, we are the stakeholders. We are the one who really make things happening, and we are the ones like the internal stakeholders will be obviously the workers, the staff, and then the stakeholder will be the bankers, the lenders, and other organizations that really we can partake with to make sure that our business move accordingly. So normally the corporate mission statement is the key indicator organization view and claims of its stakeholder. And the visions and the missions have a very similar relationship as we can look at the mission visions of AIU, AIU, yes. We also have the visions, and I selected those two mission and visions of AIU because it make it so relevant for anyone who's listening and the other presenters say that AIU do have its missions and do have its vision. So this is a typical example I'm trying to illustrate here. Thank you. Can we move on, please? Can we move on, please? Thank you. Now, for the theory of Porter's, as we know, Porter has been this Harvard professor who add on to the strategic theory that has been developed to other theory that was developed in 1971. Porter has developed this model to help the manager able to assess the development of the competitors, and he has selected 5 of these. We can see it clearly on this presentation. The risk of new entry, meaning that if you are a business entity, you need to understand the potentials of your competitors. You need to understand all the strategy they're moving. You need to understand what they are offering to the customer in terms of prices and in terms of services and so forth. So these are the elements that Putte has devised so that to help the manager of the business to take advantage of this technique to better of the organization. So the task facing the managers is to recognize how changes in the is happening and what opportunities and threats to formulate strategies responsive. Thank you. Can we move on, please? Can we move on, please? Thank you. So, as I stated earlier, the relationship between technology and innovations is happening nowadays. We need to move on with the state of the art of technology. For example, we used to have internet. Now we have Twitter. We have all the fast-moving of device. So the business world need also to be innovated. We need to we need to make sure that the cost of getting these technology is not overturning our operation costs. So these are the decisions that management, top management, and the owner have to take, and it has to make sure that we're not overspent on technology so that we are not making a profit. So these are the things that must be included in your plans, and that will also reflect in the business strategic plans, and because it all cost and it must yield profit. Thank you. Can we move on, please? So balance score, we see it's a system that we use, a techniques rather that it's been used to measure the performance of the developments of our strategy. It is to assess the competitive advantage of our inputs and our outputs, and also to assess the efficiency of our productions, to assess the quality and measure what we are producing. It is to determine the innovations and measure of products that we are producing, and if it is worthwhile applying such strategy that we have designed, so that we bring the best product to our customers. And I think I come to the ends of this presentations. Now I will be pleased to have any questions that you may have, please.
Hello, do we have any questions?
Yes, I have one.
What is your name and where are you from?
I'm from Tanzania.
Is this Aaron Broma? Aaron Boma?
Yes, I'm Aaron Boma. Yeah, I just have a very small question. I need to ask about the fundamental of religions in the fundamental of religions in daily life. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, I'm just wanting to ask about the fundamental of religion in our day-to-day life, because if we are talking only about the technology and the education, and we set apart religion, I think the education and technology will not work proper. So how can you talk about the issue of religions?
Okay, thank you very much for your questions, and I really appreciate this. You see, I appreciate this because I believe there are seven areas in our life that we can stay in balance. Firstly, our spirituality. Secondly, our family, our social life, our finance, our physical exercise, our professional development, our personal development. And these things has to be in balance of life in our life, because without our spirituality that keep us in balance, we are not going to succeed in this world. And to add to your questions, I personally, after I completed my MBA, I tried to understand why why our creator has created us like this, because I took the master in Master of Art in Theology and Leadership, just because to understand the deity and the characteristics of the Creator, and to understand the language that the pastor is talking, to understand the language of the priest is talking, and to see what about our spirit and in the spirit world. So I believe you have a very interesting point. um, um, you probably ask me again if if you are connected to your creator. Obviously, some people will not, but I am, and this is one thing I want to reassure you, and that is more part of my legacy when when for this generation, that we need to be thankful to the creator every day in our life, because this is where all my perspective, my energy come from. I think I answer your question. If you have further question on this, I'm willing to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we'll go to Amachi Onyenokwe. Amachi, can you activate your microphone and give us a question? Ameche Onyenokwe.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Amici. I'm a student of the AIU. I'm actually from Nigeria, but I'm currently living in the Caribbean, British Virgin Islands to be precise. I want to add to what our presenter actually gave earlier on. I know we live in the world of technology, and everything is at the fingertips right now. Not everybody have access to technology, especially some part of Africa and some part of Asia. In terms of, economic, business, and technology, I believe everything is already, put in place for this to, to happen in terms of, checking of stocks and, keeping, update with finance and, economy and stuff like that. So my question is, what are the things put in place, especially for this, urban areas that don't have access to technology? Hello? Hello?
I'm listening. I'm hearing you.
Right. So my question is, in what way can we move forward in terms of, providing access to those countries that don't have, this kind of equipment to be able to, monitor or, keep update of their stocks or produce, and, be able to check the quality and, the data of, how much produce they could be able to, how much produce they could produce a day, or how much stock they could be able to, produce a day, in order for them to, be able to calculate their losses and, their gain and stuff like that.
Yeah, thank you for your the questions. It is interesting. Let me start it this way. I'm living in a corner of the world in Seychelles Islands, where you will Google it, you will find it. We have about 96 islands, 96 small islands, and then we have 1.4 million square meter of oceans. I'm talking about a really huge oceans, right?
Right.
And the thing is, we are a 1,000-man unit from everywhere in the world, because we are a little dot in the Indian Ocean, and technology is something that the governments of any country could make it happening in the whole world, in the whole country, by applying proper what we call public administration planning administration, whereby that we have a planning that we take care of the taxpayers' money, and we invest it accordingly, rather than we need to have what we call transparency, accountability, and good governance, and that is a way of alleviating poverty. So if we able to have planning, development planning properly, it will obviously help a country to allow technology to be developed in the school, in the government, in the rural and society. So I think it's one way of looking at it, having a proper development plan for the government to make sure that they have a flow of good marketing, they have a flow of business, they have a flow of good welfare. So there's discouragements of corruption, for example. So if we have proper good governing in place, each and everyone take its responsibility, we will have technology as we want it to have. But this is the way I can answer this question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think you answered the question very well. And I want to add one more thing. Now, looking at the economic aspect of nations and
Amici, it would actually be better if we moved on and let other people contribute.
Okay, no problem.
So thank you for your question. Elizabeth Adebate, are you ready to ask your question? Have to unmute your microphone. We can't hear you yet.
Hello, sir.
There you go.
When am I going to take my presentation? It's getting dark in Nigeria. It's dark here, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello,
can you hear me?
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I sent my own presentation. When is it coming up? It's getting late here in Nigeria.
Do you have a presentation?
Yes, sir.
Actually, we have a list of presenters who have already been accepted to present.
Sir? I sent my presentation this morning.
Actually, I don't see you on the list of presenters.
Okay. You asked me to send my PowerPoint. I sent it this morning.
Oh. But are you listed to present today?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking on the list. I don't actually see your name on the list.
Okay, sir.
And everybody is presented up until now. Okay.
Okay. Sir.
Well, you can send me a message in chat.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move on. Lulamile Given, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Doc. Let me introduce myself once more, because I realized that I didn't do that. Anyway, mine is going to be a comment, not a question. It's not going to consume your time. I'm Lulamile Given Beju. I'm a South African. I'm a student at the Atlantic International University, AIU, and I'm pursuing a doctoral degree in business strategy and information and innovation management. Thank you so much. I find this presentation by Dr. HR, I'm not sure if I'm calling him correct, very interesting and very interesting indeed, Doc.
Thank you. Do you have more of a comment? Oops, something happened there. Let's go to Hector Rivera.
Oh, hi again. Doctor, on your presentation, talking about management on this way. Before the COVID-19, all business are open. The communications also open, the contact with people. Right now, what you think what was your biggest challenge now during this pandemic time? What is your biggest challenge in terms of management that you perceive? Thank you.
Is that my questions?
Yeah.
The question
So
is,
can I make a comment?
what is the biggest challenge you see during the pandemic?
Yeah. Well, the biggest challenge is the business society has really gone down. I mean, in terms of unemployment, in terms of they changed the plan. They had to alter the plans altogether. For example, all the traveling has been interrupted, and the school has to be closed. The market has been closed. So there is a depletions in incoming profit for each organization. So that brings about an increase in poverty, an increase, less incomes is coming out, the people is losing job, and there's a total disruptions in the daily life. So these are this kind of interventions that government has to come in, because otherwise people we have cannot make ends to meet. So these are disadvantages that this pandemic has. I mean, left alone the death toll that we have seen, left alone that some government has maybe not tackled it as proper. Maybe that they did not even have a plan for it. Maybe the strategic plan for the organization was not even on. Maybe they never have a plan. So now it's a lesson to learn, really, that we need to have plans for things, maybe even contingency plans. So the first level, the second level plans. So it's a lesson we learn through this pandemic, and I think this kind of legacy that all the firm have to have alternative and how to have a plans. So this is, I can answer you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Lula Mila Given. Let's see.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. Doc, I just want to link what I've learned from the input from the previous speaker and the problems that were explained by Tsidi, because I find the correlation here. He's talking about strategic management here. And I feel that the two fundamental problems that experienced by Tsidi related to unstrategic decisions that were taken at some point. Maybe I'll take only one, the United Nations mission as an intervention mechanism in Sudan, where Tsidi maintains that they didn't do their job very well in terms of undertaking the necessary plans to make sure that the mission becomes a success. I think the subject of strategic management provides an answer to that particular question as to what is it that has happened. Because for that particular action and that decision to be strategic, it is a product of strategic thinking. But that strategic thinking has to be informed by understanding as to what is it that the external environment holds. That is the importance of competitive intelligence. And also what are the available resources and competencies internally in the United Nations itself to make sure that that superior alignment is created between what the United Nations wanted to do and the material conditions on the ground. Remember the situation wherein they were given a mission, commissioned to put up 3 tier levels for both South Sudan and North Sudan. That is on judiciary as well as legislative and executive level. But what I could gather from what he was saying, and I think it's confirmed by that input, you know, that there was no appropriate analysis of the environment within which that mission was going to be implemented or operationalized, because they never knew the balance of forces insofar as South Sudan and Northern Sudan. But they continued to take a decision and get that decision implemented without considering strategic decision maker enablers, which is that the business intelligence and the competitive intelligence. And lastly, let me take this opportunity for 1 second. The second one, dilemma that he faced, is when he allowed an underqualified driver to continue with the journey. I understand the dilemma he was in there because he was just respecting one of the fundamental values that we share, especially in Africa, that of listening to the elders. But I think strategic management would have assisted them in terms of saying, okay, it's fine, but what is the cost-benefit analysis here? Because the cost would have been disrespecting, I mean, the benefit, the problem would have been disrespecting that old lady if she refused, you know, that request that the driver should continue driving, you know? Yeah. Basically, that's what made him to agree to that one. But in terms of cost-benefit analysis, if he looked into the costs, which was the actual accident which compared relative to the benefit of satisfying that old lady, that mess wouldn't have happened. So the notion of cost-benefit analysis is very much fundamental when it comes to strategic management, you know, as well as the question of strategic decision enablers, namely your business intelligence, which relates to internal capabilities and resources, and as well as competitive intelligence to know as to what is the balance of forces in the external environment. Thank you very much for such an excellent presentation. Thanks, Doc.
Can I talk?
That was a comment. That was a comment. It's not
yes.
a question.
Yes. Yeah. Can I talk, Dr. Lambert, please?
Are you able to turn up your volume a little bit more?
1 moment, please. Is that fine?
That helps a little, yes. And then we'll have another question from Franklin Igwe, if you're ready. Or do you want to respond?
Yes, I have a question.
Franklin, go ahead.
All right, my question is on the UN sustainability goals. It's just a question for Doctor, and this is the question. Given that different countries have different capabilities to deliver on the sustainability goals, is it actually fair that all the countries globally are given the same milestones, the same time frame? Some countries are at faster pace of development, some are at slower pace. So I was thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's probably not fair that all countries have to meet the same milestones at the same time.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Franklin. I think I have to correct something there. I'm not a doctor. I'm on this.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that.
Thank you for that. Regard to developmental goals, UN developmental goals, really this matter, I came across it, but I cannot really make a great comments on this because what we found on the first UN development goal, we found that we want to eliminate poverty by 2030. But now with the pandemic, it seems to be very difficult because it has increased the increased poverty around the world, increased poverty in all the rural society, as you know, for developing country, and we found ourselves in a very awkward situations, and the whole issue, I believe, is even the UN is doing what they have to do, but it's up to each and every government to ensure that their planning makes sense to what they are facing. Because when we look at the development, the poverty, the cause of poverty is because of poor planning. We are not making availability of equipment for the farmers, for example. We are not developing, we do not perhaps have a development strategic plans for certain kinds of developments of roads, development of electricity, development of water conservation. These are the matters that bring poverty in a country, because we are not planning, say, for 5 years. We're not planning according to for the per percent per capita. We are planning in such a way that is not transparent. So these are issues that I think what we call it, the UN goal development is facing. Even the effort is coming, but within their own country, we are not doing enough. So this is my perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noeldar Galage.
Thank you.
I think we've come to the end of your time. Do you have anything more you want to add?
I want to thank you, Dr. Lambert, with your team, and I want to thank every presenters. And we really is privileged to be able to come in these international presentations to leave a legacy that our generation will follow, and the country of the world will do better in the planifications of the for the people of the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you.
You can continue in chat with the conversations and questions, but we are going to move on to the next presenter. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Noeldar Galage Huro.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Recording stopped.
Okay, now we're going to move on to our next presentation.
Recording in progress.
So this is the 9th AIU Symposium, and the theme of this symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. My name is Dr. Edward Lambert. I'm the host of this symposium, and our next presenter is here. Let me make Katuya. I think you're here. Here you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Let me hear you. Yes,
Hello.
I see you. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good. So let everybody know your name and where you're from.
All right. My name is Kondwan Katuya. I'm from Malawi, Central Africa.
From Malawi.
Yes.
And so do you want me to share your presentation?
Let me try myself to share if I can. If I fail, I'll let you share me.
Okay, you just have to have your PowerPoint presentation open and then go down below where you see the share screen button. It's green, and click on that.
Sorry?
Are you able to see it? Do you see the share screen button down below?
Yes.
Share screen. When you click on share screen, you should be able to see your presentation open in your computer. You click on your presentation and then click share. How's it going? Do you see it? There you go.
Yes, please.
Is this the new presentation or the previous one?
Sorry, I'm supposed to start from the top. I've just shared in the middle. Let me go back to the first one.
Okay. There you go. Okay, so please, if there are any questions in chat, write them in chat, and then we can interrupt the presentation and ask the question.
All right.
Okay, please continue. Gondwani Katuya from Malawi.
All right. Firstly, let me welcome the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this presentation. My name again is Gondwani Katuya. I'm doing my presentation from Malawi, Central Africa. Currently, my bachelor degree in procurement and supply chain management under AIU. My presentation will take 35 to 45. Sorry. My presentation, I come again. My presentation will take 40 to 45 minutes. I have entitled my presentation as the positive legacy that I will leave to the future generation. My presentation concentrates on 4 sectors: agriculture, health, education, and environment.
Hello.
Hello.
Katuya, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Please continue. We can hear you.
All right. Note that these sectors are not only the positive legacy requiring sectors. There are many, but these are what I can really want to leave as my to the future generation. What is legacy? In every definition, there are key words. Key words in these definitions, for a better understanding of the definitions, are 5 of them. 1, gifts. 2, hand down or leave. 3, will. 4, predecessors. And 5, these semantic words are interrelated. are interrelated. The 5 arrows shows how each weight relates to each other. Number 1, desert. This is an individual who lives or hands down the legacy. In this case, I consider myself and yourself as predecessors. What must an individual have? One must have the willing power or desire to live or hands down. Yes, the predecessor with the willing power will be able to hand down or leave legacy to his successor. What is he supposed to leave? He is supposed to leave? Is it a gift or inheritance, power or authority, or skills? Gift or empowerment? He lives in inheritance or legacy. Remember, there is a saying that says, it's not good to give a fish to a child. Rather, teach him or her how to fish. So that the child will pick the fish for the life of his death. In this regard, empowerment is the best positive legacy one can leave or hands down to the future generation. Successor. The recipient of the legacy, in this case, the future generation. This is the channel of leaving a legacy. A successor, once becomes a successor, he can also become a predecessor, which shows this is the cycle of leaving the legacy. How is legacy manifested? There are 4 sectors, my legacy. There are 4 sectors I have as my legacy to the future generation wills that are to be concentrated on. These are agriculture, education, environment, how will these 4 activities help the future generation? food sufficiency. I want to see a future generation full of the food after it is well informed. Can agriculture provide the nation with full of the following, with the four things I've mentioned? Definitely yes. Let me take you back a while. Slide number 8. Food sufficient. Only if my country, Malawi, or this world take the food production from agriculture focused fully, we can have abundant food. This definitely will mean it is possible if we invest into it. Security is one involved. When one wants to secure, look, if we have sufficient food, and now we can secure the food, that's when you can need security for that food. Employment. Agriculture provides about 50% of employment in my country, Malawi. We have numerous people working under this agriculture sector, including my own Minister of Agriculture. Only if agriculture is magnified, well, promoted with all the willing power to hand down the legacy, then employment will be the old story. Foreign exchange. Agriculture provides a highest known 100% of our foreign exchange. Investing in it massively will capacitate Malawi with well-stemmed foreign exchange. Mind you, my country, agriculture is the one of the most priority area which make our country to generate forex. Every ambition, there must be indicators or motivators. So what motivates me that is possible to achieve my legacy ambition are as follows. Irrigation farming, water for animals, fishing farming. This can help Malawi into a sustainable nation. Though we have one rain season, we can improvise the rain season with irrigation farming. We can cultivate twice or thrice a year. We can also water our animals. We can do fishing. Why I'm stating this? Malawi has lands. For cultivation, for rearing animals, for construction, agriculture. We can see with the use of the proper technology, empower our future generation, we can promote the production of required raw materials. We can utilize some of the land that are not utilized. Are there any inspiration? Yes. Let's see the following videos clips while inspiring my ambition agriculture.
Hello, Katuya. We cannot hear the video. If you can explain the video, that would be good.
All right. This video, is it not inspirational? This shows how it is possible in this world to our future generations. Land and water maximum productivity. If we do use land and water with maximum productivity, people require empowerment, economically, socially, financially, positively towards work hard and achieve above production agriculture. If agriculture is seriously considered, practiced, and funded, it is a national development. Support agriculture sector, make my area of my legacy. The next sector is health. Hello?
Hello, we are here. We are listening.
All right.
We're hearing you.
Like provide us with the other sector of my legacy, which is health. As you see the sun, as you see the rising sun, know all that this sector this sector is health. What does I need to see being accomplished in healthy sector? A generation that has easy access to healthy facilities and health. Proper health services, friendly health facilities, and safe abortions. People must be of good health to work in all sectors. Innovations in the health sector is my area, my legacy. The future generations need knowledge through education. How does education empower humans of the movement? There are many ways, but I pointed out the following interrelated points. Brain openness, cognitivity, interaction, cooperation, new innovations. Among many more, education, brain openness, cognitivity, interaction, cooperation, innovation. Here are samples of the school that shows how our educations are negatively affected by structure. This is one of our primary schools in Malawi, the district known as Deza. That's an inside classroom where learners attend their lessons. These are some of the learners at the school known as Natiswe in Deza. Here you can see another school within Malawi, that's north of Malawi in Central Africa, known as Bentu Primary School. This is a dilapidated school where these learners are learning. You can see this is administration changing room for girls at Bentu Primary School. Is the most investment in education sector in Lastly, environment. Note that the above sector of my legacy requires also the presence of the following sectors. These are some of the sample of the poor environment. These are some of the pictures which show poor environment for foreigners in Malawi. Creating a good environment is my legacy. Acknowledge that every environment matters all. These are interdependent. Good environment, agriculture and education. Healthy life, education, agriculture, environment. Education, ideas to agriculture. Environment, health. Agriculture, health life, education, cares for the environment. This is my vision for the future generation. Agriculture, open a banana farms. Open a banana farms. Environment, train environment protection team to sensitize their community. About the environment. Education, the construction of blocks, school blocks in the primary schools like the ones you have seen on my previous videos. Health, construction of maternity wards at healthy facilities for easy accessing of health. However, contributing factors to leave no legacy is greed, lack of willingness. and preparedness. Living a coincidental life leads to leaving nothing to the future generation. Preparedness, lack of vision, laziness, unwillingness to empower others, non-investing to the future generations, and selfishness, non-planning of what to do next and for our future generation. If we can only avoid this, then we can be better off. Factors may lead to a regrettable legacy. In conclusion, remember, agriculture, education, health, and environment are national developers. Once again, my name is from Malawi. My visionary legacy started on some of there. Any answer or comment, maybe questions, please. I thank you for your attention. And I'm so humble for allowing me to be one of the students to present.
We will start with a question from Generoso Nicolas.
Good evening. Thank you very much, the AIU, for inviting me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yes, I can.
Yes, for inviting me to this important symposium. I would like to make a very short comment and a question. My comment is related to the activities that have been carrying out in Central America regarding to empowerment. Here in Latin America, the tendency is to create dependency instead of empowerment. People tend to try to get things easily, and the governments and the different institutions generally give people things. So I wrote a book related to empowerment, and I'm working very hard to try to change the attitude of people related to dependency. So I would ask the speaker, in an environment related to paternalism and dependency, how can you develop empowerment and self-employed? That's my question.
All right. Can you come again with your question?
Generoso Nicolas, can you repeat your question?
Oh,
Yes.
My question is, in an environment with a tendency to paternalism and dependency. What would you recommend to develop what you would call it, empowerment and self-employed?
What do you mean by paternalism? That the government tries, the people depend on the government to do everything?
Exactly, and some of the private institutions likewise, looking down on people. And that tendency is very strong. So in this type of environment, how can you, what you recommend to develop self-employment and empowerment?
Kondwani, Katuya, do you understand the question?
Yes, please.
Okay.
One thing, the first one is when we empower people, they will be able to be dependent. Dependent, not dependent. Everybody wants a good environment. So, like you're talking about self-employment. If we invest much in agriculture, people will be able to have more produce. They can employ people to help them how to help them managing their farms. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next question from Festus Nuokafor. Festus, if you can activate your microphone. Thank you. Festus, go ahead and ask your question or make a comment.
Yeah, thank you very much, the presenter. I appreciate your presentation because it's part of the major problem in the third world, especially in Africa. I want to ask a question as it concerns my own country. In the northern part of my own country, there is a lot of activity of terrorism. And this is the region that seems to be the region that fed the whole nation. But right now, as it is very, very difficult to engage in productive agriculture, like you say, that this is what keeps a nation. In a situation where the region that understand or have what it takes to produce food for the whole nation is in turmoil because of terrorism, will there be some kind of advice or idea you give on how government can solve that problem? The next question I want to ask you, because you also made emphasis on importance of education. I observed that the leaders in my own country do not put enough emphasis on education, especially in the northern part. And part of the conflict and terrorism that is rising in that region is as a result of government, various governments, especially the current government, not doing anything about education. In fact, by the culture of a tribe called the Fulanese, there is what they call the Amajari, and that is where a child is grown up, is given something like a plate to go on the street to beg, to be on his own. They don't go to school. It is discovered by study that majority of these ones who were not given the opportunity of going to school today have turned back to become a terror to the nation. And I'm asking you, Mr. Lecturer, in situations like this, what will you advise on how to handle terrorism in the area where agriculture is taken as a major means of livelihood that can feed the nation? And again, where a government is not paying attention on education of a particular region, particularly in the northern part of my country, what would you advise that can be done to solve this problem? Because it's a problem to all of us in our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. About terrorism, my advice is terrorism has a rules which need the government to uproot the rules of terrorism. That's only what I can say, as I don't have much of that knowledge, as my country has never gone much on that. Second question. Parents need to be sensitized to be the role models for their children. Thank you.
Okay, the next question will go to S. Ramon Cho. S. Ramon Cho.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Thanks for the presentation from my brother from Malawi. We can identify with a lot of things that he has put forward. And as it were, can you hear me? We
Yes.
can identify with a lot of things that you have presented. And we need to work together to help each other. And we also need to realize that where there seems to be a problem also, there's a nice little package within that problem that will help us to solve a problem. What I'm trying to say there is that we just start from the, because I could see that some of the structures are made out of the local material, so we could sort of modernize those. We should not even just think of the other brick and mortar stuff. So we could provide privacy using that. But my question really is on you mentioned inspirational as one of your pillars that drive your aim to bring changes to Malawi. So I would like you to unbundle it, since we also need it, because my country is a big country and is a water-stressed country. It's not all, because people talk about diamonds, but the diamonds are not forever, because as it were, the economy is not, if you go to other areas like my brother, I think from Nigeria was saying, you see that some people are really suffering, they, live below the, they need a lot of stuff, So really, I just wanted for you to break down the inspirational side of things so that we can also benchmark with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next question from Franklin Igwe.
All right, my question goes this, just, okay, so I've had the 4 points, that's agriculture, health, education, and the environment. My question is this: over the years, we've seen interventions from the World Bank, we've seen interventions from the African Development Bank, we've seen interventions from other agencies across the world with respect to health in Africa, education in Africa, environment in Africa, agriculture and all that. My question is this: what can we do differently to ensure that these interventions are sustained and that they meet the desired objectives in Africa? Otherwise, 10 years down the line, 50 years down the line, we'll still keep discussing health, education, agriculture, environment in Africa. So we've seen interventions, we've seen supports from agencies across the world, but the problem still remains. So what can we do differently? Thank you.
All right. About that, the thing we can do when we receive the support from other donors or World Bank, as you already said, this donor should not use the government, because once they use the government, that's where more resources which are supposed to be used for those areas are channeled to other areas instead of areas where those resources were supposed to be used. Thank you.
Let's go to the next question from Fidelis Anoru.
Okay, thank you, Lambert, Dr. Lambert. Thank you, the presenter. I mean, your presentation is thought-provoking. Having listened to you about the areas you want to focus on, that is agriculture, education, health, and environment, will you want to do that solo, or you want to partner with donor agencies or donor countries? That's one. Number two question is that what can we really do in Africa to ensure that to ensure proper utilization of these interventions from donor agencies and the donor countries? Because looking at the pictures you have been presented about environment, about education, I mean, it is mind-boggling, and it provokes one to begin to ask what is the general attitude or feeling of the government in Malawi and the public generally?
Plenty people have not spoken up. It's like they're not giving access. Like,
I hope I was heard and my questions understood.
Not clearly, actually, I'm having an internet problem somehow. Network problem. Can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, okay, let me say, you have listed 4 areas, 4 critical areas you want to focus on agriculture, education, health, and the environment. My first question, do you want to do it solo, or you want to partner with people to bring this to life? That's number one. Number two is given the interventions that the donor agencies give to developing countries like Malawi, maybe Nigeria, and so on and so forth, what can we really do to ensure proper utilization of these interventions? Because one of my speakers said that it's not just enough to be receiving this support from outside the shores of Africa. But what do we really know? What do we really do with these interventions? And how do we monitor that these interventions are really channeled to what they are intended for? That is done. Again, what is the general attitude of the government in Malawi and the people regarding the poor state of things in this country?
Okay. Your first question. As far as I know, no man is an island, which means we need to assist each other in order to make that things work. Your second, what is required is empowerment. We have to empower each other so that we definitely achieve what we want to do. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're getting close to the end of this presentation for the time.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah, who is speaking? What is your name and where are you from?
Yeah, Boniface from Nigeria.
I can't see yet who is speaking. Who is speaking?
I said Boniface from Nigeria.
Go ahead, please. Ask your question or comment.
I've had a lot of issues since network issues, I guess. So I've not been able to have access to ask my questions in the series of presentations after my comments in the morning. But my stake here is here in Nigeria, yes, we have a lot of interventions from international donor and aid agencies and the UN development programs. Insecurity is a challenge not only to us here in Nigeria, but also all of us in the Sahel region. And to say that the government is not doing anything about it is not correct. Just like every other nation in the sub-Saharan area, we are facing our challenges. It's affecting our economy, the exchange rate, and every other thing. But we are not giving up here in Nigeria. The government is resilient, our people are resilient. Then you also have to understand that no nation, when it comes to security, no nation can go it alone. So what we need as a people is a support and understanding and assistance in any form from the international community, because a problem for Nigeria, given our population, is a problem is doomed for the entire African nation, and by extension, the whole world. I can tell you, no country in this African continent can absorb refugee crisis that could result from any major problem in Nigeria. So I'm seeing this opportunity to, because I've listened to some Nigerians that asked this question here. Theirs was like a despair. I'm asking them not to lose hope, rather to believe in the ability of their home government to address the situation, and also use this platform to extend the desire of this nation for any form of assistance, understanding, and cooperation to help us come out of this problem, so that not only this nation, but also the entire African continent will be spared the agony of refugee crisis emanating from Nigeria. Thank you very much. Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, Doctor.
Yes. Do you have a response to that?
Well, not a response. I just had to react to what I think second to the last speaker asked as a question and also as a contribution about how we can lend support to one another. I think the AIU is a family. Today, we know ourselves, we can share our concerns, we can share our problems, and also we can share solutions to our problems. The key areas, agriculture, environment, education, and health, they are the real issues African countries are contending with. Now, if any of us in this very big family, AIU family, is having a project, an NGO, or a program, and he knows that he does not have the resources to handle it alone, he can put a call to Dr. Lampert, who can connect him to other members of this family, AIU family, and we can team up to help one another. I am talking like this because I have an NGO on climate change resilience. And the circulation of funds, NGO does not have the capacity to receive a large amount of money to manage it without the knowledge of government. And the government is right in controlling movement of funds within its country. Why? Because some of these funds are funds that are used by other people for for insecurity, for terrorism. The government has to have an eye on it. But it is not every NGO that is a bad NGO. If we don't have access to these funds, there is no way we can implement or execute our projects. So we should find a way of approaching governments to allow NGOs to receive funds and implement projects that will have positive impact on the populations. As we have said, for years, since independence, African countries have been receiving money, funds, big amounts of money, but we don't have anything to show for it. Why? Because some of these funds are kept aside for campaign, political campaigns. Some of these funds are diverted for private use. I think NGOs could be a solution to the fund management for projects that can have real impact on the populations. But how can we have that trust? How can the government trust the NGOs to the extent of allowing them to receive large amounts of money that can help build big schools, build roads, build hospitals, and engage in environmental projects that can have positive impacts on the populations? The challenge we have, to summarize, the challenge we have is the lack of capacity. Lack of capacity. The governments do not allow NGOs to receive large amount of money to carry out, to implement projects that can have real impact on the populations. So if one of us is having a project or having good ideas, that ideas can be put on the platform of AIU, we can share, provide solution, team up, and implement projects that can bring most of our African populations from poverty. Thank you.
Do we have any response to that? Any response? John Gamuzi, do you have your hand up? Are you ready to talk? John Gamuzi?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm grateful to have that opportunity. My concern is as regards to funding NGOs. Since the colonial regime, we have been receiving aids mostly from Western countries, but you find the impact it has on the ground, it is far less than what is expected. And this is nonetheless associated with corruption, greed for material wealth of the stakeholders who are involved. What solution would be the best way to streamline to ensure that the beneficiaries really get the actual aid received from Western donors? Secondary is, me as one of the students of AIU, we always have a challenge when it comes back to our country where we come from, like from as a researcher, of how to, when it comes to getting funding for our research work or our funding the initial beginning, it's quite hard. What is the best way for our university? How can our university help us to have, is there a way our university can help us to have a beginning point? Or can we have something to be, you as the university to, as a kickstart for us so that we can start from there too, as we. Thank you very much. That is my concern. Hello, doctor. Hello, doctor. That is my concern.
Hello,
thank you very much.
Kondwani Katuya, do you have a response? Kondwani?
I have not get the question now. It was so huge a question for me to extract what I can respond on it.
Okay. John Gamuzi, can you repeat your question in one sentence?
My concerns are, as the pre-speaker, what has been concerning you, my predecessor who has been talking, is that we, since the colonial regime, African countries have been receiving donation to us in form for developing the common person. But the impact which is realized on the ground is far much less than what is expected. What would be the best way to have a common person that can also benefit from the actual grants which are given to African countries? Then the second question is, how can the university help us? Also, as we are some of the graduates of AIU, help us to have a kickstart, like for the first graduates, when it comes to NGO or like starting the NGOs. Some of us, we are researchers, like also to so that we can realize the common person can realize our benefit from our education at a faster rate than far expect. Thank you then.
Kondwani Katuya, do you have a response?
Yes.
Okay.
The challenge is question. The challenge is what the country have of how they monitor the organization which implement their project in their countries. So that's one of the most challenging things, of which some of the countries don't even supervise or monitor how those projects are going. That's why we just remain at the same point without moving any step. However, this question needs us to brainstorm each other so that we can find the solution. Thank you.
Doc, can I comment on that one? This is
Yes.
Stephen Ramon.
Yes, Ramon Show.
Oh, thank you very much. I've been listening to my brothers, and I think we need to realize that Africa, we have gold. And one of the interesting things is that we find that our areas which are endowed with the natural resources, I don't know, because of our myths, because especially in Botswana, I don't know about other countries, we have this myth of that there are snakes beside the water bodies. And what happens is that we get our friends from overseas who come and build in those areas, and they make quite a living out of it. So what I'm trying to say here in short is that as Africans, we need also to somehow brand our areas, because like I said, it's so interesting, the hypothesis, like my brother from Nigeria was saying, that areas that are endowed with natural resources are like a disaster to us, or people in that area find them suffering. So we need to change. And because already donors have their fatigue, like my brother was saying, we've been for so many years depending on donors, and we seem not to get much from it. So we need to change as professionals and utilize the platform of AIU to really network and help each other so that we can move forward our different countries, because it's so pathetic and it's disheartening to see that situation. So we need really to think about it, try to collaborate on that, because you find that in Marawi there are a lot of bananas, but in Botswana we don't have bananas, we've got beef. So why can't we just set up so that you exchange all these things? Because unfortunately you'll find that somebody from Malawi, for them to get our beef, it has to go to other countries to get it. So we need to really think about it and start making a difference and stop talking too much. We really, our solutions are just on our footsteps. Because again, what is very interesting is that now we've got people, our friends from overseas, coming to Africa because they are obviously because we have raw material. So we need to think about this and then maybe benchmark with Rwanda, see what is happening. Because the Rwandans, if they can change it, then we can all change it. Thank you very much, sir. I hope I'm not politicky. Thank you.
That's all part of leaving legacies. So, okay, I think with this, we're going to conclude this presentation by Kondwani Katuya, because the time has run.
The time has run, right?
Yes. And so, Kondwani Katuya, do you have any more words to say?
Dr. Lambert, I wonder if you would crave my indulgence.
Andrew Hicks, are you talking?
Yes.
Please, do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I have both a comment and a question. Thank you very much for, again, the opportunity to share. And again, I want to acknowledge that I'm from Guyana, a country on the mainland of South America, but culturally located in the Caribbean. And in my country, we identify with lots of the challenges that our colleagues in Africa have presented as part of their observations and their contributions to our dialogue. But I want to say quickly that I heard Michael, I think it is Odi, who expressed the opinion. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong.
Yeah, Michel Haman Audi, yes. Michel Haman Audi, yes.
Audi, yes. Pleasure, sir. I've heard the expression of the view that many of the NGOs are lacking capacity. And in some ways, I want to disagree. I believe that when we interrogate the issues that you've presented, I think it falls more within excessive bureaucratic control at the level of central governments. And I think one way to enhance our legacy is to advocate for law reform and fiscal reform that will promote incentives to the private sector, that will enhance prevailing capacities of our NGOs, so that international agencies, as well as local private sector organizations, in particular, rather than sending all of their funding to government, can directly invest in the work of our NGOs. I think that is what is really necessary, because there is too much control at the level of the state. And because of that, we find a very limiting and inhibiting the true capacity of our NGOs. And so I would say that it is better to advocate for social and legal reforms that will allow international communities as well as local private sector agencies to contribute to these development initiatives. I also believe that part of the problem in terms of treating with our agricultural challenges is that our countries emphasize too much on raw material trading in primary products, primary produce. The time has come when we need to invest in value-added production so that we can use such systems as canning and other forms of packaging in order to preserve and to supply. And in the process, that will contribute to our economic advancement, as well as product or sustaining local production and in generating increased income, particularly in the field of agriculture. And we also have to focus on diversifying. For too long, we have embraced this monocultural agricultural approach, the plantation type of agriculture, focusing on one crop. And I think we have to focus on diversifying our agricultural base, our agricultural economies, and moving towards value production. However, to achieve that, we also need to advocate for lower energy cost, because if we want to talk about value-added production, then we need to focus on advocating that governments invest in renewable energy, cheap energy, so that we can enhance production. Having said that, I would want to ask the question to the presenter. How does the private sector respond to, what is the attitude of the private sector in his country to the development initiatives that he has highlighted as part of his presentation?
Kondwani Katuya, are you here?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Some are practicing, but some are not, and some are somehow political in nature.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
Very much similar to what obtains in my country. Thank you.
A short, simple, and true answer.
Very, very true, Dr. Lambert.
Well, I think with this, we're going to move on to the next presenter. Does anybody have any more to say? Okay. Then with this, we're going to conclude the presentation of Kondwani Katuya. Thank you so much for coming and presenting. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, Mr. Edward Lampard, I want to say
Recording
something.
stopped.
Alpha Kano, do you have a comment or a question?
Sir. Yes, sir. So thank you. My name is Alpha Kano from Sierra Leone, West Africa. I am 20 years old. Current students pursuing bachelor's degree in business administration.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I just want to know, my question is how we, the younger ones, going to benefit from your legacy that you have already stated here?
How are the medium ones?
Yeah, we younger ones. We the youth.
The youth.
Yeah. How are we going to benefit from your legacy?
Does anyone want to answer that question? How are the youth of today going to benefit from what the world is doing and what you are doing in your life? Anybody want to respond?
Yeah, this is Fidelis. Can I respond to that?
Fidelis?
The way you can, the way the youth can benefit actually is what is happening right now. And this symposium is an awareness medium for you to be aware of what is going on and see how you can key in to change the narratives. Okay, be a change agent we want to see. So this is part of these discussions are rich, and if we internalize the message that is coming up from here, again, it can provoke you to begin to think how you can make a difference in your environment. So that in itself is a benefit.
Okay, thank you.
I would go back to the very first presentation of the day by Dr. Joshua Babatunde, where he listed many things that we could do. And one of the things he listed was give somebody a job. And when you talk about the youth, you really want to just give them jobs. And even there's on-the-job training, there's on-the-job education, but you want to give them jobs. And it's really that simple. Anybody have a comment? Want to respond to that? Hector Rivera?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, I want to respond to him just making three references. First reference is to read the Martin Luther King testimony and in the document he write, I Have a Dream. Also, I want to recommend the first address to the nation of Kennedy. It's not what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country. And the third one, this is the New Testament of the Bible, of what Jesus says about the talent. When we gave the people the talent, how the people use their talent. I think that he should read those three readings to answer his own question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Hector Rivera. Wonderful, wonderful recommendations. Okay, I think we're going to move on to our next presenter. Just one second.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the AIU 9th Online Symposium. The theme for this symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. I'm your host, Dr. Edward Lambert, and the next presenter is going to be Carl Clark. Carl Clark, can you present yourself?
Yes. Are you hearing me?
Are you there already?
Y'all are hearing me?
Yes.
Nice.
I want to make you a co-host. So there. Do you have a presentation? Do you want me to do your presentation, or do you want to present it from your own computer?
Let me see if I get it here.
Okay.
Can you see it?
It's on its way up. We don't see it yet, though. At least I don't see it. There it is. Excellent.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from.
Sure. Well, my name is Carl Clark from Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies. A very small country. I have been around on the earth for about 53 years. I have studied in engineering, have a master's in business administration, and I'm now pursuing my doctorates in renewable energy at the AIU. I'm married, I have 4 children. I have a business and an NGO as well. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Lambert for having me on this podium, just to share a little of my desire and legacy of my life that I would like to leave for generations to come. Yes? So my presentation will involve a few topics: providing a solution efficiently and effectively, networking and association, wealth generation for global sustainability, the beneficiary gift, and I have a dialogue, Send You to Andromeda. And I'll explain what that means. My introduction would be the importance of leaving a legacy to future generations are vital, because sustained vision do not end with the visionary, but it goes far beyond one side, even to 1,000 generations. With this in mind, one must take into consideration the assignment to the world. Most visions are self-centered, but a true vision is where you take into consideration the world, the globe, its society, mankind, and the environment. Self-centeredness will cause you to only develop for yourself for a couple of years. But sustained vision will cause you to think for 1,000 generations. I have put my mind to study the affairs of mankind over the past 35 years as we progress and grow. And to this end, the conclusion of the matter is mankind is good creators, but they are not good sustainers. And I'll explain that as we go along. However, nature teaches us that creativity and sustainability is in one. In the cosmos, we can see creativity and sustainability. Let me draw an example. Like water, the H2O, we see creativity and it is sustained as H2O. And the fruit trees, we see creativity and it is sustainable with its seeds within its fruit. In other words, built-in creativity is the cycle of avoidance of depletion. And that is our problem in the world today. We are good creators, but we are not putting into the code to cause sustainability. Let me draw an example. Like our waterways. The water comes from the earth, our fresh water comes from the earth, and its waterways are what? Polluted by humankind. So we are not sustaining our water that passes on the waterway. We will throw rubbish, we will throw debris, and then we complain to governments to solve the problem. Therefore, it is not renewable sources, but is having a renewed mind towards what we have already. The sun, water, seeds, fruits. We have to renew our mind. So yes, we say renewable energy. Renewable energy is always there, but we have to renew our mind how we are going to use this resource that is always there. Providing a solution. Providing a solution is either to create a new thing or to bring back to the as-is state. Because when things go out of line, the waterway is corrupted, the waterway has debris, we need to bring back our waterway so that our waters will be clean. So it's either we are creating new systems or we are bringing back systems that should have remain at its state at the inception. Whether it's engineering, whether it's the environment, whether it's health issues, whether it's chemical reactions. To do this, I have formed already an entity called Engineering One back in 2014 to establish solution centers locally and possibly throughout the world, which will manage, control, lead, govern, and rule over things. We must dominate things, not people. We must develop people to their full potential to sustain things. We got to sustain our water. We got to sustain our air. Mankind is polluting everything they put their hands on. We are good creators, but not good sustainers. One can be doing the right thing in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. A person could be doing the right things, but not doing it right. For example, you got an instruction to build a waste-to-energy plant in Trinidad. So you went ahead and completed the project on time and within budget, but everyone else was disappointed. You know why? Because you built it in the wrong Trinidad, out of 86 Trinidad in the world. So you can be efficient, but not effective. You received $300 million for a particular project, but the effectiveness of the project wasn't met. But the efficiency was done. You're doing things, you do this, you do that. You implement this, you implement this strategy, you implement this system, but the effectiveness wasn't met. Because the amount of strategy and choices you have, you choose the wrong strategy. In Trinidad, so there are 86 Trinidad in the world. Which one are you going to put this project? That is effectiveness. You might build a project, you might build a dam, you might build a waterway. But when you build a waterway, your people is still polluting the water. That's where education comes in. That's where a revolution of the mind comes in. That's where transformation comes in. So strategy is first, then the angle of sight. So when you have strategy, you now is able to see where you are going and then implement a plan. I just want to state on this forum, we use it all the time as professionals. There is nothing such as strategic planning. You got to have a strategy first and then planning after. Strategy first, the angle of sight where you want to go. Then you plan towards the end where you want to go. We're continuing with efficiency and effectiveness. In other words, the assignment that we have is the reference point where purpose is birthed. What is our assignment? Our assignment is not for us to prosper only in the world. Our assignment is not for our business to prosper only in the world. Our assignment is not for our NGO to prosper only in the world. Our assignment is to see that everybody globally is sustained in a way of life that will benefit all. So anytime we are self-centered, it's not a proper vision. But if we are thinking everybody, then our vision is fruitful, and you as an individual would not be able to outlive that vision. So therefore, your strategy would be to prepare other generations so that they can now meet the percentage mark as they go along in life. So an assignment is the reference point where purpose is birthed. What is your assignment? What is your God-given assignment for the world, for the earth? What is your NGO assignment? To get monies from the government? No, produce your own money. Let me tell you something. From the time the earth was created, or from the time mankind was on the earth, no money left the earth. Not $1, not one gold bar, not one silver coin. Where is the money? No money flew off the earth. No money went to the moon. No money went to the stars. Yet the world has no money, as it were. The money is somewhere, but we got to get it. The strategy is the where, the target point, the strategic coordinates. Where do I want to go? Then I will be able to plan. So I might want to build a house, a nice three-bedroom house. I engage myself on an assignment. An assignment I talked about, when you have an assignment, it creates purpose. So I assign myself to build a house. Why? What's the purpose of it? Because I want to take myself out of the rain. I now have a vision of the house. What the house might have, how big it is, how much rooms, what I'm going to put into it. But the problem is, with a lot of people, is where that house is going to be built. And that is strategy in its simple terms. Where I'm going to build a house. So when you get the strategic coordinates, where I'm going to build a house, then my visionary sight is seen in that direction or vector. And I now know where to go, what I am seeing on that coordinate, and now I'm able to plan where I'm going. So we got to take this into consideration. So the strategy is the where, the target point, the strategic coordinates. The angle is the line of sight, what I am seeing, which is vision. So when you get the strategy, the where, the strategic coordinates, now you are able to focus in that direction. There are 360 degrees in a circle. What direction are we going? Are we just considering we want food, healthcare, money, and so on? Or how that affect the global economy? And a mission is how I am going to accomplish what I am seeing, in a nutshell. The renewed mind. Change is difficult only when one wants to remain in the old state of behavior. If you want to change and you do not know what to change or how to begin the change, you will never develop a new habit. And many people are stuck in this position. Then, to go forward, you need transformational process plan, a revolution of the mind. That is why I told you that we have to renew our minds, not to dump garbage in the waterway of the water that we have to drink. And that starts from kindergarten. From the time you are born, you must be trained. And in other words, I will say it here, if you want to change a generational habit, start from kindergarten. So in the next 50 years, the government of that day would not have that problem. But sometimes you want to see the change within our political lifetime. Sometimes that is impossible. We cannot change something within a political lifetime. We would not have the resource, we would not have enough money to make the change, and then politicians will be looked as liars. Some of the things have to be changed generational. Start from kindergarten, teaching them, don't pollute your rivers, don't throw rubbish into your rivers, don't throw filth into your waterway. Teach them that, let them practice that, so that the government of the next 50 years would not have that problem. That is real change. The renewed mind. Networking and association. I have also formed an NGO, networking and association, a few years ago. And just to back up with the Engineering One company, my purpose there is to provide solution and also to generate wealth for stakeholders. My desire is if I could work with my hands, network with people, generate wealth for the purpose of implementing and having solutions, financial solutions to the world. I've also developed the NGO. A few years ago, I have founded the association named Renewable Energy and Electrical Inspections Association of Trinidad and Tobago. The mission, simple: to make available expert masters and professionals in the application of research, data, mathematics, and science. What this means: I have begun to list and incorporate professionals in their area, finance, good accounting professionals, engineers, electrical engineers, renewable energy personnel. To do what? To get jobs. And that is how we are going to help some of the young people, give them jobs. One of the things that we are lacking and we need to put some finance into is research. One research could bring $1 trillion to an organization, but we have to invest it. Research to provide a solution globally. And when you come up with that solution, you send it out into the world at an economical price. And that funds could come back to you and you put it back into the society. Non-refundable. So that has been going there. So I'm giving you examples and not just talking about it. Wealth generation. What we will do, we will work with our hands first. Because sometimes we just want our hands to ask for a grant. No, we want to show that we could work our hands and generate $100 million. So when governments see, listen, this company is generating millions of dollars and they are putting it back into the society, then they will want to give you more. That means you are managing your money, you have financial control, you're paying your taxes and all your accounting is in place. A government will be able to put $1 billion in your hand and know it will work. Or $100 billion for a particular project, social development project. Because you yourself as an individual have developed your own capacity and not depending on others to develop you. So this is one of the strategies that we have to look forward to do. Do it, let them see that you're doing it, let us see that you're managing money, because money answers all things. Yes, we can come together as a people, do certain things that you may not have to pay for, but you need money to correct certain things. So we will work with our hands and provide expert masters to the world that will be able to get projects, do it professionally, bring in an income, and now be able to share what was brought to us. So I'm developing a pipeline where wealth is able to pass through to generations, so that the generations will have the kind of wealth, not just from a governmental point of view, not just from a donor, but by working with our hands as well. Provide services to governments and its related to renewable energy, as it relates to renewable energy and sustainability. get contracts, do contracts. We have the professionals among us. Even in the AIU, we will have professionals coming out. We network our services and do jobs, $200 million projects. Your profits might be 20%, 15%. Then you redirect some of that. Of course, don't muzzle the ox that tread the corn. You pay yourselves, you pay your staff well and so on, and channel a few $1 million into a donorship to the world. In education, in developing health research. You know, one research in health, I say, could bring $1 trillion onto any organization. But they must not be self-centered. They must think globally. Provide service to governments and relatives, renewable energy, conduct deep research and development, sustainable systems and equipment for societal use. We must think societal, we must think global, we must think everybody. Generate wealth for stakeholders, because stakeholders also wants to give. But are they seeing a return on their investment? Because if they want to give, show a way where some of that could come back to them. Some will just give, but some will give as an investment so that if you get a project, $100 billion project for something, and they invest into it, profits will go back to that particular organization. So we're not just giving and taking and giving and taking. What we're giving, we're working with our hands, we're sweating. Global sustainability, to sustain is to keep it as is. That is sustainability, keep it as is. Don't pollute your waterways, don't pollute the air. We have real problems. Yes. Don't eat out everything. Leave a seed so that they can plant. If you're not planting, how you can eat? You have 300 million acres of land. You plant, you eat out everything, but you didn't save the seeds. You'll have problems. So you must have seeds. We are not doing a good job at this. We are good creators, but not good sustainers. Sustainers is to keep as is. So when you build a system, if you build a wealth generating system, you have to put into the code to sustain itself. What are you doing so that it will be able to sustain and to generate and to send the funds where it's supposed to be? We have lack of integrity. People will receive funds. They take it for themselves, they take it for the family, they take it for private use, and 2% reach the public, reach the world. Lack of integrity. One of the global projects, and I just throw this in, one of the global projects that can be implemented would be to clean our waterways and roads. I call this project Clean as a Whistle. Sustaining our waterways free from debris forever. It is important, it is possible. Check your waterways in your country, polluted. And you have the people in the country drinking from the same water. So you need a renewed mind. Your whole nation needs to renew their minds. And if the older folks is not able to get it, then you have to go down to the kindergarten, teach them, and in the next 50 years, you will have what we're talking about. So we have to rush to see things happen in our own lifetime. We may never see it, but we must rush to put things in place that the 10th generation down the road, or 100 years from now, or 50 years from now, you would have a change. And this is true vision. And I just throw that in to show an example. However, this will take a revolution of the mind, a metamorphosis of every person in the world. And that is what each country has to do, each village, each nation has to have a metamorphosis of the mind, how people think about this environment we live in. That is sustaining our own life, the earth, the environment is sustaining us. The beneficiary gift. My legacy will leave, I would like to leave a multi-trillion-dollar wealth pipeline connected to the entities for generation beyond my lifetime. That means I would like to leave a pipeline of wealth, where people of like-minded, people who mind have changed to create and to sustain our environment as is. None of us here had created the earth. None of us here had created the cosmos, none of us. But we are seeing sustainability in it. The earth spins, you see the sun rises at a particular time, we get certain heat. Now we are clouding the atmosphere and our temperature, the earth is being increased. We are causing that because we did not take the time off to study the code of sustainability in its natural resources, so that we now will be able to develop our people, having the renewed mind, how to continue to sustain, for example, the waterway that brings water to a village or to a country. Whether we use, and renewable energy will play a part in all these things, because you could use renewable energy to pump water from one place to the next. You could use renewable energy to implement systems that takes the air that is around you and make water. So you don't need pumps, but you just take the air and create water. And the equipment that is being used is powered and being energized by renewable energy, as we call renewable energy, or energy that was already there, but we now renew our mind how to use it. To continue to mentor expert masters to present them to the world. Like that young man there. You hire him, wherever he is, you hire him and develop him, cause him to have a renewed mind. He is the next generation. Where I cannot reach and where you and you cannot reach, he is going to go and then affect the next generation and the next generation, and then we'll show a total change. And when they are talking about you in the next 100 years, next 150 years, there was a man, there was a woman who had started this thing, and your name is praised. Yes? So, bringing the environment to its original state. That is not impossible. Re-engineering. We have a lot of engineers here. Send you to Andromeda. I just stick this in to show you what vision is supposed to be really about. From me to you, 100 years and beyond, the vision is so large, wide, and far. Your vision should be so large, wide, and so far. There is no doubt that I need to send you 50, 100 years beyond, 1,000 years and beyond, that you will see, that you will taste, and that you will touch for yourself. I am tasting and touching already because it is in my mind. I now have to create it so that you could actually taste it and touch it. I have literally adopted Andromeda. That is a galaxy that is known by scientists. I could see it in the spirit. I can taste it. But you is the one that will reach it. And let me just give you this little clipping here. Now, Andromeda from our Milky Way is close to 2.5 million light years away. That is the galaxy that I have adopted. I will never see it as it relates to literal sight, but in my spirit, I see it, I taste it. And in that galaxy have a lot of minerals, science that can benefit the earth. Someday you could reach it. Now, 2.5 million light years, 1 light year is 9.5 trillion kilometers. You see how far that is? You could estimate in your mind how far that is. Vision is like that. The visionary may never actually go on it, but is able to send somebody else 1,000 generations now. So to have 2.5 million light years away, we might say that is impossible. No, vision is not impossible. So I am saying my legacy is that leave a pipeline of wealth specifically for sustainable development, using the energy that is already there for the benefit of mankind, whether in health, education, agriculture, all these energies can be used for that purpose to develop. I did a little timeline. By the end of 2021, I will register a lot of professionals, which I've already started. Finance professionals, accounting professionals, power engineers, renewable energy engineers, solar engineers, and I'm interacting with them. We're doing little small projects here and there, and getting jobs. When we get jobs, we get wealth. When we get wealth, some goes to pay staff, create jobs for others, and a part will go to the world in need without a repayment. This is what we have to do. And I just draw out of some generate wealth, provide engineering services and renewable energy. This had I have started this at a micro level, at high voltage testing. We do all these things already. And we want to generate trillions of dollars. This is a company. The NGO will be doing the same thing in terms and developing capacity within the NGO to spend these kinds of monies in the world. So my summary, the legacy of my life that I will leave for future generations, is my desire is to have a people with a new mindset to take care of the earth, ladies and gentlemen, to take care of the earth system, to continue to be a watchdog, to manage and to control the sustainability of the system that was given to us in such a way that we will not be the ones to cause deterioration to natural resources, systems, and new innovations. To network and associate with like-minded stakeholders and to generate very great wealth for the cause. I open a statement and say that we met the earth here. We met the cosmos. We met the universe. That means some being had created it. And that being that had created the earth, the heavens, and the cosmos, he is the creator and sustainer of the universe. We as mankind must create and sustain. We as mankind must sustain that which we have received in its original state. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Woo. Who has a comment or a question after that?
Yes, I have, please.
Remy, do you want to go first?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So you, sir, thank you very much for the presentation. Very, very, very enriching. You've mentioned renewable energy, mind revolution, being good creator and good sustainers. As a nation, I want to make it a kind of a generalizing and making a kind of global.
Yeah.
As a nation, where can we start the implementation from this implemented to implement this? Should it be individual effort, global effort, or an NGO effort? Which one out of all these, do you think will be more effective
Yes.
to say that will carry out this your design, that will make this your design successful as an initiator of this ideology?
Yes.
Which of these efforts that will bring this vision, that will make this vision of your proposed pipeline come true?
I will say the NGO.
Sorry, please.
I will say.
Conclusively,
go ahead.
I want to conclude this somehow. This is
go ahead.
in the context of a change to the whole global ideology on sustainability of this legacy to the next generation. So how would this please?
Okay. If I understand your question correctly, you will want to use an NGO from the inception backed up by private sector. And the reason why I said that is that a lot of NGOs has started without money. A group of friends come together, they have a desire, but no wealth. In my case, what I have started to do, I've registered a private company. We have started to do business, and that is how I'm financing the NGO to make it give it capacity building in registering its accountants and financial personnel, and let the NGO now spend the money. So the NGO will develop capacity. So that's how I see how this thing could start, and of what I've already started. So it's networking, and from an NGO point, and the reason why I say NGO, because it is a bit difficult to get funding out there just like that. You just arise and somebody put $100 billion in your hand. No. But if you as an NGO backed up by a private sector, whose vision is global, whose vision is helping people, whose vision is to cause renewable energy to spread and to bring sustainability, and some of their funding is backing your NGO to develop the capacity. Then, without a better word, then you can go and beg for $100 billion and they'll put it in your hand because they already see that you do something at probably a small scale. And now that you can manifest that in a bigger scale. Yes?
Oh, thank you very much.
Sure.
I think
we have to stay tight. We have to stay networked. We have to stay tight. So you know that a project in renewable energy or to bring electricity to a particular place, and we can secure that contract. This fraternity will come together and secure it. And hire the professionals within the fraternity. And the young guy who is interested in a particular field, pull him up and start training him hands-on, you know? Yes, we have to stay tight. But I've started as an individual, but my spirit and my heart is not individualism. Is togetherness, networking, association. But it has to start somewhere, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, now the next question will come from Dr. Eduardo Lorenzo Viana.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody from Brazil. Good evening for other countries that it's already evening. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Paul Clark, for your very good presentation. I appreciate it very much. As I told in the start, my name is Eduardo Viana, and I am from Brazil, South American too. Trinidad and Tobago and Brazil and Venezuela are very privileged countries because we have a powerful natural environment. I think you know Brazil last year has not protected accordingly the environment. We have so many problems in Amazonia. We have so many problems in Pantanal. Our forest was on fire. And right now here in Minas Gerais state, a state in Brazil that has a lot of types of biomas, looks like the Cerrado. I don't know if you know Cerrado. They are on fire. A very big problem. But I also believe in the type of your job. I think this quotation is from your job. If we dream, if we together aspire, together we can achieve. I believe it's from your country, isn't it? So congratulations for your association, your organization working with energy. Energy is the future, it's the present, and it is the future. Congratulations, not only for your presentation, but congratulations for your job and the foundation of your organization. But how can we change? My question is, how can we turn good creators to good sustainers? It's a challenge for us, especially in Brazil. How can we turn from creators to sustainers? Thank you so much.
Now, it will have some people, adults, that would be able to take that transformational and revolutionization training. It will have some adults who would be able to do that in a very quick time. But the long-term effect is to start with your kindergartens and train them. So the next 50 years or the next 60 years, I might not be around. You might not be around. I'm 53. The next 60 years, I'm 100 and something. So you're going to see that generation come out of that and able now to. Now, one of the things that this week I cried, and if I had the money, I'll give it. I think it's the same Brazil. The truckers that is crying food for 1,000 kilometers in mud. The trucks can't go. My heart burdened. If that road costs $100 billion and I had it, I'll go and build the road. I'll ask the government to build that road without any asking for anything back. I cried to see these fathers and sons struggle over 1,000 kilometers to get food from one place to the next. And apparently the country may not have the money to do better. So this is the legacy I want to leave. Wealth to help these situations. So to answer that, how to become from created to sustainable, when you create something, or if there is something that is already been there, we need to find out the science behind it. That's why we have research. Find out the science that what will keep that as is, and now you just continue to monitor. We are monitors. We are the managers of the earth. So when things going funny, we have to correct it. And most of the times is man causing destabilization of the system and then destabilization of the economy. So it's a renew mind teaching, one from the kindergarten. So you start doing that. Government have to arrest the kindergartens and bring them up 25 years with a new mindset. And also the adults that is there that are willing, not everybody will be willing. We would be able to get some of the adults that change to make them now supervisors and generals to the upcoming ones to change their generation in the next 50 years. We to change the generation in the next 50 years. So the next 50 years, it isn't supposed to be like that. But political time frame is what most politicians works with. They have 5 years to do this, 5 years to do that. It can't work. We will spend $1 billion, but we see nothing. because it is a renewing of the mind. Yeah? Nice.
All right.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Let's go to Alpha Kanu.
Yes, Doc. Hello.
Hi.
Yes. I am Alpha Kanu again from Sierra Leone, West Africa. Really,
yes, this is young guy.
Grenville, Leeboard. Yeah, really, I moved from your presentation. Yeah. So I don't know if you can help us with your email address so that some of us.
Yeah, sure. I will. Yes. Yeah, I think I have it at the. If I'm not mistaken, let me see if I have it here still. It looked like I cut it off, but I had it at the end of the presentation. But Mr. Edwards probably could get it on to everybody.
Engineering Code?
Yeah, engineering co ltd 2@gmail.com. Engineering co ltd 2@gmail.com.
Carl Clark, do you want me to put it in the chat for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had it at the end of the presentation, but like I didn't reach down as far.
There, I just put his email into chat.
Nice.
Thank you for connecting.
Hello.
So we have some powerful ideas going on here with Carl Clark.
Yes.
Wealth generation, sustainability.
We have
powerful ideas.
We have to generate the wealth.
Let's go now to Glenville Lebourd. Please deactivate your microphone so you can ask a question or make a comment. Glenville.
Yes, thank you so very much for your excellent presentation, Dr. Clark. I am from the small island of Nevis, north of Trinidad, and I've been inspired by your presentation. And my question to you is, how do we professionals get together to marshal our energies to overcome the individualism and create NGOs to project our vision way into the future beyond our lifetime? And as I said, to generate wealth in real time so that we can benefit as individuals, but still pay back to our societies that nurture us.
Right, and I'll answer that by getting our first project.
Because I need some help in that area.
So what I have done in Trinidad so far, I brought these professionals together, engineers and so on. We marketed, we got our first project, and then now the professionals begin to work together and begin to dialogue. So we must be able to market our first project. Yes, we can network with, we could sign up with one another, we could be talking and so on, but we must connect to our first project. I had done it and it could work. So if you saying, okay, I have an electrical engineering project in Nevis, and we are able to get that project based on our expertise and our so on. We go and get it. As we get it, the connected associated group will now do that project. Wealth will be distributed accordingly as we take different managing positions in coordinating such project, bringing it to its end. And then now we will decide, okay, this is the profits of this particular project. How are we going to distribute now to NGOs that have sustainable and renewable desires? Good. And that is what is going to happen. So from the offset, you have to decide, listen, if we do a project for $10 and we make a profit of $2, we're giving $1 to the global society, and we will send it. Whether it's a NGO in that particular nation or an NGO in a particular country, if we have to build capacity, we will use some of the same money to build capacity. And within the network, we'll have the professionals such as accountants and so on that is connected that will be able to help before we go outside there begging. And as we go forward, people will start to give unto us. 'Cause there's a lot of people out into the world that is willing to give millions and millions of dollars before they die. They don't know what they want to do with it. But they just want to see people who is not self-centered, who is thinking about the global economy and to fix things, and they will give us money. Thanks. That answer your question?
Yeah, so I think we have to create the channel for the money to flow in a safe manner and be accountable for it.
And that is why one of the ways is to have private companies to generate the wealth first, because an NGO will have a lot of problems with money generation and so on. But a private company could decide where he or she wants to do with the money. Yeah. And if a global entity comes together and we get a project, we make a decision from the very outset. This is what we're going to do with the profits that comes out of this project after everybody's paid well for their services.
Thank you for the advice and the insight. Yeah.
Huh? Yes.
Thank you for the advice and the insight. Appreciate it.
Nice one. Sure.
We'll be in touch.
Sure.
Yeah, good.
Okay, now let's move on to Evelyn Surwa Yasi.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Please,
Welcome,
can you
Evelyn.
hear me?
I am hearing you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was captivating. In your presentation, you mentioned or stated that to change a generation, you need to start from early childhood, okay? And
yes.
Start from the kindergarten. So I want to ask, what can we teach or what can we add to the education system to prepare their minds for the future?
We need to add taking care of the environment, taking care of the earth that we have, taking care of our waterways, taking care of how we use the natural resources that we have. That has to be started there. So that when that child is growing up, he's not going to throw a bottle on the street. He's going to look for a bin. He's not going to throw a debris into the rivers. When he gets married, he's not going to throw a fridge down into the water wells where he's going to drink water from. Okay. So that part of education needs to be taught there. Sustainability and environmental needs to be started down in the whole day. Okay. So you can show them a bucket of clean water, and you'll show them that if they throw things into that, they would not be able to drink from it. And the same thing goes to our rivers and to our seas and so on. Now look at this. I just want to give you one example.
Okay.
Right now, we are using the earth to dump chemicals, nuclear waste, and so on, right? And all sorts of things we're throwing into the earth.
Yeah.
After in the next 300 years, what will happen to the earth? The earth will be polluted. Our agriculture, when we eat the fruit, is disease, pandemic, is we causing it. Now, if we have good research data, and we could research, just giving a wide view, we research and we come up with a good gas where rockets and so on could be used, and we develop it, and it is very cheap, and we could be able to develop gas to get rockets and so on. Yes? We now could take these type of chemical and dangerous substance and dump it in the next place out of our earth, a planet that is not being used. I'm just being sporadic. Let me say Venus. Must be about what, 3,000 degrees or so. Send it down 80 centigrade. Don't pump it into the earth. So this is just an idea, what I'm saying. We got to sustain the earth. So if we pump chemical into it, nuclear waste, and all these kind of waste into the earth would not sustain itself after a while. So this is an example, yeah?
Okay. Thank you very much.
We have a whole galaxy. We must find a planet that we could probably send some of these things on. Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Evelyn. Yes. Let's now go to Yawa Habila. Yawa Habila. And then
Mr. Robert,
Traore?
Yes, Traore, yes.
Do you want to go
Please,
first?
I can
Laure?
go on. Yes, I have some question for.
Okay, Yawa Habila, you'll go next.
I can go.
Okay, I will go next.
Laure,
Yeah.
please
Yes,
continue with your
Mr.
question.
Lambert. Mr. Lambert, I'm here. I want to go ahead.
Please
Yes,
go.
Okay, I have some question with representatives. I live in Africa. I find that the priority of African country is not, most of African country is not to take the environment issue, because the people of this country live day to day. It will be very difficult to take care exactly the environment issue. I want to know if the presenter have some solution to give us in order to take environment issue and to take together environment issue and the life of the people. The people live in the conflict situation, education situation, bad governance situation. The problem is big and enough. If I want to know if you have some solution in your presentation. Thank you.
I didn't hear all the questions, but I didn't hear everything that you have said because you were breaking up a bit. But from what I am getting, you're talking about education to the people there? Education?
Yes, I talk about education issue. I talk about exploitation of exploitation of men in the different countries. I talk about the environment issue. The people don't care the environment. You go to catch the wood, for example, and the exploitation of the men don't care the environment. If they use the chemical product to exploitation, the water can be polluted, the river can be polluted, the fish die, and everything in this area. Donc, I want just to tell you, the environment is a priority, not a priority of this country. Environment is because these people live day to day. Okay, thank you.
Well, from what I am hearing, there is it seems to be a governmental issue. Yeah.
Hey, can I help? Can I help?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But I've been breaking up too. Yeah.
Yes. What he is saying is that in Africa, people are
Yes.
living in abject poverty.
Right.
Environmental issues are not their concerns.
Right.
Because they don't have fuel, they have to go and cut firewood.
Yes.
They contribute into deforestation.
Right.
They go into illegal mining. And for mining, they use chemicals.
Yes.
Those chemicals are very dangerous. They pour the water inside the rivers, and all the fish inside the water get killed.
Okay.
So what advice do you have to give to African countries?
Well,
because environmental issues are not their concerns. They live from hand to mouth.
Yes.
They depend on nature, only on nature.
Right.
So can you advise them?
Right.
Yes.
Well, two things. I was looking at a waste to energy plant, using waste, turn it into energy, get electricity. And now you have electricity, distribute that electricity so that they would not have to use wood to cook or to, that's one. And of course, it will fall under renewable energy as well. That is one part of it. Taking the water Now, if the water at present is not able to be consumed because of pollution, we can also use the energy that is being produced from waste, and we are talking any kind of waste, and produce electricity that we will be able to power systems that will create water from air. And as that revolution takes place, we now have to train the people no longer to pollute the rivers and so on. So that there, as we're talking, that will take some time. First, we have to get the investment for this waste to energy plant, build it, use the waste that is there, generate electricity, create light, and then use that same electricity to cook and so on. And then now retrain the persons so that they'll be able to no longer pollute their rivers and so on. So that's just one part of it. That is one part of it. And when we talk waste to energy, we are talking about whether is whether is grass, whether is certain chemicals, whether is rotten things, and so on. All these could go into the plant and produce electrical energy to cause that transformation, that revolution. But at the same time, they're getting electricity to cook for the while, or we're using solar. We could build solar. We could also build solar ovens using the sun that will bake and so on. So they'll no longer have to use the wood. They'll no longer have to do deforestation, and take them out of that and retrain them in terms of, okay, this is the way we want to go, and no longer pollute or to deforest the place in cutting down the trees and so on. Now, as that is being built, you'll still have some deforestation, but the percentage will now start to decrease over a period of time. And that is where we'll have to do the research to see what is the extent of the issue and see how long it will take to pull these people out, whether by community, and so on over a period of time. Yeah. So I don't know if that helped.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go now to Yawa Habila. Can you activate your microphone, Yawa Habila? Activate your microphone, unmute your microphone.
Yes, please. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was educative, but I have a question. You talk more about preserving the environment for the future generation.
Yes.
I'm from Nigeria, and one of the major challenges we're having is that the approach in which we spread the gospel of taking care of our environment tends to be harsh. And in that regard, most people don't take the message seriously. So when you talk about preserving the environment, people see you as though you're preaching a strange message. Can you kindly advise on the best way to pass out this information in such a way that even the rural communities will understand that we need to preserve some of these natural resources? Thank you.
Yes. Well, it will have to be attacked from a governmental point of view with policies. That is one. Also, you'll have to send down superintendents with officers to live in those communities for a number of years, to pull and to retrain your people. So from a government point of view, so long as that idea is sold, they would be able to develop policies. Are we trying to develop policies without penalties? You don't want to beat people to change. You want people to change naturally with a form of concern. But when that policy is given and it is disseminated through the news and whatever, that is one aspect. What we need now to recruit superintendents from a governmental standpoint with officers to actually live in the community for 5 years to redirect that particular community. Let me say, you say, okay, a team of a superintendent with 2, 3, 4 officers, probably from the community, might be able to get them, or from external, from another state. They'll have to live there as superintendents or governors to ensure that the government policies is placed. Yet we are not trying to create penalties, but we're showing that concern and love for the community to bring them out of that state of not polluting or deteriorating the environment. You're developing a sense of care. And again, you're going into the school systems from kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and retrain them, retrain. But you need these superintendents not to be in an office 100 miles away, but you need to put superintendents and officers in the community to live for 5 years. Then you change them, or 2 years. Then you change them and you send the next group for 2 years to disseminate the government's policy. But the government must be sold on it first.
Thank you for that answer. Can we move on to the next question? Thank you, Yawa. Yawa Kabila, thank you. We're going to move now to Hassan Kaladi. Hassan, if you could unmute your microphone. Here, let me help you there.
Yes.
There you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hassan Khaladi from France.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't speak English very well, but the next time I might have the opportunity to speak it.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert, for this important event. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation, very important. Thank you for our university for giving us the possibility of meeting people from various parts of the world with only a few objectives about information, discussing it, and knowing various points of view. This initiative encourages us to unite, to face and find solutions for common problems: education, security, climate change, and others. My question: is it possible that the country of the third world can change the current crisis of COVID-19 and climate change in a positive opportunity for change, political, social, and economic, in favor of future generations? And how can they do to succeed this objective? Thank you very much.
Right, from a third world point of view.
Thank you very much.
So, right. Again, the area of research, we're in a pandemic, and if the forefathers, as it were, did really put emphasis on deep research, I believe we would not have been in this pandemic. So the emphasis is to designate or to have deep research constantly, because remember, and your research now is dealing with what the environment is giving us. So you are testing, you have to be testing food, animals, things that we eat and drink, so that we will now curb diseases that we have caused. And again, everything is going back to retraining from the kindergarten, from the lowest stage, come straight up to our school, society, and so on. From a third world point of view, you know, we will look out there at developing nations or countries, but they are not taking heed to these minute matters of code that is destroying themselves. They have the money, they have the pips and so on, but the fundamentals, research, retrain, transform the mind. There's nobody in governments that is looking after that at this point in time. So we as a group, AIU, as ambassadors, could influence these first world countries to begin thinking in 50-year span. No government supposed to be thinking in 5-year span, none. That means it's selfish. I want to look good. No government across the world supposed to be thinking 5 years and 10 years. We're supposed to be thinking in blocks of 50 and 100 and 200 years. That is how our plan is supposed to be. That means that it's 4 generations that we're going to retrain. So by the time the next 200 years when we're gone, you have a different society. Now, there are certain things that you and I will see, but we have a bigger vision that your children and 2 generations down the road will inherit. And that's how we have to look at it. So we're looking at research, bring it to the fore, make preventions, because in our food we eat, we have disease because of chemical reactions, because of pollution. So you see where we are? Now we just cannot stop the world and re-engineer everything. A lot of people will die out. A lot of people is going to die, you know. And nobody think about it 50 years ago. Or people who had money never think about it 20 years ago. It's selfishness. Selfishness is selfishness. So retraining again, transforming the minds, metamorphosis from the early childhood straight through university. They must come out with a new mind. And then in the public, you need superintendents from a governmental point of view with officers to live in communities. Some will be able to deal with thousands. Some might be able to deal with 5,000, some 10,000, some a whole constituency. But it's not a constituency or a member of parliament that is just thinking political. But we need people, members of the government, to be thinking renewable and sustainable. Create and sustain. So we are creating a generation that will think differently, and we have to put the code inside of them into the system that they will continue to think that way. And to think that way is not being selfish, but think about the global effect. What would I do in France that will affect the world? That's how an individual had to be thinking now. What would I do in Trinidad will affect the global economy? Yeah? So I hope that bring a little answer there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Let's keep going with this. Next, Generoso Nicolas, do you have a question or a comment?
A question and a comment.
Nice.
In first place, I would like to congratulate Dr. Clark for his inspirational presentation. Really, I agree with almost of the points that you projected.
Yes.
I'm working in that direction likewise.
Nice.
Maybe in a smaller,
yes,
dimension, but
well, nothing is too small.
Okay.
You had to start at a mustard seed. You had to start small.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I encourage you that.
Okay, thank you. And I really would like to get a copy because I like to,
Oh, sure.
deep my
yeah, Dr. Edwards could share it with you anyhow. It doesn't matter.
Thank you very much.
Not patented.
The question is,
actually, I want to say I put your presentation into chat. If somebody can find it, they can click on it and download it.
Okay.
Nice, excellent.
And the question is related to what you said. You have to start from kindergarten.
You have to start.
I agree with that. And but I'd like to know if you have incorporated human values and ethics,
right?
Because these are some components that are affecting
Yes.
the impact of human behavior.
Right, right.
So I'd like to know a little more about that.
Okay. Now, when we see a behavior, we see somebody behaving a certain way. Now that stems from the value that is in deep within, like an iceberg. When we see the tip of the iceberg, we see the behavior, but you know how big the bottom of that iceberg is? Right. So that means when you go deeper down into the person, what value do they have for themselves, their community, and the world? We will see that most of the times they have no value for it. They have value for self. What I could eat, when I could eat, what I could get, what I cannot get. And then when you go deeper down, before your values, there is something called belief. You believe in a certain way because of culture. Culture train you. Throw this in the river, throw this here. And you believe a certain way, and that adds to your value. That means you don't value the river. You don't value the economy. You don't value your neighbor. You don't value your children. You don't value the world. And below that, before behavior comes, or before belief comes, you have now out there a lot of philosophy. And when I say a lot of philosophy, I am talking about, okay, you have the philosophy of don't care. The government must just propose to supply me all. You believe in, then you come to your belief, you believe that somebody is supposed to supply me to me. Then when you believe that, now you add that to your value, that is what you value. And then your behavior act out, protest. The government didn't do this, the government didn't do that. So that philosophy that is out there of not being global, thinking global, not being self-centered, selfish, that is where we have to begin that training from the philosophy. What philosophy are we putting into our children? Is it just to grow, get a job, depend on the government, depend on somebody, give me a handout? No. The philosophy should be not what somebody could do for me, what I could do for somebody and the world. That is what it's supposed to be. That's the philosophy we have to put into our young people. What can I do for my community and the world? And that will change the whole behavioral pattern, how we behave. So self-centeredness is what I can do for me and for my family. Global centeredness philosophy is what I could do for my community around me and the world. Because when you do for your community and the world, it is going to rub off on you. Things are going to come to you. So your philosophy will determine your belief. Your belief is going to determine your values, what you value, and your value will determine your behavior. Now, to change a habit, you need three things. Before I close, to change a habit, you need what to do. You need a what to do, how to do it, and your desire, want to do. Now, if you are missing one of those values, you cannot change your habit. Meaning, I want to change the way I look at things. You have a desire. But how to do it, you don't know how to do it. And if you, even though you want to do it, and you know what to do, and you don't know how to do it, you cannot change your habit. Let me go do it, say it the next way. You know how to do it. You know what to do. A lot of people know what to do or no. Not to throw debris into the river. They know what to do. They know how to do it. Take the bottle or take the chemical, put it in a bin. But they don't want to do it. They don't have a desire to do that. The bin is too far. You cannot change a habit. So these three things you need. Want to do it, a desire. You have to know how to do it, the skill, and you have to know what to do, the knowledge. So you need the knowledge, You need the skill and you need the desire. Now let me show you something about knowledge. A lot of people impart knowledge. We say are great teachers, but there's two components of teaching: imparting knowledge and imparting skill. We are great imparters of knowledge, but we are not imparting the skill, the application of the knowledge. And this is what we have to pay attention to. Not just teaching a person the knowledge, don't do this, this is how we do it, this and that. But you have to impart the skill, meaning take their hands, take up the rubbish. I taught this yesterday, but this is how to do it. Take the rubbish, and this rubbish has to go into a bin. So we need to pay special attention in our transformational knowledge base. In terms of teaching, we need to impart the skill along with the knowledge. Yeah?
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Doc, I have a question to ask.
Who's talking?
Alpha Kano.
Alpha Kano?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead with your question.
Yes, and Doc, how is it possible to achieve when poverty is all over and technology is a serious challenge? Sector of people involved in the act of timber logging, and when asked, they will tell you that there is no job. Here in my country, Sierra Leone is a case study. And also, what is your advice for us, the youth, on how we can conquer this fight?
Nice. Well, my terminology of poverty or being poor is maybe a hard thing to say, but is being non-productive.